Why not?
Please, someone
Why?
tell me.
Why not?
Why
Why
not?
not open the cases? Come on, man.
Because I'm like hoarding them and I could like have so many of them. And then
What's the
open
point?
like a bunch of them all at once. Look at all the cases I got.
How many can you open right now?
I can open all of these. I'm waiting for one more to craft and then they're all done crafting.
Why not just open them all? That's a lot.
That's a lot, right?
Yeah, just open them all right now. It's
uh,
pretty stacked.
um,
You
oh my
scared,
god.
man?
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Bruce is a peer pressure. I'm waiting for this
Wait,
last one to craft.
does the value change if you sit on
No,
it? Yeah,
no.
see? You might as well just open it.
This is what you get from Arena, from playing fucking Arena all the time. You get these cases.
Oh, okay, okay.
And you get like other currency and shit, but mostly just these cases. Save the two big ones for last. Alright, hold up. Let me put my shit away. Alright. Everything from here is gonna be what pops out of them. So what do we get from the weapons case? I gotta take this music away. Hold on. Shit's driving me nuts. There's like music in your hideout. It's terrible. Weapon case? Oh,
Assuming.
I know that's kind of dog shit. Keep those.
Oh, dog shit.
Maybe keep that. And alright, I'm at 52.4 right now. Let's see how much I make off all these cases. I'm gonna sell shit as we go. Well, 50K from that case. Let's open a supply case from bottom to the top. Unpacked it. Wow, another 50K and dog shit.
Yeah.
Um, we sell another 70K from that case. New supplies case. Or should I just go like this? Those are all the same types of cases. That's huge. How much are these? Yeah, that's nice. 240K. That's good to have. We take the meds. Sell that on a flea. Ooh, those are worth a lot of money right now. That's about it. All right. We sell that shit. We sell this shit. Now all the equipment cases.
You're opening them this fast?
Yeah. Okay, so they see this is where it
Some
gets.
heat or no?
That's level 4. That plate is fucking trash. All in shields pretty cool, I guess.
I guess. That doesn't seem good.
Um, this is level 5 plates in there and in here. So yeah, that was pretty fucking bad. We sell all this shit. Bank, 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 bank. Ooh, we keep that. That's good. What is this? Why can't I see it? Level 4. Get that shit out of my fucking inventory. 260 right there. What's this? Level 3, bro? Get the fuck out of here. I don't want any of this shit. Oh, board, dog shit. Dog shit, dog shit. Okay, okay. We made like a mill so far. And we haven't opened the valuable
Get
ones.
out of there.
Put these plates away. These plates away.
What are you expecting out of all of it?
I don't know, not really anything crazy. I'm just kind of.
Like, how much are you expecting from it all?
Oh, this is good. I don't know money wise. These could spawn Bitcoin, so I'm hoping to get at least one Bitcoin from all one, two, three, four, five, six, seven, 8 of these cases. We keep these. It's level 6 plates. Those are good. Where did they just go? I lost them. That's good right there. I think this is good too. Yeah, it is. I'm up like a mil right now. What was I at? 52.4. I'm at 53.5. All right, now we're gonna open all the. Oh, and I got this thing. How much is this for? Dog shit. Fuck out of my inventory. 5K. All right, I'm opening all of the valuable cases at once. Let's fucking go. Oh, and I have these rare cases. I forgot. These two pink ones. Like an event thing.
The rare shit.
All right, so we got GP coin to the motherfucking max. I kind of got hoed on that. These skull rings should be expensive right now. Yeah. Um. Yeah, I kind of got cooked on that. Yeah, that's cooked. The tar bank key, 50K. He's 306. Yeah, that was fucking bad. What a waste of fucking time. Emercom Medical should be no, not expensive. Peacekeeper. All right, well I made 1,500 USD, so shit. Top up. There you go. 100 GP coin. That's actually pretty good. Saves me from playing Arena even more. And then for the last two, the big bangs. Boom. I'm actually gonna open one more one because I want to know what the fuck comes in it. Wow, that is ass. Ultra medical what? Storage key. That's good. Yeah, hell yeah. 400K. I think these are maybe these. Maybe these. Maybe these. Yeah, everything else is kind of dog shit, dude. That sucked. That was fucking terrible.
This shit didn't even like.
I made like 3 mil.
3 mil.
Yeah, which is pretty good, I guess.
Pretty good, I guess.
And like the shit that I kept, you know what I mean? Like this, some of the shit is like priceless. You can't really sell it.
Some heaters.
Yeah, like those class 6 plates. That's pretty good. I'd put like a value of like 200K on those. This rig is pretty cool, I guess. I got some ammo. I forgot I got some ammo. Some nades. Nades are pretty expensive. Oh yeah, this thing.
Should be came out.
Kinda.
It could have been better.
Oh yeah.
Marination. You think if you let them marinate, it's better?
No.
No way, right?
No. I was just gonna like because there's like a battle pass. Yeah, I mean like exactly close to 3 mil, somewhere like that. Which is pretty cool.
Yeah. Fucker, still a little disappointed.
Yeah, it's just not exciting. Like I have 53 fucking $1 million. I don't need 3 mil, so it's like not exciting. I was hoping for like a Bitcoin. That's 1 mil in one slot. That's what gets me going. One little tiny slot, Bitcoin, 1 mil. Oof, feels good. Look, Bitcoin, how much is it worth?
Why don't you just sell your money into
803.
Bitcoin?
Boom.
I mean, that's sell your
56.
money, but
You can't buy Bitcoin.
oh,
You
you
can
can't
only
buy
obtain it.
Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of tough.
But it deadass does go up and down like real life.
What's some real shit?
I sold my shit at like a high.
Feeling
A
up.
high of 800K.
Shit.
And now I have 56 million ruble. 56 million, bro. It's the most I've ever had. So much ruble. So much.
You're a rich bitch, man.
I am. I have Ruben's fucking gun right here. Just sell this shit. I could sell all this shit.
You're selling his gun.
No, I'm not gonna sell this gun. I should, right?
I mean,
Should I?
I have a better gun.
No.
No,
I
that's
was gonna
not.
sell it for my own personal gain. Just kidding. I wouldn't sell this gun. Or would I?
I don't know, man. I don't know. I feel like you would do it, man.
Style for your
Would I?
back remodel with the look of tile you want.
Think so?
New
You think so?
textures, shapes,
Yeah.
and styles. Time to
Nah,
set a
you
date.
That's
It
out of
just
character.
fits.
Sell some
Go to
recliner, bro.
backfitter.com to book your
Boom,
free
got
consultation.
him. I already did sell it.
You're a fucking
This
monster,
is
dude.
Podium
Just kidding.
Series,
I'm just kidding.
a collaboration between Armorall
Just
and
a
Oracle
joke.
Red Bull Racing. Precision engineered products that bring out the best in every.
Straight up evil.
I was putting this in my. Oh my god.
Audiences are loving Marvel Studios' Thunderbolts.
Look what you unleashed.
Is it
Oh. How much is this shit? 1K per round? Fucking up the market. I will be right back. Oh, I'm retarded. I sold my wrench.
Why would you do such a thing, bro? You know.
I don't know. I'm an idiot. I know I need that. I'm so fucking retard, dude. Oh yeah, I'm a rich man, brother. 57 fucking million, bro.
Come on, bro. What do you even do, bro? Like, what's even the
Point after you get this now.
after you get all this money?
You see this? This list here?
Yeah, a lot of tasks and shit.
Yep. All tasks.
That's way too many, bro.
Just tasks, bro. You don't have to do them. But like there's just a bunch of tasks, bro. Sometimes they give you good things. Sometimes they don't. Honestly, now it's just like let's go in and fight people. Like the game has begun. Everyone is at this point. Everyone's level fucking 40 plus. Everyone has 50 mil. Everyone's hit it out, going in fucking juice.
That's the juice galore bashing, bro. So you have to grind that hard to get to this level of fighting? Type
And
shit?
then you just go in there and fight. And you die and you still get upset. I could lose this 50 mil in a weekend, bro. Huh?
Don't do that, man.
No, I don't want to. What I'm saying, like, it could happen.
Good have. Just don't do it.
One weekend, bro. It could all be gone. That event that just happened when we were all fucking screaming and crying in the fucking dungeons,
Yeah. You could lose it all there so
bro.
fast?
That shit, I I lost 40 million rubles.
How, bro? Just from dying?
Yeah, just from going over and over. I would go in 5 times a day, 6 times a day, and just die every single time.
Bruh. That's crazy.
Hell right,
Just
hell right.
oh, lost.
Yeah, I lost 40 fucking mil to that shit, bro.
Because you're
And Ruben's
spaz?
bitching and moaning. Nah, it's my player, bro. Ruben's bitching and moaning about losing his fucking 3 mil.
He doesn't know real money.
You don't know real pain.
No, yeah, he'll get there.
No, he does. He's gone through some shit.
On the
Poor Ruben.
battlefield, Tarkov
Yeah,
battle.
yeah, poor Ruben.
Seems so stressful, man.
It's not that stressful. Everyone just kind of like Ruben is super attached to his things. Pablo is attached to not dying.
Shit, man.
Obviously, you don't want to die, but like, it's not that crazy if you do. It sucks. You lose your shit.
But it is
But
what it is.
it is what it is. And it's time to gear up for the next one. Boom, 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 boom.
Try again next time, man.
Pretty much.
Shit.
But when you kill like multiple people and you get out all their shit, that's that shit that you're looking for.
You steal all their shit?
Yeah, that's that fucking thrill. Yeah, you
Yeah,
kill like
more
2 or 3
loot boxes.
players and you take all their shit, all of it, and you're fucking so overweight you can't even crawl to the extract. That's when it's like, oh, this is the best game in the world.
You get all that good loot. Makes sense. Mhm. Tarkov. Demons. How did this start? When did you start playing the Tarkov?
Pablo played it in here a couple times, and I bought the base account for $40. And I played it for like a couple days, and I was fucking terrible, bro. I fucking wouldn't get out of any raid. It's hard as fuck when you first start playing, bro. It is like one of the hardest games to like adjust to. Everything is different. The aim is like toggle. You toggle aim. You could change that obviously, but like default, you toggle aim. Your gun is jamming. You don't know how to unfix your jam. So I started playing, and then a couple days later, I bought the. I upgraded for like $100. The Edge of Darkness edition, which they do not sell it,
Tamago.
which they do not sell anymore.
So you got that rare account?
Yeah, for sure. And then
Oh shit.
um, and then I played like a wipe, and it was great. And then I played another wipe. I started at the end of a wipe, which was terrible, really discouraging. Don't ever do that. And then I played the next wipe until I was like level like 40 something, high 40s, maybe low 50s, and then just stopped playing. And then I played another wipe like a couple months later until I was like level high 40s, low 50s. That's when the game starts to get boring. You know what I mean? You have like right now, you have everything. There's no real reason to be like running raids every day,
Makes sense.
shit like that. And then yeah, and then
So right,
I didn't play for 2 years,
oh shit.
and then I'm playing now.
Made you come back though.
Stinky,
I thought you were talking about some recent
Stinky,
stinky.
Stinky was in here
Gotcha.
playing alone all the time for like 2 weeks straight. He was playing alone. I was playing Kingdom Come, I think, and he was in here and like COD and shit, and he was in here just playing it alone, saying like, "Come on, Dad, Bongo, I know you want to grind a wipe. I know you want to grind a wipe." And one day, it was just me and Stinky in here, and he persuaded me, and I said, "All right, bet."
Oh, you're so gullible, man.
Yep, I said, "Let's bet, let's get it." I said, "Stinky, don't flake on me, bro. You need to grind crazy with me if I'm gonna get on this fucking game." We spent like the whole weekend doing my tasks, and he never played again.
That's cap.
Nah, he played for like maybe 3 weeks.
So, Bug, are you feeling butthurt that you're
Nah,
so
it's all right.
bad now
It's
on
all
this
right.
journey and you lost him?
I mean, I did go, bro. I leveled up so fast, bro. I surpassed Pablo. He has like a month on me.
Yeah, bro. You're more cracked than him. You must have
No,
done way better than.
Stinky.
Yeah.
Nah, I don't know. They just don't be like, um, playing like alone type shit. Well, I guess Stinky was playing alone for a while, but then Stinky doesn't want to play with like a big group. You know what I mean?
He just
It
wants to play with
sucks.
you type shit.
Yeah, yeah. It sucks
Yeah,
playing.
you're in the battle of
Yeah, well, it's discouraging when like you're playing with like 4 people and one of you guys kills each other by accident, or I don't know, you die and you watch your friend just absolutely annihilate the rest of them, and they get out and you don't.
it sounds like it sucks, but I don't I don't know. Does he just not want to play with like Pablo and shit?
Oh, I mean, I bet, yeah, I'd probably be like yelling and shit, like, "Are you fucking retarded, bro?"
True.
You know what I mean? He'd be like tweaking out on them. And their Timmy's like, I don't know. To be honest, they're not Timmy's. Hundreds and Stinky, like they're really not Timmy's. They've played this game
What are
way.
Timmy's, bro?
Timmy's is like a noob.
Oh, dead ass.
Yeah, Timmy is like a noob, like a shit player. Like I don't know,
Wow.
just someone new at the game that isn't good.
Word, 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 word.
And they're not, bro. They've played the game longer than me. Their accounts got banned because they ended up cheating, but they've known and played this game longer than I have. They're not Timmy's
So who's saying they're Timmy's?
themselves.
Oh, they're saying.
Yeah, sometimes hundreds will be like, your favorite Timmy is here, which is like, yeah, I mean, when you're a low level, I guess you're considered a Timmy. Everyone's a Timmy for like the first couple weeks, but it's not like that crazy.
Lost. So
They're not as bad as they make themselves seem.
I didn't think they were bots, but now you're making me think they could be bots.
No. Hundreds just doesn't play alone. Like you've seen me multiple fucking nights here. Just me, you, and Kruger, and I'm just playing Tarkov alone.
Facts. In the woods and shit.
Yeah, and I'm just
In the
like
snow and shit.
just dying. Yeah, facts of snow, bro.
It was the
I'm just dying over and over and over and over and over again.
100 needs to be carried by a team type
He
shit?
doesn't. He does like
Or
he really
just
doesn't.
he just needs the team support so he can be cracked.
I guess, yeah, I don't know. He just doesn't like to play alone.
Shit. Does Pablo play alone?
Yeah, Pablo play alone. He doesn't go for it. Pablo's good, bro. Like the reason why Pablo gets so fucking angry at them is because he's good. Like he really is good at the game.
He's a demon. Fuck off, demon. Swear.
Yeah. So like when he, his fucking cracked ass brain, like he's really really good at the game, and then they make like some dumbass decision that like gets everyone killed or something like that. You know what I mean?
Real shit, bro. I get it.
And then he's like, "What the fuck?" Or when they kill him, bro. When hundreds killed Pablo on a scav, that's like a thing you're not supposed to do. Is kill scavs, kill scavs. You're not supposed to do that. And they were both scavs, and hundreds just fucking tapped him, bro.
Why though? Just by
Oh,
accident?
because hundreds is a piece of shit. He kills scavs all the time, and
What
he
the
thought Pablo was just like another like random.
random
Yeah,
scav?
yeah, yeah, a random scav. So he killed him, and this dude Pablo was like, "Are you fucking retarded?" Dude, he
Bro.
started tweaking out, bro. It was so funny. It was-
That's what's crazy, man. Good. So you're not supposed to kill scavs?
Not well. You're supposed
Or
to
that's
kill
just like
us.
just being a nice person?
No, no, like you get negatively affected if you kill a scav while
Oh,
you're
the
a scav.
devs?
While
Oh,
you're a
they do.
scav. If you're a
Oh, okay, okay.
PMC, like a player,
It's
then
like
it
a
doesn't
joke.
matter. Yeah, you could kill anyone, even your friends.
What?
Yeah, like I could.
Penalties for that?
There's a slight penalty, but it's not like. I guess it is kind of crazy. You lose player rep, which like eventually you can't really see it though. The scav shit, there's a number. That's how you know when you're doing good or bad. This player shit, you just hear a noise when you do something wrong. And eventually, if you do it, like if you camp and if you sit still and you're just like AFK for like 20 minutes in a raid, you'll hear like a doom. And that means you're being a piece of shit because it thinks that you're like ratting. And yeah, if you do that enough, this like certain boss will like spawn on you more than it does on other people and shit like that. But it's not like yeah, but it's not like that crazy. The scav shit is crazy. Like you should not be killing other scavs. That's
Yeah.
fucked up. Yeah, bro, it's not cool, bro.
Still get it. But I mean, I guess you shouldn't kill scavs.
No, you shouldn't. Unless you're a player. Even sometimes the thing is like, all right, there's a fine line because like when you're playing as a player, you want to kill scavs. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But there, some of them are AI and some of them are real. So if you bump into someone that's real, you could like be friends with them and you can extract together, player and scav, and you guys could team up and leave together, and then you both get rewarded. Make sense?
Word. Yeah.
But there's like a fine line of trust. Like they don't want we don't want to trust each other.
I mean, how it's a random plane, right?
Yeah, yeah, it's just a random person.
You don't
I
know
was a
who it
scav
is.
yesterday, and I ran into a player, and he was like, "Please put your gun down. Just drop it. Drop your gun, and I will extract with you." And I'm a scav, so like low key, I have the he has the upper hand in the situation. Like he has better weapon, better gun, better ammo, better everything. I just have like a little shitty shotgun. So I dropped my shotgun, and he walked with me to extract, and we both got rewarded for it.
Oh, that's pretty fun.
Or we could have fought.
You guys were
But some
loyal to
people,
each other.
yeah, some people are really nice out there, man.
You know, sometimes it's be like that, man.
Right.
Can't trust everyone, though.
Hundreds? Never, dude. If I would be pissed. Hundreds of ways he gets to extract and fucking shoot you in the face.
Yeah, because he's evil.
He's evil, motherfucker, bro. What it is he's like, you know what I mean? Like he's tired of losing.
So he wants to. Why can't he just.
So he'll take the easy dubs when he can get them.
Makes sense, I guess. Fucked up, though.
Yeah, no, I don't want to kill this guy. As a
Have you
scat.
have you ever killed this guy
Oh yeah.
for fun?
Sometimes you do it. Sometimes you do it by accident. Oh yeah, for fun sometimes. Yeah, everyone's done it.
That's evil, bro.
It is evil. It's evil. It happens to you though. You know what I mean? And enough times
And
of
you
it
feel
happening
bad.
to you, yeah, yeah. Enough times of it happening to you, you're gonna see someone and want something that they have, and you're just gonna be like, you know what? It's a scabby, scary world out there, bro.
That's scav conditioning.
Hell yeah. Like you spawn in and you got no backpack, nothing, no backpack. You can't pick anything up. You can't loot, and you see a fucking scav, bro, walking by you with the biggest backpack you've ever laid your eyes on. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do?
Let him walk by, I guess. I don't
Yeah.
have no loot to kill him, right?
No, no, you have a gun. You have a gun, but you just don't have a backpack. Yeah, tough decisions, huh?
Yeah.
Hundreds? Hundreds? Won't even think about it. Won't even think about it.
Depends on the type of person they are when I ask them a question.
He's shooting him right in the face. Hundreds just plopping him right in the fucking face.
It's
Doesn't
fucking
even no high,
idiots.
nothing. It is.
Guess you shouldn't be a scav just walking around with a back, like a big backpack, though, too. I guess it's.
I would love for you to just to uh, play it. You know what I mean? Not like seriously, but like just like if I could like give you my fucking keyboard and mouse right now, and you could feel what it feels like to run and like shoot and jump and shit.
How do you think I'll feel about it?
I think you'd be like, how do you even enjoy this?
Yeah, I think it's trash type shit.
Yeah, you'll be like, why would anyone ever in their entire life want to put themselves through playing this?
But then I'm like, it might be fire. Like, if you can
No,
grind it.
no.
No?
I think you would be like, this is the worst movement. This is the worst gunplay, everything.
Yeah, I probably think it's ass. I think so.
Yeah, I think so
It
too.
doesn't look like I would
Mm-mm.
be that into it.
Yeah, yeah, probably not,
You know? Huh.
probably not, probably not, probably not.
Maybe though. Who knows?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, obviously, maybe you might fucking find enjoyment, but I don't know. It's weird. It's a weird game.
As long as you just don't think I'm good enough. I get it.
No,
Think
I
of a
don't.
bot, bro. That
Everyone when
can
they
kill you.
first play, bro, when they first play that shit, there's no one that just hops on and is like instantly fucking good.
Even?
Yeah,
I
no,
don't
it's
know.
rough, bro. There's just not. I mean, sure, maybe you're better than the average person, but you're not. Like, there's so much to the game. Like, there's like it's overwhelming. Like, there's thousands of little pieces. The gun modding alone, you could probably watch like an hour YouTube video and still not understand it.
Yeah, I'm gonna chill now. Sounds
You know what I
stupid.
mean? You know what I
Like, I'm
mean? Like,
not trying to do that shit.
yeah, no, no.
I feel it though. If I was like, I don't know, bro. I can't grind games.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, why?
No, I
It's
felt
like
that.
too much details, like
Hmm.
to learn.
Oh, way too
Because
much.
I'm only have fun with it for a little bit, and then I'm gonna drop it.
Hmm.
That's how I've been recently.
Hmm. No, I felt that. It's a lot to learn. There's like everything, bro. Like it's overwhelming. Down to the types of ammo. Like it's not just like you pick up a gun and shoot it. Like no, you could have the best fucking gun in the game. If you're shooting dog shit ammo, you're not gonna do anything. If you're gonna shoot
True.
that person, you're gonna unload a 60 round clip into them, and they are not going to die.
Yeah, it sounds kind of crazy.
There's no map. That's really what fucked me up at first. Like I would play and be like sitting in a corner. When I first started playing, sitting in a corner, like YouTubing how the fuck to get out of this fucking map.
Bro, what the?
Like there's just no map. The tasks, they don't tell you what to do.
You just gotta figure it out all yourself.
YouTube and Google, that's it. There's some good content creators out there that are just making like tutorials for every single task.
Dude, that's good.
Hmm?
Bro, it's like, shit, I don't know. It sounds
It's
like a real
ass.
grind.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's a grind. But
It's ass what?
ass water? Is that you just say it was ass water, bro?
Nah. You said it's ass why? Like, why is it
Oh,
ass?
oh, it's ass because of that. Because of what you just said.
But you like it though.
Yeah, I do. I do. Yeah, I do. I enjoy the
You think
game
I'll,
a
no, I
bunch.
don't think it's ass cheeks.
Oh, fucking 100%. Yes.
Bro,
How fucking yeah.
I don't know. I don't. If it
That
was,
shit is
if they
fucking
had a
dookie
fire
cheese.
sniper or some shit in it, maybe I did.
There's
But
some
then
fire
you're,
snipers.
but I don't know.
Look, bro. What do I type in? Sniper Tarkov? I don't. Are you playing Oblivion?
Nah,
What are you doing?
it's like
Cooking?
I was cooking, but then I don't know. I don't know what I'm trying to.
Krug is cooking. That's what he's doing. Krug is having a fucking dance party.
I'm fixing it right now. He's fixed. One more
Um,
dance party.
I'm hooked. I'm hooked. This is a great content. I'm liking this video, bro. I'm hooked. It's been 9 seconds, and I am hooked on this video. I want to watch the whole thing.
Wait
This
till
dude
I'm
just,
playing?
yeah, he just, bro, he just dragged my attention in.
How so?
Yeah, like what did he say, bro? I got some pretty well.
Listen, he says, it's that time in the 9 seconds. He literally says, it's that time in Tarkov again. Late wipe. Everyone's bringing their best gear in, and something, 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 something.
Okay.
Bro, this just sounds.
Look what 1,000 hours of sniping in Tarkov looks like. It's difficult to use the snipers. I'm trying to find like a good. There's some bolt action right here. You see how it's like he's like standing still and just nothing's happening and everyone's quiet and listening to each other, and then boom. What a cheeky little peek. You know? Imagine being that guy.
What a cheeky little peek.
Yeah.
Like, get that fuck yourself right now, dude.
Yeah, imagine being that guy, bro. It's shit.
Yeah. You fucking Tarkov fucking gooner. Look at what is it doing to your brain?
It just makes my brain like, oh my god. I don't know. All right, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on.
Why
Hold
are
on.
you skipping it, bro? I was like actually
No, 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 no. Hold on,
watching.
hold on, hold on.
You knew this guy's editing style was pretty ass.
Yeah, it is. Oh, dude. You want to watch a sniper story 2 months ago? Fuck it.
I don't know if
This,
I want this, bro.
bro, this is the
Put it
best
on 2 times
Tarkov.
speed.
What? You don't have to watch the whole thing, bro, but his editing skills in Tarkov, like you can't get those angles.
I get it. Am I roasting?
Yeah.
It's just kind of cringe. I don't know. Who knows? Maybe he'll reel me. He's playing what's this shit? Current joins?
He's sniping though.
Yeah, let's see this. Oh no.
And he just not sniping anymore. Oh yeah, he is. Bruh. You gotta see him like snipe though, like to understand.
2 times speed, bro.
Everyone plays it like, how do I even do that?
Oh, he
You
didn't
heard,
shoot
you
it
heard,
though.
you heard what he said? I'd be crazy to take that shot.
I know, but he should have shot it. But
Like he's just playing tactical. Like I don't know. Like people are like they play it like they're really there. Like that's really them. They're about to die.
real shit. Is it crazy that I like it on the 2 times speed better, bro? It was like too slow and boring.
Yeah.
Am I a hate? I'm not a hater. I'm happy.
Oh,
Oh shit.
that feeling
Put
when
it
you,
put it put it in
yeah,
slow.
yeah, yeah. When you find this motherfucker just sitting there and you get that clean headshot because he doesn't know you're there,
Ah
and you
shit.
get that task done at the bottom, it makes that noise. Come on, it's fucking. It
That's
feels
kind
good.
of fire noise. It's pretty turkey.
It feels good, bro. It's a good game.
Who knows? Maybe one day.
No, it's definitely not for everybody.
Maybe one day I try. Sounds are cool in it and shit.
Yeah, they're about to release it. Apparently, this is the last wipe.
Then Tarkov gets
That's what
free.
everyone. No, fuck no. Like the full version comes out, it'd probably be more expensive than what it is right now.
Yeah, facts. It's like 120 to get in or something.
Well, if you were to play the base game, it's only $40. Hold up. Yo, what were we talking about?
Whatever.
What were we talking about?
Something about Goonin.
Oh shit, bro. Goonin, goonin,
I
goonin.
don't know, bro. Something about Tark.
Turkey, 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 turkey,
You're a
turkey.
fucking Targoff lover.
I'm a Tarkov lover, and so are you.
What? You think I'd be a Tarkov?
No,
Come on,
honestly,
see, you know you
honestly,
wouldn't love it. Why do you play it? Because you think I secretly would.
nah, I really don't think so. Honestly,
Nah, I would never. I don't know. Not never.
it's too
Maybe I
like
like.
long.
Nah, I wouldn't even like that shit alone, bro. I don't even like shooters like that.
Maybe PvP
PvP,
or PvE.
bro. That's what I was. That's what I was just about to say.
Yeah, maybe PvE.
That's what I was saying. Like, I don't think I'd find that fun because, like, I don't really
You don't really like what?
like shooters,
Yeah, yeah.
like that. Like, I don't think that would intrigue me anymore. I don't know why. I also don't really like first person. Like, I don't know.
That makes sense.
I don't know. Like, why?
Like
Why
COD,
have I became so picky? I
like
used
COD.
to like that shit a lot, but like, I don't really care anymore.
You're old head.
Well, I always loved like. I guess I've always liked third person better though. So, like Gears of War and shit like that. I don't know. Fortnite.
Fortnite. Fortnite is the best
I
game
like
ever.
games that are like third person better.
Fortnite is above all.
It's yeah. I'd say that's one of the best games.
There's
Which is
something about
crazy.
that too that just makes my brain fucking work. Fortnite is so
Yeah.
good.
It's like a drug, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, she doesn't hook me as well as she used to, but back in the day,
Yeah,
it used to
nah,
be
for sure.
crazy, bro.
Yeah.
I used to be disgusting. Like, not saying I'm cracked at the game. It was just I
Yeah.
played so much.
Yeah.
Any second I had to game, I'd play it.
Hell yeah. I feel like
Even if it
everyone
was
is
solos.
addicted to Fortnite.
Facts, bro. It's a drug thing. Because they got all the people that don't even play video games to play that shit.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of crazy, bro. It's kind of crazy that the that's bad. That the world's actually accepting of video games. Because back in the day, they used to think that shit was
Like what?
like super nerdy, and if you played video games, you're like it's super.
Oh yeah.
I feel like that's how it used to be back then. Like if you play video games, you get no host.
You get no hose?
So what?
You get no hose?
Yeah, bro. I don't
Bro,
think that's
what?
true though. I mean, I'm saying back in the day, it used to.
Yeah, why would
Maybe
they
I'm
think
crazy.
that I get no hose if I play a video game?
I don't know why they thought that shit. Associated with nerds, but anyone can play video games.
I like video games. I didn't really like video games all that much when I was younger.
Yeah, did you think they were for nerds?
I mean, I wouldn't say that.
No, I'm just trying. I don't know, bro. I'm
Yeah,
surprised you didn't
nah.
play video games like at
Yeah,
all.
like
Besides
really,
Epic
literally
with
not
like
at all.
Cribs and shit.
I played like Minecraft.
Makes sense, but that's like another one like anyone can play.
Yeah, I played like Minecraft when I was in like I don't know, like seventh grade.
Makes sense. In no other games, we're like, oh shit, I gotta try this shit.
I mean, like I played like
He played the
Tekken.
black.
Tekken. I played Tekken.
He played the black.
That's a good one.
Tekken. I played
Serve and rack.
like Bruh,
Yeah, what the hell, man? You should have had a life. Video game. You can do both.
bruh.
You tell me that's not true, dude?
I don't know. Not. I mean, I was balling out,
You was playing
wilding
on the
out.
black server in Iraq.
Yeah, I did play a lot of Minecraft though.
Getting racks on there too.
So you just were rocking Minecraft, but like on what? Were you playing?
On the Xbox 360. I never had Xbox Live until high school.
Shit. Okay. I feel it.
Like when I first got Xbox Live, I was probably like I was probably like a junior in high school.
A junior? Damn.
Yeah.
Just because you didn't want it type shit?
Uh, Nah, it was. It was like junior year in high school. The reason why I got Xbox Live was so that I could play Fortnite.
Oh, damn. Okay.
Yeah, and that was like what, 2017 going into 2018.
Yeah, probably something like that.
Yeah, I only because I played it at Braden's house. So Braden got me into video games.
Oh, it makes sense, bro. It had to be a lover to get you into it.
Yeah.
That's crazy, bro.
Hell
Oh,
yeah, I
God.
played it. I played Fortnite at Braden's house. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Fuck. And I was like, dude, I like this game a lot.
It's so good, bro. I know, the first time I played that show, I was like, dude, what the fuck? So everyone was like telling me like that shit is so good at work, and I was like, there's no way it's that good, you know what I mean? Because I wasn't
Yeah.
like gaming at all at that time. Not playing any games, bro. I don't think there's like any good games out, really. At least it intrigued me. And it got me back into gaming. I guess I'm old guy.
Yeah.
Wow. Are you fucking dead ass, bro? That's why, bro. Wait a second. You watching my screen, bro? That's why you're
Yeah.
gonna go to this shit.
Bro, don't flame me right now, bro. What am I going
This
to, bro?
Saturday, you're probably bringing your girl to this shit.
Jenny Boom Boom. Oh shit. Yeah, she's so hideous.
Grown folks Saturdays at the
Yeah, I'm
Kitty's
in there.
Cafe in Hartford. You're not
Yeah,
going?
I'm in there, bro.
Look, bro, that shit kind of looks like your vibe. $10
Nah,
early
not
boom
that.
booms.
I'm not. Nah.
You said you wanted to be with the old heads, no? The grown folks.
Yeah, the grown folks.
How ratchet you think that shit is? That's probably
Pretty
ratchet.
fucking ratchet. Yeah, no,
That's
I would not want to be there.
It might be not too bad. I don't know actually. It could be really bad. Why they got Jim Jones for the Johnny Boom Boom picture?
I don't know.
What the fuck are these pictures, bro? I feel like you would. I don't know. You're like
I
at
feel
a
like I would what?
jazz club old
Yeah,
guy.
with like cigar smoke and whiskey on the rocks.
Yeah. You're not going to the ratchet one, my bad.
Yeah, no, never that.
Thought you would, but I get it. You hate black people.
Bruh. Fuck, I just skipped that shit, bro. I'm so shot. There's no way I win this.
Shit, man, I'd go to a jazz club. That shit actually sounds kind of fire.
Yeah, I would go to them.
That's random.
I went to this like
Let me
bar
get
at the
that.
casino. It's like a speakeasy type of vibe.
Easy type of vibe. What is that?
Was it speakeasy?
Yeah, I don't know, bro.
Well, in Prohibition days,
Oh, this is okay. I know what it is. Like that type of vibe.
there's yeah, it's like damn yeah, yeah, and you have to
I've
like
been to
walk
these
in through like
places
a
like that
curtain.
before.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
pretty. It was pretty cool. I didn't stay in there though because it looked fucking crazy expensive.
you didn't get old fashioned or some shit?
I didn't get anything. Just walked
They
in to see
got
it.
one in Waterbury. This is not. This shit is fucking. What the hell is this, bro? That's way different. Oh shit. Different vibe. Debo, you smoke cigars?
Do I smoke cigars? No.
Yeah. Would you?
Sure.
Badass. That's crazy.
Stogie.
I'd try it, maybe. I don't know. It's like a vanilla something. That's I could smoke that.
Yo, what the fuck is on your screen, bro? That just scared me.
So what?
That shit just scared me.
What's scaring you?
I looked over and saw that face.
He's, you think he's ugly?
Yeah, he's ugly.
Bro. He is pretty ugly. What is he from? Plant vs. Zombies or some shit?
I do not know.
I feel like you're the type of person to play that shit.
Wow.
Bro, that's a Jake and Dana game. Actually.
Oh my god, I'm a retard. All right, I'm going to sleep. I'll catch you boys later.
GG's, bro.
More boxes, more options. Grainger has over 1,700 box types in stock and ready to help you pack, store, and ship everything. And you can
I wish
At Planet Fitness, there's a number of ways to get strong, and they all add up to one membership, the Planet Fitness Black Card. Access any location, bring a friend anytime, and recover in the Black Card Spa.
One more, everybody.
We're all strong on this planet, Planet Fitness.
Today, power is essential for every part of life. From intelligent work to immersive play, empowering the way we live.
Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
I wish.
For over a century, Frigidaire has dared to perform. We've maximized space for up to 35 bags of groceries and created the adaptable fridge-to-freezer drawer. We'll always put your family first. Dare to expect more. Frigidaire.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Jake from State Farm, everybody.
It starts kind of like melting and falling apart in your pocket. You should be alive.
You got something on your shirt.
Huh?
You got something.
What do I got? Oh, man.
Why are you still using cherry chapstick?
What's wrong with cherry chapstick?
You're rich. You can use something that works.
What?
Chapstick just make your lips drier.
I've been hearing people say that since
Man,
high
that shit
school.
is
How come this
true.
keeps making my lips feel better?
Nah.
All right, you want to chat GPT this one?
It works 5 minutes and then it dries you out.
Are you too woke for chat GPT?
Man, think about it. Is it? Think about it. In the spirit of capitalism, why would they give you something that truly moisturizes your lips? They want to give
Why
you
would they
something
give you food that temporarily makes you not hungry?
No, because
That's against the spirit of capitalism.
Food? What food?
Like, I don't know, a burger, a piece of pizza.
Nah, burgers like empty calories. You're gonna be hungry a few minutes after that.
It's meat, carbohydrates, vegetables.
Bruh, it's processed meat.
Sometimes.
It's not the same as if
Not
you
always.
ate a steak.
There's a lot of different types of burgers.
How many burgers can you eat?
Probably upwards of 1, maybe 2 if I
Maybe
was
2, right?
just eating a burger.
How many 16-ounce steaks can you eat?
Yeah, but I
only
mean,
one.
A steak is way
less processed.
It's way more difficult to transport. Like, so much of what you have to understand in order to understand the food chain and like why shitty foods are so popular in America is just because of like the time that they're able to exist in the process. I'm really out of my
Shitty food exists in America because it has a lot of sugar in it, and it gives people
sugar
pleasure.
is good.
Brandon was right, by the way.
I'm not saying it's not good.
No, I'm saying it's good at keeping like foods that are based in sugar, based on like stuff like a box of crackers. You could have it on the shelf for 6 months,
right?
And it's like still gonna exist well. Whereas like the T-bone steak, you have issues, and that's like a huge part of the problems that come about when it comes to like food companies is just the fact that they want to make their foods be able to last for extremely long periods of time because that's more efficient for them.
No, because Native Americans aged food. There's beef jerky. There's all types of ways to preserve meat without refrigeration. And so
you put a piece of beef jerky and a McDouble next to me, it's pretty obvious which one I'm going to go with.
But I bet you if you eat like, let's say 8 ounces of that jerky, I bet you it's gonna be more satiating than if you eat that McDouble.
Have you ever noticed satiating is like filling you up? But,
it's gonna sit on your stomach better. It's gonna take more time to digest.
But think about, you ever see how much beef jerky costs in the store?
Why do you think it costs so much?
$15 for a bag that's like 300 calories.
Why do you think it costs so much?
It takes a lot of work to dry it out.
It's life preserving.
Yeah, it takes a lot of work to dry it out because when you dry it out naturally, it doesn't need a preservative because it ain't no bacteria to eat it.
Yeah. Okay, she's right. That makes sense.
And then when you say like, oh, why would we prefer to eat certain foods over others? It's because it's like cheese give you a dopamine, kind of similar to like cocaine.
Chocolate as well.
What you know about
cocaine? Are you saying it tastes good?
I don't know nothing about.
If you want to rack up some lines right here on this table,
be my guest.
Lush One will follow you into the darkness.
Just so you know, the reason why meat is able to be preserved like that is because the fat content of the meat, it melts and it creates a coating that protects the meat from bacteria. That's why you can eat aged meat without dying.
But also, it's frozen. Like they
No. They hung it outside in the open.
Oh, you're talking about beef jerky again?
No, because it's the same thing with fish. They just rub it down with salt.
Like the Nigerians, saltfish.
Fire. But Brandon was correct according to ChatGPT that chapstick doesn't really, over time, it makes your lips
Oils do not moisturize. Oils seal in moisture.
Okay, that's it. What's the best way to keep your lips moist?
Drink water. Stay hydrated. Stay hydrated.
Just water? Water's not going to do it.
Stay hydrated.
Use a good lip balm regularly. Can you pull the mic in for
Listen,
Munchie?
The best way to keep your lips moisturized is to drink water. Stay hydrated.
That's number 2 on the list. Number 1 is use a good lip balm regularly.
Man, the corporations pay for that.
Avoid licking your lips.
Yeah, you're not supposed to lick your lips.
That's really because that's what it said. The main thing that makes your lips get dry when you use chapstick is because you excessively lick.
Let's go bigger picture. Use a humidifier.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna go to such a length. I'll probably just keep using chapstick. But
hey,
I like Vaseline.
Yeah.
You got all these black people around you all the time, and they ain't put you on game about
My lips
moisturizing.
too big to be doing all that chapstick every like 20, 30 minutes. Like,
You'll probably do better putting some lotion on your lips.
I thought me being white meant that I didn't have to use lotion. I thought that was like not a white guy thing.
Keep using lotion.
Where? Just everywhere?
Yes.
My whole body, like King Pill?
I thought, ain't that why y'all
Like
look
who?
so good?
King Pill.
I thought you and
What happened
need to
with
be
him?
moisturizing.
He was ashy?
Well, no, he came in and took his shirt off and applied baby oil all over his body to give him sort of like a wrestler type vibe on the podcast. I actually thought it was brilliant.
Absolute goat.
What the
And he
hell?
took his shoes off too. Like he came in shoes and then took them off so everybody would think he was a savage. That
You
didn't wear
rub
shoes.
oil all over your body.
Wait, so you
Baby
don't
oil, yeah.
So if I was to scratch your arm, would flakes come off?
No.
Yeah, actually, look at that. I got some. It looks
So
like
you
a
don't
chalkboard.
lotion?
If you
No, I
scratch
don't.
my
I
arm,
don't
I'm
really
gonna get
lotion.
ashy.
Should I start?
Yes.
This is
Nah,
a whole
nah,
life
dude.
of no lotion.
You don't need to use.
Leave us something, man. Leave us
What is
something.
lotion gonna do for me, man?
It moisturizes your skin. So then that means your tattoos are ashy. I just thought they was faded then.
They would be hitting harder.
Yeah, your tattoos will be
I guess
hitting
I'm a
harder.
little ashy.
Oh my God, yes,
Yeah,
your
you
arm
dry.
is turning white, Adam.
Gotta drink more water.
You making it snow. Stop.
I know, right? Look at that.
How come I don't do that?
Because you're whiter than him.
Hey, so you be on
Really?
camera doing porn ashy as fuck?
I mean, I didn't know I was
Oh my
ashy until
God.
today.
You
I was today
having
years
ashy
old.
booty cheeks on camera?
Oh, there's no way my booty cheeks are.
Yeah, yes, your booty cheeks.
Your
I'm
booty
pretty sure
cheeks
my-
can be ashy.
My booty cheeks are moist.
See, you don't.
If your arm is ashy, then your booty
You don't hit
cheeks
enough
gotta
black
be
girls
ashy.
because if you did, you would know about the ashy ass crack.
I do have complaints
Some
about
girls
that.
have the ashy ass crack, like especially when they wearing a thong. It be.
Yeah, he just hit a little. Oh, you didn't just do that. What's that girl named Brandy?
Brandy. Oh, ever since I sent
She
you
from
that
Chicago,
scene,
right?
yeah.
You mean
You've
the
been
one who's a
geeked up
twin?
on her ever since
No,
I
I
sent
thought
that
you was gonna
through.
pull up.
The one
Yes.
who's she is fine as hell.
Stupid hot, right?
Man, her and her sister.
She made up a fake beef with Lena.
And you know what's crazy? They're actually nasty. Like they freaky. Some girls they look good and they got that buzz going. They be trying to like dodge
you know?
cum
You
and
met-
shit.
you
She
got a
nasty
photo?
and she don't really gotta be.
Look
She
at that.
still
He's a
jobs.
gooner expert right here.
No,
I
I'm
love
just saying like some girls when
Oh,
they
y'all
so
talking
pretty,
about the twins?
they be
Yeah.
dodging.
They
The
funny.
one
What's
that
up with
they
her?
cannon?
What do you
Yeah,
mean?
they fine.
Yeah. They
Okay.
both
Yeah,
shit.
they've been in all
Yeah,
kinds
they do
of.
look good.
They had like a Lil Wayne thing, like a Gunna thing. She got like a Gunna tattoo on her leg. She got Lil Wayne's name on her.
Oh, she got a gang of niggas name, said it?
Yep.
That's a posse cut. That's a
Trying to
fire
get on
posse
there.
cut.
Man, don't nobody care. That's one girl who looks so good, no one cares.
What? Fashion Nova. Pfft, funny you mentioned that because I am wearing Fashion Nova jeans right TF now. Go and get yours. Shop Fashion Nova. Boom.
Oh, that's crazy because my outfit's from Fashion Nova too.
Besties.
Ooh, check out the stockings.
Turn me up, yo.
What's up with the fake? You said she had a fake beef with Lena?
She just like, I tried to have Brandy come on this podcast as a co-host, so I sent you and Munchie, as I'm sure you remember, the scene, the interview and scene that we did on plugtalk.com, and then the girl hit me back and was basically like complaining about how Lena had allegedly like dissed her behind the scenes to this photographer or something. And I asked Lena what it was, and she said that the photographer was complaining about how she had bailed on him, and Lena's response was, "Oh yeah, she bailed on me one time too." And that was apparently enough for her to not come on the podcast.
But you know, females is petty though.
Anyone who knows Lena knows that she does not talk shit about anybody.
Dude, black chicks will make some shit up, bro. Like,
Nah, it's
you're surrounded by black people and don't know shit about black people.
Hey man, no, that's
black
females,
chicks
period.
can make something out of absolutely nothing.
How
like,
many Mexicans and white
bro,
girls you done hit?
a bunch.
They all do that shit.
Well, no. I'm gonna be real. I've had a white girlfriend
First
since
of
high school.
all, and
You've had a white girlfriend?
I'm
When
a
I was in
black
high school.
girl up here, and I don't start problems with nobody.
Yeah, you be lying.
Wow. On who?
We heard about you.
What I do?
Toxic.
What I do?
Man, I know she lying.
Hold on, y'all.
Let's go through your phone right now. I bet
Yeah.
you there's somebody in there you going off
Yeah,
on.
who's on your roster right now?
My roster?
Yeah.
Actually, nobody.
Stop.
Nobody?
See, the lies are endless.
We gotta put an end to that.
Listen.
I know, right?
We need another money war. Give some memberships in the chat if you want Snuggie to love you.
Hey, bro. Why not
for
just
love
be
or
honest?
Snuggie.
Honestly, how many people you got lined up? Like, just a rough
seriously.
estimate.
The DMs is jumping.
Saying nothing, none.
DMs right now, 400.
You
in
look
the last
good.
2 hours.
You got somebody.
Okay.
Or
Here.
somebody's people.
Let me show
Don't
you.
bap, Snuggie. Don't bap.
Bruh.
Yeah, what do you do when you're lonely?
Nothing. I just
Nothing?
chill. Okay, I'm more of a quality over quantity.
What's that
So
mean?
it's like
One good man?
Yes, I need
Okay.
somebody that's good. Cause don't get me wrong, if I just wanted to trick a man that's gonna give me some money, I definitely get offers. or
Let's get the
whatever.
money out of it. I'm talking about like when you like, I need some dick tonight. Where you going?
Nobody. I just stay to
See, this a
myself.
lie. See,
You
you're not
enjoy
being
sex?
honest.
Do you not understand? I get on the internet and I expose people business and talk about them.
That's fine.
If I went.
When you're hurt in an accident, you deserve a trusted, compassionate team. Chafin Luhana, doing good by doing right.
Born anew in blood and fire, the Prince of Destruction.
The leaked Black Ops 2 Zombies documents regarding Origins reveal the map's true story. Details that we didn't know until now, along with Treyarch's original plans to replace Primus, Takeo, Nikolai and Dempsey with their fathers. We now finally know the true meaning behind the crypt, these stones with the weird engravings on them, and the statues buried underneath the mound of our 4 heroes. All of this has been a mystery to us for over 10 years, and now thanks to these internal documents by Treyarch, we have the true storyline. So getting straight into it, because there's a lot to look at here. Most of these documents, it seems, were written around March of 2013, which was just a few months before the map released. If you stay up to date with stuff like this, such as leaks and rumours, you might know that Origins was originally supposed to be called Tomb, or The Tomb, which funnily enough is a map that we've recently gotten in Black Ops 6, but it was supposed to be the original name for Origins. The Zombies map, give or take, usually takes about 3 months to make, so during this time it was definitely a work in progress, and it's interesting to see how drastic the story in Origins changed in just a short amount of time. So take a look at this. These developer documents are from March the 11th, 2013, which say about the characters on the map. The hero characters in DLC 4, Tomb, will be the fathers of the characters established in COD World at War Zombies. They'll all have the same nationalities except for Dempsey's father, who will be from Scotland and feature a Scottish accent. So the 4 characters they intended us to play as were Vladimir Belensky, an agent of Okrana, Saburo Masaki, who was a captain in Emperor Tashio's personal guard, Angus Dempsey, an agent of MI5, and Heinrich Richthofen, who was a German scientist. All 4 of them were supposed to be the fathers of the characters we know: Edward, Tank, Nikolai, and Takia. For the intro to the map, they planned to feature the fathers and the World at War characters as children. The fathers would be telling their children harrowing stories of World War I, which we would learn after playing is nothing but a tall tale, a big fish exaggeration. Or is it? From that you can see where the inspiration for the actual Origins ending of the 2 children, Samantha and Eddie, in the house with Dr. Monty, playing with their toys, came from. Right? Eddie literally says to Samantha, "I wish the heroes in our stories were real." And we have Treyarch saying here, originally they planned for the fathers of our characters to tell the children tales of their adventures in World War I, but it was all exaggerated. Or was it? Just like how when we all first saw the Origins ending cutscene, we thought to ourselves, hang on, so this just means the zombie storyline is a game made up by these 2 children we are just playing in their heads, their imagination? But that wasn't the case. For the original backstory of the map and lore, at the height of World War I, the intelligence agencies of 3 countries, England, Japan and Russia, intercept communications between 2 high-level German scientists, Heinrich Richthofen and Wilhelm Maxis, who are hard at work advancing the German war machine. The message describes the discovery of a material referenced as Element 115 that may prove to be an infinite energy source or possible superweapon. The message also describes its location in a village just outside of the town of Verdun, France. Wanting to acquire the Element 115 for their own, each nation sends out an agent to find and secure the site before the German scientists can capture the material and use it to win the war. We then had a letter from Wilhelm Maxis, who was supposed to be the father of Ludwig Maxis. This was to Richthofen's father, Heinrich, and it said, "I hope you are well and that little Edward is behaving himself. I am wiring to let you know that I will be returning prematurely because the search, I believe, is now over. I have come across the most extraordinary account in the most improbable of places, at a secluded Tibetan monastery in the Himalayan mountains. The pages you are now holding were translated from a 10th century journal written by a Spanish pilgrim named Pablo Marinus, who was a part of the First Crusades to Jerusalem. I have translated what I could, but unfortunately, much of the book is badly damaged. However, as you will see, what we seek has been in our own backyard this entire time. Oh Heinrich, the future is glorious. Behold." And then we have an insert of Pablo's journal. "Master, I am worn out. My entire body aches from my many years of serving you faithfully with unquestioning loyalty, supporting you on my back through many battles. Please have mercy and take me from my misery. Do it. Out in the grassy field over there. We are home. Or at least, close enough." Looking down at his head slowly bobbing, swinging back and forth, I imagine that is what he was saying. My horse, my old friend Esteban. As we march through the beautiful rolling countryside of France, with the group of pilgrims returning from our holy mission in Jerusalem, we were all righteous volunteers, taking up Pope Urban's call to reclaim the Holy Land, pushing out the infidels for God and Jesus our Saviour. "Not yet, my friend." I patted and scratched his mane. "How long have we been away? 5 years. I think. How many battles? Too many to remember, just a blur of bloody wounds and scattered limbs. But now we were coming home to our families. I looked at the hilt of my sword poking up through my tunic, the sun glinting off its now worn metal surface. As much as I tried to clean it, the dried blood wouldn't go away. I could still see it there in its artful engravings. My initials PM were filled with the dark, dry crimson. At long last it was spring, and the northern French countryside was lush with green grass and full trees. The air was warm but not unbreathable. Pleasant contrast to the heat of Jerusalem and the many years we spent in dry climate. We travelled in a long column on the dirt road, 75 of God's souls. We were mixed company. noble knights and peasants, all from different countries, all with red crosses emblazoned on our chests, a symbol that we had completed the Holy Pilgrimage, the Holy Crusado. The next 3 paragraphs were unintelligible, but it continues with, "And I will always love her." The next day we saw the dark, swirling clouds hovering low on the horizon. We were all transfixed by them, and the fact that they were above only a single location many miles ahead. Far to the right and the left of the dark monsters was nothing but blue skies. My friend Dominican, looking for an explanation to the cloud mass in the distance, turned to me with a wide-eyed questioning gaze and silently said, "Pablo, what does this mean? I am from this land and I have never seen anything like it. Are we in danger? Is it the work of the devil?" I noticed that many of the other pilgrims were looking at me as well. I turned towards the strange cloud again to see if I had an answer. It was perceived among the group that I was the knower of such strange natural events. Even though I was not a nobleman, I was more educated than most of my fellow pilgrims. My father, being a custodian of the church, allowed me access to all manner of illuminated texts and books growing up, many of which told stories of travellers in far-off lands, providing details on the landscapes and natural oddities they encountered. I became the seer of the group a few years before when we were in the southern deserts and I saw the warning signs of a haboob incoming, a giant sandstorm common in that part of the world. I quickly told everyone to find shelter. Our group of pilgrims survived unscathed, while other groups were never seen again. From that day on, the group looked to me for guidance in such matters. Turning away from the foreboding mass ahead to face Dominique and the other pilgrims, I simply shrugged and said, "I don't know what it is." A synchronized grumble of displeasure came from the entire group, and their eyes told me that they were most disappointed with my answer. Frightened, one of the pilgrims then shouted, "We should go around. That was a mistake," since our de facto leader, a German captain named Richter, had a warrior's single-mindedness that wasn't easily swayed, especially by an onlooking storm cloud. He addressed the pilgrims with a few strong statements, which aside from his fellow countrymen, only a few understood. It was customary for us to translate his orders to the others in the group. He let us know there will be no going around, for we are God's soldiers, and we have nothing to fear. Reluctantly, we drew our horses into a tight formation and continued to head down the road towards the dark monster floating ahead of us. We had learned early on to always do what the Germans said. After a few miles, we heard a shout coming from the woods. It was the unintelligible screams of a man. All the pilgrims stopped. He was getting closer. Then, 100 yards to our right, a man emerged from the woods half naked, his body dirty and blackened as if burned. The captain, Dominique, quickly dismounted to lead him off. They ran 20 feet forwards, establishing a clear protective line, each with their hands on the hilt of their swords, ready to act if the stranger proved to be a threat. Captain Richter shouted to the man in German to stay back, but the wild man kept screaming, staggering this way and that. He was either unaware of us, or more likely, didn't speak German. The captain nodded to Dominique to translate his orders. Dom obliged and hollered at the man in French. "Stay where you are. We don't want to hurt you. Don't come any closer." It definitely sounded friendlier when spoken by Dom and his native French. The man suddenly stopped in his tracks. His crazed eyes scanned the line of pilgrims, trying to make sense of our presence. He then uttered a single phrase in a whispered voice. "Le tombe." Then he fell to the ground dead. I knew a little French and I translated the phrase in my head. The tomb. We all gathered around the dead man. I dismounted Esteban and walked over to the group. As I approached, I could see that, from the looks of their faces, people were even more frightened, worried that this was an omen or the devil's work. This event and the dark cloud confirmed his presence here to many of the pilgrims. In their eyes, there was no such thing as coincidences. From Dom's rigid demeanour, I could tell he was particularly concerned about all of this. I asked Dom if he could make out anything the man was saying as he was exiting the woods. Without taking his eyes off the dead man, Dom somberly spoke. He said something about the dead becoming dead eaters, and then something about sky people and the conversion. I could tell he was holding something back. Was there anything else? Dom briefly paused before replying. He mentioned something about his cow. I disregarded that last piece of information and moved closer to look at the dead man. As we all stood over the crazy man's body, I noticed how strange his wounds were. I had never seen such sword cuts. The skin around the wounds were blistered and raised as if the sword that had infected them was emitting fire. Also, we could see his vessels were black all over his body and pushing up to the surface of his skin. I had seen something similar once before in Egypt at camps. It then says the next 2 paragraphs are unintelligible. Her name was Samanthia. The next 3 sentences are then unintelligible. Heinrich, pay close attention in this next section to the description of the stone. We are close, my friend. It is as we thought. I noticed the man was clutching something in his hand. I bent down and pried open his surprisingly rigid fingers. Usually it would take a couple of hours for the body to become this rigid. It was a small bluish rock with tiny flake-like crystals scattered on its surface. It was somehow pleasant to hold and had an immediate calming effect. Vitality surged through my entire body. I extended my hand holding the stone to Dom. You are from this region. have you ever seen a stone like? Before I could finish, Dom swatted my hand with the stone. The stone landed a few feet away in the mud. Dom's eyes were intense, filled with urgency, and his tone the same. We must go back. This place is cursed. That stone, I have heard stories of such colorized sparkling stones showing up in the villages. Whenever they do, all the people disappear. Only a few dismembered bodies are left behind. Nord, as if some animal had been feet. Before Dom could finish, the dead man leapt up from the ground and lunged at me. I instinctually pivoted out of the way. The dead man kept moving. I just want to introduce you to a little taste of hell.
Stop, don't do this!
If you love binge watching and you hate being interrupted by ads, you need Pi. It's a free browser extension that blocks ads on your favorite.
This place is cursed. That stone, I have heard stories of such colorized sparkling stones showing up in the villages. Whenever they do, all the people disappear. Only a few dismembered bodies are left behind. Nord, as if some animal had been feet. Before Dom could finish, the dead man leapt up from the ground and lunged at me. I instinctually pivoted out of the way. The dead man kept moving forward, clasped Dom by his arms, and buried his teeth into his neck, ripping away a massive piece of flesh. The next 2 pages were then unintelligible, but it continues with, the dead eaters were everywhere as we approached the village. It was evident we were becoming increasingly surrounded, but this didn't dissuade Captain Rickton from ordering us to continue forward towards the village and exercising its evil. After all, we were Holy Crusaders. Not only was he a devoutly religious man, but he was a skilled, competent warrior, never one to run from a fight, even if death seemed certain. Somehow, he always found a way to survive and lead us to victory. This last fact is what kept us all from fleeing the battle, and the fact that we were just as scared of the German captain as we were of this devilish enemy. He had a temper and no mercy when it came to deserters. Captain Rickton was particularly filled with bloodlust that day, since he had lost his son and 3 of his best lieutenants when we encountered the crazy man from the woods who turned into one of the Dead Eaters. I lost my friend Dominique. Sorry to interrupt, but I was just wondering, my dear friend, if you were not somehow related to this Rickton fellow, as he seems to share your temper. Now please continue, you were almost there. We pushed on with Captain Rickton leading the way, and finally reached the village, which was directly underneath the dark swirling cloud. The huts and structures were in flames. Just west of the village was a small mound. From our position, I could make out half a dozen monolithic stones equally spaced, circling the top of the mound. Each was at least 30 foot high. The large stones had the same bluish sparkle as the stone I pulled from the dead man's hand, but these were glowing brightly. The light illuminated the entire area. Above the monoliths was a bright red saucer-shaped object. It was spinning rapidly and appeared to be supporting the columns of light coming from the stones. The saucer was sucking up smaller fragments of the mysterious rock. Small hand-sized pieces of these sparkling blue stones were floating up from an opening on top of the mound into the red object. I could see that all the Dead Eaters were coming from inside the tomb on top of the mound. They were swarming towards us. I heard someone yell, "It's the tomb! They are coming from the tomb." The captain directed our battle lines towards the tomb, but there were only 15 of us left. There you have it, Heinrich. The element 115 that we have toiled so long to find more of is in abundance in some ancient ruin in northern France. Our experiments can now grow exponentially. The scientific breakthroughs we are going to achieve together with Germany for the world will go unparalleled for the next 1,000 years. I have notified the Kaiser and the generals recommending that we divert forces and capture all villages south of Verdun. Once we are able to harness the full power of 115, victory will be ensured for Germany. We will be heroes of the fatherland, my friend. Heinrich, you are probably asking yourself, what happened to this poor fellow, Pablo and the Pilgrims? And do you think there is any truth to his descriptions? Well, unfortunately, my dear friend, the rest of the journal is too badly damaged. I could only make out a few additional passages. And as for the honesty of the narrator, I can only confirm the description of these sparkling blue stones, the 115, as we have the same pebble-sized stones in our laps. The tale itself, I attribute to religious hyperbole. See you soon, Wilhelm. P.S. Here are the remaining lines from the journal. At the centre of the stones was a circular opening in the ground with stairs leading down. Captain Rickton dismounted and peered.
You just got a $300 chef-worthy Dutch oven in Somber Red for $60. Which means you also just got the $300 silent approval of his overbearing mother for $60.
Of the narrator, I can only confirm the description of these sparkling blue stones, the 115, as we have the same pebble-sized stones in our laps. The tale itself, I attribute to religious hyperbole. See you soon, Wilhelm. P.S. Here are the remaining lines from the journal. At the centre of the stones was a circular opening in the ground with stairs leading down. Captain Rickton dismounted and peered into the hole in its darkness. He then raised his sword and shouted orders to enter the tomb. We descended the stairs to cleanse the tomb of its evil. The main chamber of the tomb was an enormous arcing dome-like structure built from massive stones. The bluish sparkling stone was everywhere, crawling along the natural sections of the cavern walls like veins. The place reminded me of mine ... human-like, but their skin was solid black in colour, and their eyes a fiery red. They possessed staffs that ... The 4 sky people found us ... Captain Rickton and I were the only ones left. Captain Rickton was badly wounded and had managed to get his staff after killing one of the sky people, a heroic act that had ultimately led to him losing his life. But not on that day. Captain Rickton, badly burned, handed me the staff and said, "Send them to hell." I took the staff ... an oath to forever protect the tomb from the world. So that was Pablo's journal that was given to Heinrich Richthofen by Wilhelm Maxis. There's a lot going on within that tells the background, the origins of the tomb. In Troyok's summary, where they give the implied fiction of Pablo's journal, they tell us aliens use element 115 to power their devices, such as their ships and weapons. The Earth has natural occurring deposits of 115. The aliens have set up mines, gas stations, all over the galaxy on planets with 115. The aliens use 115 to convert humans into zombies, making mindless slaves that mine the 115. The Crusaders stumbled upon the aliens refueling their ships. Captain Rickton and Pablo Marinus defeated the aliens and were the only survivors, but the two didn't understand what the aliens were actually doing and perceived them as devils from hell. They sealed off the mine and entombed these staff weapons inside. They formed a secret society similar to the Knights Templar to guard and protect the power of the staffs and 115 from the world and the demons, if they should return. They rebuilt the village and lived out the rest of their days there. Generation after generation of men and women were indoctrinated into the society, taking a blood oath for their lifetime of service to protect the two. Heinrich Richthofen and son Edward are direct descendants of Captain Rickton. Wilhelm Maxis and his son Ludwig are direct descendants of Pablo Marinus. Heinrich and Wilhelm started the research of 115 in 1912, and their sons continued the research during World War II. Wow, how insane is that? How different is that story to the one Troyok actually ended up going with in Origins? It's drastically different, right? But you can also see these similarities. You can also see what parts Troyok decided to keep and change slightly for the story we got. For example, the aliens they talk about would of course be the Keepers and the Apothicons. Them having alien ships and having refueling stations all over Earth is drastically different, but this is amazing and gives us way more background to the mound in Origins than what we actually got, because in game we don't really learn anything about it at all. And even though Troyok clearly changed the story, stuff such as the mound and the 115 inside of it and the statues of the 4 characters with the staffs is all still there. So there's the chance parts of this story Troyok came up with is still relevant. Troyok just decided not to tell it in-game. Obviously there's a lot of character change because Heinrich and Wilhelm aren't the characters. We have, again, Edward Richthofen and Ludwig Maxis, just younger versions of themselves. But yeah, this is crazy. So basically, Pablo Marinus was a Templar knight, which we knew. On his way back from the Crusades in Jerusalem, going through France, they saw a dark cloud in the sky, swirling. The closer they got towards it, a person then came running out of the forest before dropping dead on the floor. They then continued on towards this swirling dark cloud, and as they got closer they noticed directly below it was a mound. On top of this mound were monolithic stones that contained element 115 within it, and then below this mound in a crypt were statues of these 4 characters holding elemental staffs. And then we also learn Heinrich Richthofen and his son Edward Richthofen were descendants of Captain Richthofen, one of the Templar Knights, and Wilhelm Maxis and his son Ludwig Maxis were descendants of Pablo Marinus, another Templar Knight. So yeah, that's insane. Moving on though, looking at some more of these documents regarding the tomb. This small section talks about how Heinrich designed the diesel drones, he designed the mech fighting suit, 3 German robots, and the fact that the world is changing because of a time rift, which is caused by the actions of our World at War characters in the future. That's pretty much what happens. And then a few weeks later, by March the 28th, it seems like Troyok totally changed the story and went with what we have now. Regarding the map itself, we have a bit of information on it and their thought process behind it. They wrote, when the German soldiers began turning into zombies as a result of exposure to 115, many of the unaffected fell back into the buildings and barricaded themselves in, hoping to survive the onslaught of the undead. They did not survive. In regards to the crypts in the map, the crypt is actually an element 115 mine created by the ancients long before men ever walked upright. The ancients are a race of unknown origins. They mined and used element 115 to power their subterranean civilization. When humankind showed up in mass and began to settle in the area, the ancients used the special properties of 115 to convert humans to mindless zombie slaves to help them mine 115 and to keep the others from bothering them. The ancients remained clandestine in their movements throughout history, until a group of 10th century crusaders returning from the Holy Land stumbled upon them and the zombies. The crusaders were ultimately victorious, but did not understand what the ancients were and perceived them as devils from hell. They sealed off the mine and entombed the staff weapons inside. The stone walls in the crypt are covered with patterns like Gavrinis Island in France. These intrinsic patterns on the stones are used to channel the 115 energy, essentially allowing the stones to come to life and perform specific actions like machinery. So that finally explains, all these years later, these weird looking stones that we see in Origins and these patterns. Like I said, there is a chance that because this was still months before the map came out, the story changed behind them, but we never get an actual answer, and it seems like this was Treyarch's original reasoning for doing it, so we can only assume that's still the story behind them. The patterns on these stones in Origins were used to channel 115 energy, allowing the stones to come to life, and we even see in game when you go into the crazy place, the stones move. They continue to say this served many functions when the ancients were mining the 115. Instead of bringing machinery and other devices, they simply used the energy 115 properties of the 115 and configured the natural stones with a unique fingerprint pattern or circuit to perform a specific action. For example, if they needed a large stone to act as a door, they simply imprinted it with the correct pattern and empowered it with 115. Different configurations of fingerprint patterns on the stones allowed the 115 energy to perform different functions. And again, in Origins, these stones do act as doors in terms of portals, allowing us to teleport from the dig site in Origins to the crazy place. It's also interesting how Treyarch wrote, "We do not want to mention or see explicit references to the ancients in game, only suggest this backstory in very, very subtle ways. For example, the fingerprint patterns on the walls in the crypts." And what's so, I don't even know how to describe this, not annoying, but odd about this is, well, Treyarch say it here, if we didn't have these internal documents, there is absolutely no way you would ever know this. You could come up with theories, which is what we've done for years, but there's no way you would ever guess the actual meaning behind these patterns. Because, as they say, Treyarch did not want any mention of the ancients and what they did in the map itself. Only very subtle hints. Regarding the main chamber in the map, they said it was built by the ancients. The Germans began excavating the main chamber, but not by charging the chambers, as they were unable to access them. There are several levels of scaffolding circling the main chamber where the Germans used to inspect the details and patterns carved on the walls. There are 4 statues of Crusader Knights at the bottom of the main chamber. Their faces resemble our hero characters. Their hands appear to be holding something, but nothing is there. In front of each statue is a device created by Richtof and Maxis to craft the staffs. The player uses the device to craft the staffs. Once a staff is created using the device, it will appear in the hands of the statue behind the crafting device for the player to take. So there we go, the leaked Treyarch developer documents reveal a hidden story behind Origins and even show a totally different story that they had planned just weeks before they ended up changing it. But some of it seems like they kept. So there we go. Let me know your thoughts in the comment section below. As always, hopefully you've enjoyed the video today. If you have, drop a like rating. Make sure you are subscribed, stay up to date with latest content on the channel. Thank you all for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Until then, goodbye. Yeah.
You've earned this, so hold it up high. You handle chaos.
Hello everyone and welcome to Dev Tricks and Secrets. Today we have 15 of them across the zombies maps of Black Ops 2, stretching all the way from Transit to Origins. And as always, this series is really just a way to celebrate the development of these maps, and if you enjoy any of it, consider leaving a like down below. It helps me out a ton, and of course make sure you're subscribed so you can come back for more. Without further ado, let's get into it. For our first Dev Secret today, we are starting off in Transit with something that is actually quite simple, because just behind this store right here is something most people probably do not know exists, and that's a parking lot, fit with a single line marked out in the pavement. This area does indeed have collision, although the collision stops immediately on the other side of the parking lot, and as far as I can tell, this is pretty much impossible to see from inside the map. But I'm pretty sure the reason why this is here, at least according to the leaked dev docs for Transit, is there was supposed to be a road here. One that was accessible and was playable space. So it could very well be the case that this parking lot was also going to be playable space, or perhaps just outside of it. And I've never noticed this before, but it seems like there's actually evidence of this road right here. This piece of terrain, although its texture is no longer asphalt, it is separate from the terrain around it. And I could definitely imagine a world where that just extended all the way through and connected to the road here. It's kind of crazy to think about, actually, and I suppose it would have provided another way around the lava, or... well, I'm not exactly sure where it would have led to. Perhaps this whole thing would have gave a reason for this store to have an interior, which with Fulbright, we can see it definitely does. But either way, I suppose it never made it into the final build. But for our next dev secret here, we're gonna go ahead and fly on out of town, just down the road a bit, because over here by the power station is something very simple, but quite interesting, and I wonder if the devs did this on purpose. Because I've counted up all of these train cars, and it turns out there's 15 of them. 15 train cars in one car, which, I guess that would be 115, wouldn't it? I sort of doubt this was on purpose, but I thought it was interesting. But next to us here is a bit more of a dev trick. This model that we're looking at right here is a repurposed one from Black Ops 1's map Radiation. The one that you can play on in multiplayer, and the one from the mission Vorkuta that the helicopter crashes into. The model has changed slightly in Black Ops 2. It seems the tanks are a little bit smaller and there's no longer any rating on them. But of course, those fuel tanks are not the only reused asset from Black Ops 1. Over here behind the farm, we can find something somewhat similar. These tanks right here, if we get close, we can see they have Russian writing on them. And of course, that's because they're from Black Ops 1. And you can even see this writing from inside the map. But unlike those other large tanks, I don't know where this was used in Black Ops 1. I'm sure it was, and probably in multiple places actually. It's pretty generic. But that is it for Transit, so heading on over to Nuketown for our next dev secret. And for this one, we gotta look towards the mushroom cloud. And specifically, actually, get up close and personal with it. Because as we start to rotate around it, we'll realize that this thing that looks very much so 3D actually isn't at all. It's made up of a whole bunch of 2D textures, which becomes very apparent when you get to the side of it. It's pretty crazy what the developers did here, because there really are a ton of these textures here. All of them just layered on top of each other with their own animation. But from here on the ground, of course, the player is none the wiser, and it looks absolutely amazing. But for our next dev trick, there's something somewhat simple here in the backyard of the yellow house. And actually, I think this trick is used in multiple places throughout the map. As it turns out, this rock right here that we're looking at just behind the mystery box location is not on its own, although it looks like it. If we clip underneath the map, we can see it's part of a much larger model, a series of rocks and rubble here that just extend underneath. But the only thing that's left visible to the player is just a couple rocks scattered about. This trick is used quite often in map dev, although it's somewhat simple. Sometimes it's much easier to just repurpose a larger model than to split it up and make a new one. For instance, here on Barry, there's a pretty good example of this that we covered somewhat recently in the backyard of the witch's house. These plants in the garden aren't actually growing out of the ground, it turns out they're potted plants. And instead of making an entire new asset, the devs just use them poking out of the ground instead. And taking a closer look actually at these rocks, I'm pretty sure I was a little bit wrong originally. I think this rock right here is on its own. Although it could be part of this model, I think this model right here is just for this rock that's poking out of the ground. And then this one to the left is also a separate model just for this rock. But for our next dev secret, well, it's actually about a rock once again. Although this time, it's about what's inside of it. Here on Nuketown Zombies, the side of the greenhouse is completely covered with rubble. And zombies do indeed spawn down there somewhere and use this area to climb on up to the windows above. But of course, in multiplayer on the original Nuketown map, this was playable space. There was an area here that you could use to get around the house. And it turns out if we clip into this rock, we can find the original bush. Although the model has clearly changed here for Nuketown Zombies, its position is pretty much exactly the same, and somehow got left behind in development. I'm not exactly sure why. But we can see its model has been swapped just like other bushes around the map with the Nuketown Zombies version. It's a very strange thing to see, just a random bush here inside of a rock. I'm gonna do my best here to do a little side-by-side of the two, so you can get an idea of which bush this exactly is. But now it's time to head on over to Mob of the Dead for our next dev secret. If we head on over to the Warden's office, we can find something that I doubt most people know. There's something very strange going on with this corner pillar. From the outside, I'm not exactly sure why it was added. It's actually clipping into a bit of the geometry right here. And honestly, from out here, it seems sort of out of place. The only real explanation I could come up with this is the devs wanted to cover up this little hole here in the texture beneath it, which could very well be the case why it's here, but the strange part about this, if we go underneath the map, is it extends very far beneath us, which is a wild thing to see. Whoever the dev was that put this in extended it much further than he needed to, which makes me think it was probably something that was added a bit later and just tacked on and maybe not done with a whole bunch of care, which might further explain why it's here in general. But either way, I think it's kinda cool, but for our next dev secret, well, we just gotta look right next to us, because it turns out the wiring on Mob of the Dead is very correct and done with a lot of care. Starting with this electrified door here, we can see 3 wires coming off of it, each one of them leading through the warden's office and then out the window. These lines continue their way over a few poles and then down to the power building below, where we see them attached to a wall and then go back again even further to another wall and then turn around once again over playable space, which honestly, when I was down here, I never realized that these wires were the ones from the warden's office, but it turns out they are. And this is where they split up, each one of them going to a different shock box, bending around poles whenever they need to. And this one even changes material by the look of it before bending around another pipe and then going through this wall, carrying on all the way to its destination. It's kind of impressive the amount of effort the devs took to make this accurate. But of course, the circuit does not stop there. There is another wire leading out of the shock boxes. And well, as for this one, it heads right on back through and leads towards the generator that you're trying to overload. And it's true for all 3 of them. I suppose this was done to be a visual way to figure out these little puzzles, because the developers did take this much care with each one of them. For instance, here at the showers puzzle, we can see this little box right here that a wire is leading to. And below it, of course, is a door that needs power. And I'm sure you know where this one's going. It does indeed lead back through this little gate to the shock box that you need to use to open it. And we can see that this is even true for something as simple as the jail cells. This one also has a wire that meanders its way all the way back through this door and to another shock box. And another one that's quite impressive is here in the spiral staircase, where connected to this pulley here that releases this cage is yet another wire. And this one, if we follow it all the way down, it goes to the Nixie tubes. Which makes perfect sense, of course, because that's exactly what allows you to get that plane part. Although this might seem kinda simple, I think it's really cool. The attention to detail here is honestly astonishing. So I'm gonna take a sip of the coffee. Because, of course, I have my coffee with me here this morning. I hope wherever you are, whatever time you're watching this, you're enjoying yourself. Because I love myself a bit of Black Ops 2, and I want to say thank you to the developers for making this game. Some of them may have moved on from Call of Duty, while others are still working on Black Ops 6. And I know times have changed a lot since Black Ops 2 and Call of Duty in general as well, but I hope all of you people who worked on this game are enjoying life and still making awesome content. But with that being said, we have one more dev secret here on Mob of the Dead, and we have to go underneath docks to find it. This first part we've shown many times on the channel here before, but beneath the water, of course, if we go far enough underneath it, we'll find the Golden Gate Bridge. Because of course, this Golden Gate Bridge is not actually floating out inside the water, instead it's below the map in an entirely different space. But something I did not realize until the series outside, and judging by the comment section, most of you guys don't know it either, is there's actually something out there in the water. And if I go ahead and do an r_fog0, well, it becomes a little bit more clear. For some reason, in the distance is a 2D version of Alcatraz. Something that I don't think the developers really needed to put out here, as with the fog, you really can't see this anyway, but it is indeed here, and judging by the look of it, it seems to be a photo from real life. I mean, that vegetation is not in the game for sure, but nevertheless, it is quite interesting that it's out here because I really don't think it's very visible from the bridge. I mean, even with the fog turned off, it's hard to tell that it's out there. And then with the normal fog, I mean, let me know down in the comment section if you guys knew that was out there, but it is very hard to see. But now it's time to head on over to Buried for our next dev secret. And here with the Witch's House, there is quite an interesting mechanic. For those who somehow don't know, the Witch's House is something you have to go through to get to Pack-a-Punch, and when you do so, you're bombarded by the witches, who will steal your points and suck your soul away. This space is very cramped and even has a sliding bookshelf. But yet, in this map as well, over here in the sheriff's office, is a big dude named Arthur, or Leroy for those who played back in the day. And if we let him out of his cage, give him some booze, and continue to open up the pathway all the way to the witch's house.
Man, he's a destructive son of a bitch. I think I like him.
It turns out that the big man here does indeed have pathing behind the witch's house. And actually into part of the witch's house as well. Although when I jump down here, immediately he'll turn around, and you might wonder where he's going. Well, it turns out he's coming out to the backyard. But of course, when using a little bit of no-clip and going outside the map, you can tell that there is no pathway between these two areas. It's completely blocked off, and behind these rocks, well, there's just nothing here. So it does indeed seem to be the case that the big man can teleport. And I think the easiest way to see this is if we shoot him, he'll start running off, and we can indeed follow him. He jumps over the barrier and starts running out of the map before he disappears. And he gets teleported to the other side of the house. And this one, a lot of you guys might actually know, but somehow I did not know this happened the entire time. I don't think I've ever brought this man into the backyard of the witch's house. And if I ever did, I certainly never put together that the guy teleports between the front and the back. And weirdly enough, I think I'm discovering that he only comes to the backyard for booze, because I got Candy right now, and he's not showing up. I guess we know which one he likes more now. And, oh my god, I think I've gotten him stuck. He seems a little bit troubled at the moment. Yeah, every time I do this with Candy, he's just glitching out for some reason. I don't know if there's something that I did that was weird, but, yeah, can't seem to get him to go back there anymore. But anyways, it's time to head on over to Origins for our next dev secret. Here on Origins, at the very beginning of the match, you get stomped on by one of the robots. You can see it happen at the very end of the intro cutscene when he stomps down and everything fades to black. And you spawn into the match with the screen shaking. And it turns out that this robot is custom just for the intro of the match. Because although it might be obvious to some, the robot does not normally step over spawn. But not only this, at the end of this animation, the robot doesn't just get called out, he actually gets teleported. We can see here if we slow it down frame by frame, he flies across the map. And then he starts to continue his journey here through the normal path that he takes that does not land on top of the spawn building. It turns out the robot that's roaming the map before you open No Man's Land is the robot from the intro, which I think is insanely cool. But for our next dev trick here on Origins, it's about the robots once again. Of course, everyone who has played Origins knows that if you spend too much time in one of the footprints, you're gonna get stepped on. And as it turns out, you don't need to be on the ground for this to happen. It seems the way the developers made this work is any collision with the bottom of the foot while it's going down towards the ground will result in the player going to a black screen and, well, the effects of getting stomped on to happen. And this is true even far outside the map. So you can get stomped on in midair, but you can also get stomped on when you're not even in playable space. Just a little interesting detail about how those robots work, but for our next dev secret, in order to get the parts for the wind staff, you need to shoot open the robot's foot, and it reveals this glowing yellow area underneath. And we can get an up-close look at this if we go to the destroyed robot here outside the map. It turns out both of his feet are actually open. And this area inside, well, it turns out the parts of the robot here are just colored yellow. There isn't actually any light, or at least that I can tell. And you can get a pretty crazy perspective on this if we clip inside of his foot even a little bit more. It looks a lot like pieces of metal, but they're just colored yellow, to create this effect that we all know from Origins. And I guess it's just an added bonus knowing that this is the case for both of the robot's feet. Even on the robot that walks through the map, if we look at the foot that doesn't open, we can still see this yellow box. And of course this is the case because it's randomized. From match to match, it'll be a different foot that you have to go inside of. So this yellow metal effect is inside of each one of the feet, and at the start of each match, the lights get turned on to indicate which one needs to be opened. But finally, for our next dev secret, well, it's actually about the intro cutscene again. And I think this one is sort of more of a Mandela effect thing rather than a dev secret, but I think it's kinda cool, because as it turns out, the intro cutscene has changed for Origins. And if you're like me, you probably barely remember this. But the original one can be found on YouTube and Treyarch's channel. And although there might be more differences, the main one is Samantha's voice. The original voice is dark, raspy, and demonic. While of course if we listen to this now in Black Ops 2, we hear Samantha clear as day, with the American version of her voice.
2 German scientists sought to harness dark and mysterious forces buried for centuries.
Let me know down in the comment section if you guys remembered that, because I definitely didn't until I started looking into the lore of Origins. Which, by the way, learning lore? Oh boy, we gotta get to that soon, don't we? Before our last dev secret, let's head on into the excavation site, and of course, as you all probably know, there are 4 statues down here, one for each of the main characters. From left to right, we got Richtofen, Takeo, Dempsey, and Nikolai. But I suppose the dev trick here is that they're all actually the same statue, just with different heads. If we look very closely at the texture, we can see some cracks here on Nikolai, and then all the way over on Richtofen, well, those same cracks exist. The bodies of these guys, as well as the sword too, they are the exact same between all 4 of them. And something I really didn't realize until now is that the body and head of these models were most likely made by different people. Here on the website of Mike Curran, we can see a whole bunch of work that he has done for the Call of Duty franchise, ranging from these villages in World at War, to Stuhlinger from Black Ops 2, and even some of the operators from Cold War. But something I noticed in common with most of these pages is Mike Curran says that he worked on the body, while the head was created by somebody else. And this seems to be true for even the zombies from Mob of the Dead, for instance. As it says here on Mike's website, the head was made by a Thomas and Incy. Also, I just want to take a moment to say it's insanely cool to see how many things that Mike Curran worked on. So many of them being extremely recognizable. Hats off to you, my good sir. But something I've never noticed about these statues in Black Ops 2 is for Richtofen, he seems to be looking up to the left. All of the other characters, from Takeo all the way to Nikolai, are looking straight forward, while Richtofen has a little bit of a smirk, and he's looking off to the side. I'm not exactly sure why this is, if there's something that he's looking at. Perhaps there's a lore reason for this, and maybe we'll learn that in the future. But for now, that is it for me, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you guys enjoyed, and if you did, consider leaving a like down below. It helps me out a ton, and of course, make sure you're subscribed so you can come back for more. There are plenty more dev tricks and secrets to check out throughout Call of Duty, and I can't wait to get to them all. If you want to watch more of my content, you can click
Mob of the Dead is one of the most revered. Following the release of Zombies Chronicles for Black Ops 3, there was a giant influx of people who wanted to see the map remastered on a modern COD engine. Treyarch saw the love people had for Mob and decided to revisit Alcatraz at the launch of Black Ops 4 with Blood of the Dead. However, other than the location, it was by no means the same map. This didn't really scratch the itch for people who wanted to see the original experience recaptured, so with mod tools being available for Black Ops 3, it was down to the community to get this map made. With Call of the Dead already under my belt, I was confident that I could do it justice. This is the story of how I remastered Mob of the Dead. Now, I actually had no real intention of doing a full remaster of Mob in the beginning. I started working on the map in August 2023 just to practice lighting techniques while I worked primarily on my original project. Initially, I was just planning on recreating the spawn room and leaving it at that. However, upon completing it, I had the urge to just keep going. I expanded it to the main cell block area and cafeteria, and by the end of the month, I had mapped out the entire prison block. At this point, I was pretty satisfied with what I'd done. I still wasn't planning on doing the whole map, and for the time being, I was pretty happy with it. It was only meant to be practice, after all. I shelved the map and went back to working on my original project, while also doing some scripting work for Hives' survival maps. I created the perk drop system for his bridge map, which was a lot of fun. The way that it works was that every few rounds, the Mob of the Dead plane would spawn in and drop a random perk for the player, similar to Nuketown Zombies. It took me a few weeks to finish, and every time I went to launch my test map to work on it, I scrolled past my Mob of the Dead project, just calling me to finish it. It was only a matter of time before I launched it back up again, and decided to just keep working on it. Remastering Mob of the Dead had been attempted before by a few other teams, but it had never really been finished. The most notable version being the one by Shifty Gamer, which was created just a few years after the mod tools had launched. Now, I wanted to just mention this version of the map quickly because this was one of the first times the community had attempted to remaster a map independent of Treyarch, and was one of the projects that inspired me to remaster Call of the Dead originally. But anyway, I was now back to working on it, and from this point forward, this project had my full attention. I started by blocking out the entire map with fundamental shapes at first, which was a different approach than what I took with Call of the Dead. We never did a block out on Call of the Dead. We simply worked on each area one at a time using the geo for reference. Whereas this time around, I blocked out the entire layout of the map first, so I could start scripting it and getting doors and window locations set up straight away. Visuals and details I decided to leave till last this time around, as it gives more time to test and find bugs while I just work on making the map pretty. And the first feature I made for the map was actually the gondola. This was a fairly simple little script. It's just an invisible platform that moves up and down when you press a trigger, with clips on either side to stop you from falling out. Everything else about it is purely cosmetic. I chose to do the gondola first because it made getting around the map when playtesting much easier. Mob had a lot of running back and forth for its main quest, and the gondola is an absolute godsend for it. Next up, I worked on the 3 traps of the map, being the acid trap, fan trap, and tower trap. These were pretty much the only map features that I could work on before the afterlife system was implemented. The acid and fan trap were kept largely the same, however I buffed the tower trap, because in the original map it barely does anything. I made it do a bit more damage, and I also buffed the fire rate. I also spent some time on some of the map's smaller details around this time too, such as the perk machines phasing in and out, and things like ciphers and the little comic strips that you find around the map. Mob of the Dead has a lot of small things like this that really add to the atmosphere of the map, and I wanted to get them out of the way now so I didn't forget about them later while focusing on more important details. Now, a lot of the map's main features were actually put together very quickly. The afterlife system was obviously one that needed to be done very early on, because many of the other map's features heavily rely on it. Afterlife is basically the backbone of Mob of the Dead. It was ported by Dobby for another project that he's working on, and he very kindly allowed me to use it in this map as well. There were a few compatibility issues when he first sent it to me, such as the jump height being different, meaning the player couldn't actually reach the portals, but this wasn't too much of an issue to fix, and now that Afterlife was implemented, it was really starting to take shape. I cannot stress how quickly this map started to come together. From starting the project until this point, it had only been around 2 months, and the map was already playable, had the Afterlife system, and I was now ready to work on the main quest. In comparison, Call of the Dead wasn't playable until about 9 months into development. I was absolutely flying out of the gate, and although we still had a long way to go, things were looking really promising. December rolled around, and one day I was sat on Twitter just scrolling when a video appeared on my For You page that piqued my interest. Someone else was working on Mob of the Dead at the same time, and they had already ported over the Blundergat, Mystery Box, and were working on the Hell's Retriever. And after a little back and forth on Twitter, we decided to combine our projects and start working together as a team. Meet Chens, an absolute key player in the Mob of the Dead project. I would still be working on this map now if it wasn't for meeting him at the right time. And working as a duo, we're like a perfect match. Our skill sets fit together perfectly. Anything that I wasn't so proficient at, he could do really well, and vice versa.
Like Sean mentioned earlier, I was also trying to make my own version of the map, just seeing what I could do with it. Really though, it really didn't make it much further than a block out. Mostly because Radiant and my laptop did not get along well. Yeah. But while the map was stuck in limbo, I decided to start working on some of the weapons, like the Blundergat and House Retriever, and got the models and animations ported from Black Ops 4. Unlike the Blundergat though, the Retriever still uses the Black Ops 2 animations. That's the stuff you saw earlier. Oh, and by the way, I'm Chance. I ended up working on the third-person character models for the remaster, along for the animations for a couple of the weapons, and even put together the artwork you see in-game, being this one. All in all, I'm pretty happy how everything turned out. And honestly, it's been great being part of this.
With Chen's now on board, things were going incredibly smoothly, and in the meantime while he was porting over the weapons, I was working on refining some of the map's areas. I did a few passes when it came to actually detailing this map. I went around the entire map and just did some basic texturing and model placement, and then later on down the line I would go back and refine it again and again, and I'd just keep iterating it until it looks like how it does today. For much of the development, the looks of this map was constantly changing, as you can see in a few of these old screenshots. After the first visual pass, it was now time to work on the main quest. Now, Mob of the Dead is unique, where the main quest is actually tied to the Pack-a-Punch quest. In fact, to do the main quest, you just do the Pack-a-Punch quest 3 times and that's it. But out of any COD Zombies map, this is probably the most convoluted way to access the Pack-a-Punch. If you're watching this video, I imagine you've already played the map before, so I'm not going to run through every single step. Instead, I'll just highlight some of the more notable parts. Luckily for me, Black Ops 3 already has like full scripts for setting up the craftables, so when it came to the plane, all I had to do was register the parts and place them where they need to be. And the parts that I scripted myself were the puzzles that you needed to complete in order to access the plane parts. The first one I worked on was the laundry machine, which was probably the easiest to script other than, well, this one where you just open the cabinet. Thought about changing the lockdown step for the laundry machine because it is quite easy. In multiplayer, it spawns a Brutus, which is fine, but I was thinking about maybe doing that in single player as well, because honestly, if you do this in an early round, it's an absolute cakewalk. I also thought about doing super sprinters during this step, but I decided against it. With how tight this location was anyway, I just don't know if it would have worked. In the end, I just did it the same as it was in the original. Another notable step that was a bit tricky to get right was the elevator step in the mineshaft, where you have to enter a certain code that can only be seen in Afterlife. Getting these Nixie tubes to work properly was a real pain. Sometimes the code it would give me would just not work. There's a little sequence that happens after you input the correct code where all the numbers cycle around, and that would sometimes just not work. Or the code would be accepted and the elevator just wouldn't fall. Getting this to work properly was just a lot of trial and error, and was by no means the cleanest script I've ever done. But in the end I got it to work, and I've not really had any issues with it since. While I'm talking about it, there's also a few secret codes that you can input into this machine. If you input the code 935, it plays Where Are We Going from the Mob of the Dead trailer. And if you input 115, it plays a Brutus voice line. Although these Easter eggs are pretty niche, I made sure to include them in my version as well. The other plane part puzzles were pretty straightforward, and once they were complete, it was time to work on the takeoff sequence. The plane sequence was a bit of a struggle to get right. I actually had to redo it a few times. I started off with just getting the pure functionality for it down, attaching the player to the plane and then sending the plane off into the sky. The plane actually teleports mid-journey, which you might not notice because of the fog. In the original map, the bridge was actually underneath Alcatraz, and so you would get teleported down into this new area. They did this just for performance reasons, as it was on the old Xbox 360. Whereas in my version, the bridge that's in the distance is the actual bridge that you get sent to. The reason I didn't do it the same way as they did in the original is purely because I think it's cool to be able to see your friends on the bridge if you remain at the prison, which you can't do in the original. The bridge itself was actually provided by Hybes from his bridge survival map. I remade the support beams that go down the middle of the bridge, and I reworked the lighting a little bit, but other than that, it remains mostly unchanged from his original version. Now, to get back to the prison, you need to zap yourself with these electric chairs that spawn in at the far side of the bridge. This sequence was much easier to implement than the plane sequence, as there's not as much going on. It just consists of locking the player's camera and then forcing them into Afterlife as they teleport to the spawn room. Without any visual effects, it looks a bit silly, but functionally now, the entire gameplay loop of the map was finished, and you could run through it from start to finish as many times as you want. It was a little bit rough around the edges, but it was working. And with Chen's having finished the wonder weapons, it was now time to implement them, and this is when the map really started to take shape. After implementing the Blunder Gap, this map really started to feel like Mob of the Dead. The only things really left to implement were the Acid Gap upgrade, the Hell's Retriever and Redeemer, the Golden Spork, and oh yeah, him. The baseline for Brutus was provided by GCP and has been used in quite a lot of different custom maps, including Hybes' bridge map, which I talked about earlier. I had to modify him a little bit in order to allow him to lock down map features such as the mystery box and the traps, and also adding functionality for him to spawn on the bridge periodically. He was a bit of a pain to get right, to be honest. Many players thought he was far too easy at times, while others thought he was far too difficult. And when it comes to boss enemies in games, it's really difficult to strike that balance between challenging and tedious. This was the same issue I had with balancing George on Call of the Dead. There were a lot of complaints after the fact that he was too challenging or too difficult, while as other people who enjoyed the challenge thought he was too easy. And this is something I think I need to improve at in future projects. The Hell's Retriever was also implemented around the same time as Brutus. The weapons themselves were ported by Chen's, and I just finished off the script for them while I worked primarily on the 2 quests needed to obtain them, the Cerberus Soul Boxes and the Hell's Redeemer upgrade. The dogs were actually pretty easy to implement, as Drak has very similar features, and so I could use the dragon heads as reference for the dogs. The most difficult part of this process was actually just lining up the animations, so when the zombie is killed, he flies towards the dog and actually lands properly in the mouth. For much of the development, this animation didn't really line up too well, and it took a lot of tinkering in order to get the zombie to align properly in the dog's mouth. The upgrades quest was also incredibly straightforward. This is a very linear quest, meaning there's only one specific order that you can complete the steps in. So the script for this quest is essentially just a series of events that need to be fulfilled in order for the next step to be active. And I just want to talk a little bit about this quest because a lot of people don't seem to understand it. The consensus seems to be that once you have the Hell's Retriever, all you have to do is go to the bridge and get 30 kills without using a weapon, which is partially true, but there's much more to it. First of all, there's a prerequisite where you need to get 15 kills with the Hell's Retriever anywhere on the map. This trips a lot of people up because they'll go to the bridge and start getting kills with the Retriever, and they'll hear the noise thinking they've completed the step. But in reality, they haven't, and they've only done this first step that's required in order to activate the bridge step. Another thing that's needed is you need to be on at least round 10 before you do the bridge step, otherwise it just won't work. I had a lot of people reporting to me that the Hell's Redeemer upgrade was bugged because they couldn't get it to work on lower rounds. And so honestly, just to get rid of the headache, I removed this requirement in my version of the map. But if you're struggling with the Hell's Redeemer upgrade on the original, that's probably why. The melee weapons, being the Spoon and Spork, were incredibly straightforward. They're essentially just reskins of the default melee weapon, just with different damage values. They even use the same animations. I even made sure to include the Shiv as a replacement for the default BO3 knife. This is an incredibly subtle detail that I'm sure most people wouldn't have noticed, but I made sure to include it anyway. And with that, the only core feature left to implement was the Easter egg. I kept the Easter egg the exact same as the original this time around, after the confusion that was caused on Call of the Dead. The only difference is that in this version, you can complete the Easter egg solo. If you are to complete this Easter egg on solo, it will simply spawn in a bot for you to fight in the finale. With all of these features now implemented and the acid gap being finished by Chens, I started getting ready to open the map up for a public playtest, so people could help give me feedback on the map and also find bugs, so that when the map was to eventually go live, it would be in a much more polished state. I created the first trailer for the map in order to advertise this playtest, and on June 17th, 2024, the beta version of Mob of the Dead for Black Ops 3 went live. The playtest was an absolute success, and although there was some bugs here and there that needed ironing out, that was the point of the playtest. People were enjoying the map, and all that was left to do now was to focus on the visuals. Something that was suggested quite a lot was to do a custom HUD based on the one from Shadows of Evil. Community members over on the Discord actually made these mock-ups of what the HUD could look like, which I used as a baseline for the HUD you can see in game today. I also made a custom max ammo icon similar to the one they used to have on Shadows of Evil before it was removed. I overhauled the map's visual effects with the help of Ragen, making new effects for pretty much every single aspect of the map. The plane parts, the lightning beaming down the bridge, the afterlife system, the key hanging off its pulley. No stone was left unturned when it came to this visual overhaul. And if you compare the map how it looked at the start of the playtest till the end, it is night and day. I was also still iterating the mapping throughout the entire playtest, all the way up until public release. And in the end, I was really happy with how it turned out. The final thing added to the map were remastered weapon models provided by Zella that he made for the Die Rise remake that he did with Dobby. I'm incredibly grateful for everyone who helped out with this project along the way, as well as everyone over on the Discord who helped playtest it during this phase. I replaced the BO2 weapons with these new models along with some new animations made by Chens, and with this, the map was now finished. After a year and a half of work, it was finally time for this project to go public. Everything was set in stone and a date had been picked. December 5th, 2024. Absolutely nothing could get in the way of this release date. Oh, come on, man. It's like, you can't write it. About an hour after I had announced the release date of Mob of the Dead, Treyarch announced they would be releasing Citadel the exact same day. And so to stop my project from being overshadowed by Citadel, I decided to release the map a week early. November 29th, 2024, Mob of the Dead hit the Black Ops 3 workshop. A few weeks after the map released, I was looking through the prestige rewards on Black Ops 6 and I noticed something weird. The rewards you get for Prestige 6 are all Black Ops 2 themed, and the loading screen looked strikingly familiar. Now I know Treyarch obviously made the original Mob of the Dead, but is this my version? Now there's a few explanations for how this could have happened. The first being that they just went on Google and found some random image of Mob of the Dead and it happened to be mine. Another is that maybe some Treyarch employee knows about my map and snuck this in there as an Easter egg. Treyarch haven't mentioned this and they've made no effort to contact me, so I imagine it was just an accident, but there's no way to really know. And this is easily one of the coolest things that's ever happened to me. As far as I'm aware, this is the only time a custom map has ever been acknowledged in an official COD game. Whether it was intentional or not, thank you Treyarch for including it, because when I first saw this, I was elated. And thank you for watching this video. This video is a little longer than my last one, so if you've made it this far, I really appreciate it. Be sure to subscribe if you'd like to see more. I was thinking of making some documentary style videos like this on other people's projects or other games, so let me know what you'd like to see next. But that's all for now. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
They say a man is known by the company he keeps. I guess that's why they call me a mobster. I wanted bosses like Sal DeLuca to know my name. He built an entire empire on gambling, prostitution, and booze, right under the noses of the cops. Sal rarely got his hands dirty. That was my job. Ice him, burn him, so long as it made the headlines. And then there were the money handlers, like Al Arlington. If you can get past the greasy smile and the feeling that you were being conned out of your very soul, Arlington was your man. Finn O'Leary, he was the only guy I knew who could cheat a cheater and get away with it. Had a pretty starlet for a wife, too. Too bad she sold him up the river. That's how we ended up here. Alcatraz. They used to call it Evil Island. And we were about to find
There is a trilogy of maps that exists within the Call of Duty Zombies franchise, the Of the Dead trilogy. No, I don't consider Dead of the Night to be an Of the Dead map, okay? It's my video. Well, actually, these are my videos. While I continue work on my next video essay, I thought I would compile my videos about Mob of the Dead, Shadows of Evil, and Call of the Dead into a single hour-long video so I could have something on the channel while I finish my next video essay, which hopefully shouldn't be much longer.
Right.
Make sure you subscribe if you haven't already to be notified about future uploads, including my next video essay, and click the like button as well. It helps out more than you know. So, without further ado, I present to you the Of the Dead trilogy. Mob of the Dead is undoubtedly one of the greatest Call of Duty zombie maps ever made. From map design and story to the incredible all-star cast, Mob is easily a top 10 map for most, if not all, Call of Duty Zombies fans. However, there is more to the story. You see, Mob of the Dead saved the Zombies mode from a cruel and painful death. Many fans and gamers alike had almost given up hope that zombies would ever be great or even fun for that matter, again. When all seemed lost, a new lead developer stepped up and crafted what is widely considered one of, if not the, best and most integral zombie maps of all time. In this video, I plan to go over how Mob of the Dead opened the door for fans to the best era of Call of Duty Zombies we have ever seen to date. So join me as we explore how zombie fans had almost given up hope, and how this map saved us from tragedy. In 2010, Call of Duty Black Ops was released to critical acclaim, and it eventually became the best-selling Call of Duty game ever, selling over 32 million copies. The game went on to spawn several sequels due to the game's success, and gave us many great, and not so great, zombie maps over the next decade. But it all started with this one game. 4 DLCs would be released for this title: First Strike, Escalation, Annihilation, and Resurrection. Included in these DLCs were the zombie maps Ascension, Call of the Dead, Shangri-La, and Moon, respectively. During this era of zombies, the storyline had just begun. The lead developer had taken his creation and began to tell an enthralling tale across many maps and games, starting with Doris in Call of Duty World at War. However, it wasn't until Ascension in Black Ops' first DLC pack that we would see our very first Easter egg. Now, an Easter egg is described as an unexpected or documented feature in a piece of computer software or on a DVD, included as a joke or a bonus. This could be something as small as the developer putting their name on a mailbox somewhere in the game. However, in the Call of Duty Zombies community, an Easter egg is defined as something completely different. To zombie players, an Easter egg is essentially an objective that must be completed, but the steps are unclear. The first objective-based Easter egg was built into Ascension, and it wasn't until someone threw a Gersh device outside of the map and it sucked up some machines that it was discovered that such a quest existed. This map was the first, and the story sprawled across Black Ops' 4 DLCs, leading up to the map Moon. I won't get too into the storyline of Black Ops Zombies, but ultimately it leads to Richtofen taking control of the zombies, and the rest of the crew blowing up the Earth to sever his connection to the ether. It's complicated, but just trust me. This Easter egg is one of my favorites across all of Treyarch's games. The quest is a lot of fun, and the in-game cutscene of the Earth exploding is incredible. The issue is that Jimmy Zielinski, the lead developer of Treyarch Zombies, and lead writer of the story, left us on a huge cliffhanger. What happened to the crew? Where is Richtofen? What about Samantha, the previous person in control of the zombies? All of this and more was to be answered in the next Call of Duty title developed by Treyarch. The problem was, this wouldn't be for another year. In 2011, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 was released, and while it was an incredible game and set record-holding sales, it did not have a zombie mode, leaving zombie players craving more and more. Modern Warfare 3 did have a survival mode, and while this new mode was fairly fun, it did not suffice the hunger that zombie fans craved. However, on May 1st, 2012, the official reveal trailer for Call of Duty Black Ops 2 dropped, and the hype for zombies was back. Now, this trailer did not contain any information about zombies, but considering that Treyarch's last two games had zombies, and the last map that was released ended on a cliffhanger, it was assumed that zombies would be in the game. Gamers just had to wait a little bit longer. More than 4 months later, a trailer for zombies was finally released on September 26th, 2012. The trailer detailed a new, creepy bus station with a new form of transportation and an awesome new map for Call of Duty Zombies. Or so we thought. You see, the map that was released with Black Ops 2 was Transit, and we all know the story of Transit, the map that is widely considered one of the worst zombie maps ever made. That's right, Transit lovers. This map is bad. It sucks. It's absolutely horrible. Please like the video. The problem with Transit isn't that the map as a whole is bad. It's that the map was too ambitious. It is, to this day, one of the largest zombie maps ever made, and the problem with this is that Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3 hardware could not run this map at a stable frame rate. To allow for the map to even run and be playable, several roadblocks were put into place to slow down players from loading too much of the map at once and crashing the game. Fog was placed all over the map to hide the engine popping in resources and textures. Creatures known as denizens were made to spawn in this fog so the player couldn't just run ahead and cause the game to potentially crash from continually loading models and textures too quickly. On top of all of this, the bus, the form of transportation mentioned earlier, is extremely annoying. The robotic driver does not stop talking. He does not wait for you, and either drives just slow enough to let you die, or just fast enough to leave you behind. The wonder weapon is completely useless, breaking after using it for too long, and the Easter egg is boring. Overall, Transit was a complete failure. It had a lot of potential, and a lot of its shortcomings were from a lack of development time, but that's for another video. Now, Transit was not the only zombie map Black Ops 2 released with. From the enormous Transit map, developers were able to cut out sections and create smaller, basic survival maps. These maps were Bus Depot, Farm, and Town. Bus Depot was just as basic as it gets. A few wall buys, a mystery box, and your will to survive. Farm was fairly similar, except several perks could be found around the map to aid in your survival time. And Town is considered the best of these three survival maps, boasting a few perks, multiple mystery box locations, and a pack-a-punch machine. If you ask any zombie player who played zombies during this era, they would probably say that they spent more time playing Town than they did playing the actual big zombie map, Transit. Now, it must also be considered that these were still not the only maps that Black Ops 2 launched with. Black Ops 2 launched with what could technically be considered a fifth zombie map, Nuketown. There were, and still are, a few issues with this. For starters, this felt like a cop-out, taking a popular multiplayer map and converting it into a zombie map. There were some interesting ideas with this map, however. Perks would randomly spawn around the map like they used to with older World at War maps. The problem is they were truly random and took multiple rounds to pass before another perk would spawn. And because the perks were completely random, it was possible to not receive one of the most important perks, Juggernog, until round 20. This made playing this map extremely difficult. Another interesting idea behind the reason for converting a multiplayer map into a zombie map was to convert primarily multiplayer gamers into zombie players. However, another one of the issues with Nuketown was that it was locked behind a paywall. Players could not play Nuketown Zombies unless they purchased the Season Pass. The Season Pass would offer you all DLC to be released for the game throughout the game's life cycle at a discounted price. But people still did not want to pay for the game and unreleased DLC all in the same transaction. If you did have the Season Pass, you would have access to Nuketown Zombies. But now the problem that players would have is deciding whether they wanted to play an underdeveloped gigantic map, one of three basic survival maps, or an extremely difficult zombie map repurposed from a multiplayer map. Not a lot of options for zombie players, which left them wanting more. feeling disappointed and ultimately setting zombies aside until the next map was released. On January 29th, 2013, Black Ops 2's first DLC would finally release. This DLC came with the infamous zombie map, Die Rise. Everyone and their grandmother knows Die Rise. The problem is, everyone knows Die Rise as perhaps the worst zombie map ever made. This is extremely bad news for zombie players, and the zombie mode as a whole, because Transit and Die Rise, two of the worst zombie maps ever made, were released back to back. Die Rise had some interesting ideology behind it. Every zombie map before this had primarily been developed horizontally. You could go anywhere you wanted and do anything you wanted to do, as long as it was along the horizontal axis. Die Rise took that formula and instead was built to be a zombie map that is primarily played along the vertical axis. This sounds like a really cool idea. However, in execution, this map is just awful. The majority of all players who play this map don't even die to the zombies. They mostly die of fall damage, either from falling down an elevator shaft or falling off the side of the building. This problem could have been fixed with one simple perk that the lead developer of Zombies, Jimmy Zielinski, had created in the previous Black Ops game, called PhD Flopper. PhD Flopper allows the player to be resistant to explosive damage and fall damage. Lucky for players, PhD is on the map. Unlucky for players, it's outside of the playable area. If you ride the spawn elevator shaft down and freeze frame the footage you record, you can see that PhD is teased outside of the playable area, and a lot of people attribute this exact decision to the termination of Jimmy Zielinski. Jimmy would later be fired from the company after what can only be considered as contractual obligations, such as finishing his final zombie map, Buried. However, someone would take over his position, someone extremely integral to keeping the zombie mode alive. But we're getting there. The response to Die Rise seemed to be overwhelmingly negative. Don't get me wrong, YouTubers like Spiderbite from NGT Zombies were taking full advantage of the newly released map, uploading a new video every time a new step to the Easter egg was even discovered. However, it seemed like fans and content creators were quickly growing tired of this abomination of a map. The Easter egg steps to this day are unclear on how to solve and require a serious amount of guesswork. So, as fast as players hopped on board to enjoy the map, they quickly stopped playing due to the lack of enjoyment that came from the map. This was a relatively dark time for the Zombies community. Players were growing bored of the mode, and early YouTubers like Mr. T Lexify were even thinking about quitting. I'm not sure if they had stated it at the time, but years later, they've talked about it numerous times, especially Lex. Nobody is playing Die Rise, very few people are playing Transit and Nuketown, and most people are seemingly playing the basic survival maps, such as Town and Farm. However, during this dark time in the Zombies community, an individual would step up and begin to craft a zombie map. A map that would swoop in to save us Zombies players from the impending doom of Zombies being cancelled forever. I don't know if Zombies being cancelled was even on the table, to be fair, but it sounds dramatic, so we're going with it. On April 4th, 2013, the Call of Duty YouTube channel uploaded a trailer for the new DLC pack called Uprising. It would feature a couple of new multiplayer maps, one of which would be a reimagining of Firing Range from the first Black Ops game. However, at around the 2-minute and 25-second mark, the trailer would go dark, showing what seemed to be an abandoned cell block. The trailer would ultimately lead up to revealing to fans the latest zombie map for Call of Duty Black Ops 2, called Mob of the Dead. In today's age, Mob is known as one of the best zombie maps, and to some, the single best zombie map ever made. We didn't know it at the time, but by this teaser alone, we could tell that this map was going to be something special. The first person to be shown in this teaser would be none other than Jason Blundell himself, the savior I have been mentioning this entire video. Jason and the ideas he would have for the zombie mode would save the mode from what can only be known as an impending doom. See, it's not necessarily that Zombies was in dire threat of being cancelled, but more along the lines of zombie fans were growing tired of playing the same old garbage. Now, zombie fans were returning to Black Ops to get most of their zombie fix. Black Ops' final DLC was zombies only. It came with the map Moon, and all 4 World at War maps were completely remastered. Because Transit, Die Rise, and Nuketown were the only real zombie maps to play on Black Ops 2, fans just went back to Black Ops, where there were 10 zombie maps to play. That is until Jason Blundell stepped up to the plate and took a swing for what is known as the saving grace of zombies. Jason talks about bringing the story to a new place of horror thriller. He talks about wanting to take the story to Alcatraz, the prison that is built on an island off the coast of San Francisco. This is a personal take, but Mob of the Dead is the greatest idea for a map setting I have ever seen across any zombie map that Treyarch would ever make. Taking the story and placing it in the Prohibition era, stuck on Alcatraz Island with hordes of zombies, playing as 4 mobsters locked away for crimes they had committed, and having to work together to escape, leading to the Easter egg that would be constructed for this map. Jason Blundell actually took the time to go to Alcatraz to make sure that they got the most accurate interpretation they possibly could, making it truly feel like you are playing there. Right there, in Alcatraz prison, Mob of the Dead would also bring some extremely unique gameplay features, innovating in a way that Jimmy Zielinski could not. See, Zielinski's idea of innovation was stuff like a bus that would carry you from point of interest to point of interest, or having to build a wonder weapon that could only be used once, or even building a zombie map that is played along the vertical axis instead of the horizontal axis. Zielinski was never able to really deliver on true gameplay innovation, but Blundell was. Blundell introduced a Mob of the Dead exclusive feature known as the Afterlife system. The Afterlife system completely gets rid of the classic perk Quick Revive, and instead replaces it with a system that gives you an extra down every round. This allows you to buy an extra perk you may have never been able to buy before, because every player would always buy Quick Revive. Blundell hates the idea of required perks taking up a perk slot, removing the ability to purchase another perk you may have never thought of buying before. He went a little too far with this ideology in Black Ops 4, but again, that's for another video. Mob of the Dead also features a new wonder weapon known as the Blundergat. It can be upgraded via a small quest to the Acid Gat. Both of these weapons perform quite well and can be used in various ways in attempts to reach higher rounds. But from visual appeal alone, the Blundergat and Acid Gat are some of the coolest looking wonder weapons ever put into zombies. They are based on 2 Civil War era weapons, the Blunderbuss and the Gatling gun, combining both into this insane autonomy of a weapon. I absolutely love the Blundergat and the Acid Gat. In addition to the Blundergat and Acid Gat, there is another wonder weapon that can be obtained via another quest. If you feed 3 hounds around the map, you will receive the Hell's Retriever, a tomahawk wonder weapon. Nothing like this had ever been done in zombies before. We had monkey bombs, but nothing at all like the Hell's Retriever. The Hell's Retriever is a tomahawk that, when thrown, will return to you. It can be used to kill zombies, of course, but also to retrieve power-ups. Its effectiveness can be highly utilized when training zombies, and can be thrown to a power-up further away as to not mess up the train. It can also be used to grab power-ups on the other side of hordes of zombies, killing some on the way there and the way back, and not requiring you to risk going through the horde. The Hell's Retriever is such a uniquely awesome wonder weapon that also serves a purpose outside of killing zombies, which is something that Blundell had also innovated upon. It doesn't end there. The Hell's Retriever also has an upgrade path. By using the Hell's Retriever to retrieve 5 hidden skulls around the map, it can then be upgraded into the Hell's Redeemer, which is essentially just a stronger Hell's Retriever, but the option to be able to do so is super important to the replayability and boosting quality for the map. Now let's talk about the cast of the map, because as a movie buff, I have been super excited and anxious to talk about these actors playing these characters. These characters, who have now become iconic, are easily my favorite part of the map. which is crazy for me to say because I am always about gameplay. I prefer good gameplay over good graphics, interesting mechanics over story. However, this is one of the only maps in all of COD Zombies where I prefer the characters and story over everything else, because the cast and the story are expertly crafted. The story goes that these 4 inmates, Finn O'Leary, Albert Arlington, Salvatore DeLuca, and Billy Handsome, are working together to escape Alcatraz when a zombie outbreak occurs, trapping them on this island. Essentially, Albert Arlington betrayed the trust of his 3 companions, after which Finn, Sal, and Billy killed Al on the roof of the prison. The characters are stuck in a time loop, and whenever they get the chance to escape, they're locked into electric chairs and sentenced to death, the same way they were sentenced to death after having been found guilty of murdering Al. However, this is their time loop situation. They are forever doomed to repeat the murder of Al Arlington and be sentenced to death via electrocution. That is, unless Al can kill his companions first, breaking the loop. This is the story of the Easter egg, at least the gist of it. I'm sure there are some steps I'm missing or some details I got wrong, but you get the idea. The Easter egg is literally the story. If all players kill Al, the loop resets, but if the player controlling Al kills his companions, the loop is broken. It is such an incredible idea for a story, and is broken down through amazing gameplay so well by lead developer Jason Blundell. The actors Jason was able to get to play these characters absolutely is a feature of the map in itself. Ray Liotta from Goodfellas and Revolver plays Billy Handsome. Michael Madsen from Reservoir Dogs plays Finn O'Leary. Chaz Palminteri from The Usual Suspects plays Sal DeLuca. And Joe Pantaleone from The Matrix and Memento plays Al Arlington. These 4 insanely famous actors make up our cast of inmate misfits, and their performances are through the roof. I could not possibly think of anyone else to play these characters. Their voices, mannerisms, and line delivery are burned into my brain. They are so good as these characters and add another level of quality to the map as a whole. Jason Blundell did something very smart for his first zombie map in the lineup of existing Call of Duty zombie maps. He decided to make an Of the Dead map. What is an Of the Dead map? An Of the Dead map is a map that doesn't consist of the usual lineup of characters that has already been established, or that is known for being the main lineup of characters. There had been a single Of the Dead map before this one, Call of the Dead. Call of the Dead strayed away from the lineup of misfits that make up the Ultimus characters. Richtofen and the gang are technically still on the map, just locked behind a door, requiring the help of these actors making a movie to escape. Call of the Dead hired a cast of incredible actors for their story as well, obtaining the skill set of actors Danny Trejo, Sarah Michelle Gellar, Robert Englund, and Michael Rooker. Call of the Dead was also in the second DLC pack for Black Ops, much like Mob of the Dead was in the second DLC pack for Black Ops 2. Jason Blundell was very smart with both choosing to make an Of the Dead map for his first Zombies map, as well as timing it for the second DLC release, and choosing his cast to play the characters he had written. Getting the likes of Ray Liotta and Joe Pantaleone alone is enough to have your story told in a very compelling way, and I believe Jason Blundell was very well aware of this. Blundell was extremely smart in the way he crafted his maps and his creations. He thought about every minute detail he possibly could, even what kind of map he wanted to make, and in what order he would like it to release in the lineup of DLCs. Mob was a savior for zombie players. After the run of maps that we had, Transit and its survival maps, Nuketown, and Die Rise, Mob released at the perfect time. Many people were thinking about quitting. Not just quitting from the mode, but several content creators thought about quitting during this weird era of zombies. Nobody wanted to create content about maps like Transit, Nuketown, or Die Rise. Mr. Telexify specifically has stated numerous times that he had thought about quitting before the release of Mob of the Dead. Zombie fans were happy again post the release of Mob, and Mob would actually be the first in a run of some of the best zombie maps that have ever been made. After Mob, Jimmy Zielinski released what would be his final zombie map called Buried. Buried was not just Zelensky's best map since Moon, but it was widely considered one of the best zombie maps ever made. Buried can be played very simply with a pack-a-punch weapon and one of the new wonder weapons, like the introduction of the Ray Gun Mark II. With this kind of setup and the easiness of Buried, high rounds can be achieved with ease. However, Buried can also be very complex, with stuff like the time bomb, wall buys that can be drawn wherever you'd like, and camping strategies that require skill in timing. None of this would be enough, however. Jimmy Zelensky, post the launch of Buried, would later be fired from Treyarch due to the extremely rough launch of Black Ops 2 Zombies. Jason Blundell would take over as Zombies lead developer and create another map that many consider the greatest Zombies map ever made, Origins. Origins would bring back the beloved cast of misfits from Black Ops Zombies, Richtofen, Takio, Dempsey, and Nikolai, but alternate universe versions of them. This would ultimately be one of the greatest decisions Blundell could have made, because his storytelling through Origins and the rest of Black Ops 3 is masterfully crafted. But all of this started with Mob of the Dead, a map that truly saved Call of Duty Zombies from cancellation, and brought fans a map that was fun to play, explore, and study. Blundell and his team of extremely gifted level designers, programmers, writers, character artists, sound designers, and musicians crafted a map that told an extremely compelling story, and also single-handedly saved the mode from demise. Though Blundell did not create this map alone, he did guide a team of very talented people to be able to create such a map as this. A map that is beloved by many to this day. A map that spawned many more ideas for future maps and stories. A map that would give Blundell the idea to create Origins, Shadows of Evil, Draka, Zetsubo no Shima, Gorod Krovi, Revelations, and remastered Doris into The Giant. The path that led to the idea of Black Ops 3 Zombies, the game that most people call the greatest zombie game Treyarch has ever made, came from one single map. One single idea to make a map based on a real location, hire a cast of elite A-list actors, and tell a story better than most Hollywood films. It all started with Jason Blundell and his map, Mob of the Dead. Thank you, Jason. May your future endeavors bring us stories like these once again. Shadows of Evil is one of the greatest zombie maps ever made, full stop. That is a fact, that is a law. Have a good night. But what if I told you that that wasn't always the case? Or at least that fans didn't always consider it an all-time best map? Shadows of Evil has had a very strange progression over the years, in the sense that fans' opinions of the map have kind of been all over the place. Shadows of Evil wasn't always the fan-favorite masterpiece it is considered to be today. At the launch of Black Ops 3, it seemed like a lot of players weren't giving the map the time of day, so to speak. As in, players weren't taking the time to truly explore the map, discover its secrets, understand the story, or complete the Easter egg. That's not to say that all players felt this way. In fact, many players thoroughly enjoyed the map at launch. But in this video, I want to go over the facts with you as to why Shadows of Evil was a grower, not a shower. So grab some snacks, sit back, and relax as I delve into the history of Shadows of Evil and how it eventually became a cult classic zombies map. On November 6th, 2015, Call of Duty Black Ops 3 was released to the world. Black Ops 3 now is considered an all-time Call of Duty title, as in a lot of people consider this game to be in their top 10 or even top 5 Call of Duty games. However, Black Ops 3 had a really strange launch. You see, Black Ops 3 was the first Call of Duty to have a beta release. Now betas are expected from new Call of Duty releases. It's typical for the studios to announce that a closed beta would be in effect a couple of months before the release of the game. But at this point in time, a beta for a Call of Duty title, much less a console title, was unheard of. A closed beta was made available for people who had pre-ordered the game followed by an open beta that was then available for all players. It's also worth noting that this was the first Call of Duty game that was signed under a Sony deal. Thus, the betas were made available to PlayStation 4 players first, and then all platforms the week after. This was also in a time of quarterly DLC releases, and typically these DLCs would release up to a month early on the platform that had a deal with Activision. This was Microsoft and Xbox for many years, until Activision decided to sign a deal with Sony and the PlayStation instead. I'm very glad that we're past these days. Sure, exclusives still exist, but exclusive DLC and timed exclusive DLC just made players bitter, but that's beside the point. Black Ops 3 was also released in a post-Advanced Warfare world. Advanced Warfare, even at the time, is considered one of the worst Call of Duty games ever made because of its change in movement and addition of loot boxes. A change that would not only impact the Call of Duty franchise, but the gaming industry as a whole. Black Ops 3 was a Treyarch Studios game, and was guaranteed to have a zombie mode. So if you were like me, the first thing you did after popping in the disc was go to the Zombies mode and play the brand new zombie map. Now, Black Ops 3 had a similar infrastructure as Black Ops 2. That is to say that Black Ops 3 launched with 2 zombie maps. However, one of them was locked behind a paywall, much like Nuketown Zombies from Black Ops 2. And much like Nuketown Zombies, the paywall that the map was locked behind was the Season Pass. Regardless of my opinion about this situation, the second map that Black Ops 3 launched with was The Giant, a remaster of the World at War classic Derice. The Giant is a stunning map. Not only was the map running on the new Black Ops 3 engine, on an at the time next-gen console, making it look stunning as is, but Blundell decided to make the map based during the winter. Much more bluish and colder tones are pulled into the color scheme. Snowflakes are falling from the sky, adding to the atmosphere. Needless to say, The Giant was and still is an extremely good-looking map. Now, why do I bring this all up? You see, Shadows of Evil was the launch map for Black Ops 3, and The Giant was the bonus map. However, it seemed as though most people were instead playing The Giant more. Don't get me wrong, content creators like Mr. T Lexify and NoahJ456 were making videos about the map, hunting for Easter eggs and making tutorials and guides, and their videos were performing quite well. However, it still seemed like most people were playing The Giant more than Shadows of Evil. Years later, Mr. T Lexify admitted that at the launch of Black Ops 3, most of his time was spent playing The Giant. I think he said this in a live stream or a video, but when I heard this, I then asked my close friends what map they spent the most time playing, and their reply was the same. They had spent most of their time playing The Giant as well. They explained to me that Shadows of Evil was a cool map, but I just enjoyed playing The Giant more. Further digging had shown me that most of the people I knew played The Giant more, because it was better for casual fun, and that Shadows of Evil required too much setup to enjoy. Shadows of Evil brought a very different tone to Call of Duty Zombies. The zombie mode had always been about darkness, horror, and metal. Shadows of Evil stepped away from all of these themes and took a different direction. Shadows still maintains a slight theme of horror, being extremely inspired by the writings of H.P. Lovecraft. But where Shadows begins to differ is in its choice of music. Music can completely change the tone of a story you're trying to tell. In zombie maps previous, there had always been a sense of metal throughout the mode. Menu music is metal, Easter egg songs are metal, round changing music is metal, and ranking up music is metal too. Shadows decided to step into the realm of swing and jazz instead. This choice is genius. Jazz and swing music fit the map's tone so much better. It also makes sense given that Morgue City, the location where the map is based, is a take on an alternate version of New Orleans, Louisiana, and New Orleans is known as the City of Jazz. Also, the idea to base the map on an alternate version of New Orleans in the 1940s is such a cool idea. Blundell is very good at building zombie maps in a location and era that you had never thought about before, like Mob of the Dead during the Prohibition era in Alcatraz prison, or Origins in the trenches of France during World War I. The tone of Shadows is such a breath of fresh air, and stands to this day as one of the most original and unique zombie maps. Much like Blundell did with Mob of the Dead, he also brings some new, innovative features that help to set the map apart from any other and bring fresh gameplay to the mode. Around the map, there can be found these Margwa heads. What is a Margwa? We're getting there. These Margwa heads are plants that can be opened using the Fumigator. The Fumigator is a tool that can be found on the map that fumigates the Margwa heads, causing them to open and provide you with a gift. Many things can be found by opening the Margwa heads. A few different weapons, any one of the various power-ups, and sometimes you can even receive the Ray Gun Wonder Weapon. But what you're really looking for is the Apothicon Servant part. What is the Apothicon Servant? The Apothicon Servant is the new wonder weapon of the map. It is an alien-like creature that you literally shove your arm into and fire out what is essentially a black hole that sucks in all enemies, instantly killing them. Many consider this to be one of the most powerful wonder weapons ever put into zombies, and because it's so powerful, it does not come with a lot of reserve ammo. This makes sense, given that there needs to be a balance between being overpowered and vulnerable. But overall, the Apothicon Servant is easily one of the most powerful wonder weapons ever made. Shadows of Evil also has a buildable shield. The shield was first introduced in the map Transit, was refined in Mob of the Dead, and perfected in Origins. Shadows, however, would take the shield and innovate upon it even more. This iteration of the shield would be known as the Rocket Shield. The Rocket Shield does what the name describes it as. It has a rocket attached, allowing you to propel yourself into a horde of zombies, knocking them out of the way or killing them. The shield also has an upgrade path, allowing this shield to hit harder and kill faster. The unfortunate part about the upgraded shield is that its durability remains the same, and when the shield breaks, it's gone forever. You can theoretically upgrade another shield, but given that the shield will most likely remain on your back to protect you from attacks from behind, it would only be a waste of time to do so. The rocket shield is great, but because of its useless upgrade path, it is unfortunately the weakest part of the map. However, the fact that a shield, an optional weapon that isn't required for any part of the Easter egg and is only useful if you want it to be useful, is the weakest part of the map says a lot about the quality of the map. Shadows of Evil also introduced a utility that has since been recognized as one of the most innovative features in zombies history, yet was never introduced into the future zombie maps until Mauer der Toten in Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War. I of course am talking about the Civil Protector. The Civil Protector is a robot that assists you in fighting off the hordes of the undead. He can be activated by finding 3 fuses throughout the map, one in a different district of Morgue City. Upon finding all 3 fuses, you would then need to go below Morgue City. In each district, a portal can be opened that takes you below the city to an old abandoned tram station. Here is where Pack-a-Punch can be found, but more on that later. If you place the 3 fuses into the fuse box down here, the Civil Protector can then be summoned and protect you from many enemies that can be found here in Morgue City. The Civil Protector can also revive you in solo and does not use a quick revive. We all know that you can only buy quick revive 3 times in solo, so the fact that the Civil Protector can be used to avoid wasting one of your 3 quick revives is huge. Just another incredible idea adding to the innovation that Shadows of Evil brought to the zombie mode. Let's back up for a minute and take a look at that old abandoned tram station I was talking about earlier. In Morgue City, a tram can be used to make your way around the map. The tram is ultimately the successor to the bus from Transit. The tram doesn't really find its usefulness through traveling around the map, however, because just running around the map honestly isn't that annoying, and while the tram might get you to a different district in a slightly faster manner, you would be able to save yourself 500 points, which could be the difference between buying Juggernog or Pack-a-Punching. However, the tram does have another use. Hidden in buildings up high are 3 different symbols. These symbols are different every single time you play Shadows of Evil, and the only way to be able to see them is by taking the tram from district to district. Once you have discovered what the 3 symbols are, you will need to go down below Morgue City to the abandoned tram station and enter these symbols into the wall. This will give you an egg. The player must then take the egg to 4 different ritual locations, 1 in each district. Once the egg is placed, the player will then have to kill between 10 and 12 zombies to fill the egg with enough souls. The The player will need to do this for all 4 ritual locations, and once completed, the player will then need to return the egg to its original location, and the player will then receive the second wonder weapon on the map, the Apothicon Sword. The Apothicon Sword acts as an ability weapon. It can be activated by pressing both bumper buttons on your controller. It has 2 different attacks, either a standard attack or a heavy attack, lunging the player forward and slamming the sword to the ground. As is, the sword is okay, but it can be upgraded into the Reborn Sword or the Keeper Sword. To do this, you will need to go to the district your character is associated with. If the player is Jessica, they must go to the Black Lace Burlesque in the Footlight District. If the player is Campbell, they must go to the Anvil Boxing Gym in the Waterfront District. If the player is Vincent, they must go to the Ruby Rabbit in the Canals District. And if the player is Nero, they must take the sword to Nero's Landing, just above the spawn area. Once in the player's respective location, a keeper will be there waiting for you. The keeper will give the player an egg known as the Arch Ovum. The player must then again take the Arch Ovum to 4 different ritual locations, 1 in each district. The player must place the Arch Ovum down on these ritual sites, after which a single Margot will spawn. Now, before we continue, it has come to my attention that I have failed to explain the new enemy types that can be found on the map. 3 new enemy types were introduced into Shadows of Evil. First is the Parasites. Parasites have their own dedicated round, much like Hellhounds in previous zombie maps. The Parasites fly around and attack the player by spitting acid at them, and slightly impairing the player's vision. Second is the Insanity Elementals, known by the community as the Meatballs. Meatballs can also have their own dedicated bonus round, dropping a max ammo power-up upon the completion of the round. They roll around the map and attack you by exploding upon impact. And finally is the Margwa. Margwas spawn randomly, much like Brutus in Mob of the Dead. They are very large creatures carrying 3 heads and tentacles for legs and arms. The only way to kill them is by shooting the head with an open mouth, adding a bit of challenge like a mini boss fight. If you do not have the perk Juggernog, they can kill you in a single hit and are considered extremely dangerous. So now that we have established the new enemy types, let's hop back over to those rituals I was talking about. Upon placing down the Arch Ovum, a Margwa will spawn. The player must kill the Margwa to complete the ritual, and upon completion the player can then pick up the Arch Ovum again. Only 1 ritual can be completed per round, so the player must wait until the next round before placing the Arch Ovum down on the next ritual site. Things change after the first ritual, however. This ritual, as well as the third, will spawn 2 Margwas, increasing the challenge exponentially, and on the 4th and final ritual will spawn 3 Margwa. Upon the completion of all 4 rituals, the player must then bring the Arch Ovum back to the location they originally received it from, depending on which character they are playing as. The player gives the Keeper the Arch Ovum and Apothicon Sword, and receives the much more improved Keeper Sword. The Keeper Sword's primary attack remains the same, but its secondary attack allows the sword to float and attack any nearby enemies by itself. Similar to the Civil Protector, not as overpowered, but accessible at any given time and for free, making the entire upgrade process worth the effort. It's an interesting idea from Jason Blundell to make the player get access to the Apothicon Sword upgrade by going to the district tied to whatever character the player is playing. This allows the map to have a lot of replayability, because every single time you play the map will be a vastly different experience. You will need to start the upgrading process from a different location each game, which could entice you to start the first ritual in a different location, which could provide you with a new way of playing the map, giving you an entirely new experience. Speaking of characters, Jason Blundell did something very interesting for the first map of Black Ops 3. He made it an Of the Dead map. If you don't know what an Of the Dead map is, we went over it in my previous essay about Mob of the Dead, but here is a quick breakdown. An Of the Dead map is a map that doesn't star the main cast of characters established as being part of the main storyline of the game. There had been 2 Of the Dead maps before Shadows of Evil, Call of the Dead and Mob of the Dead. What makes Shadows of Evil so different is that Of the Dead isn't in the map's title, which had been a standard for the Of the Dead maps previously. Instead, Blundell chose to title the map Shadows of Evil. The name fits the map perfectly. Morgue City is a dark place covered in shadows. The main villain of the map is the Shadow Man. All enemies are clearly evil, and above all, the main villain is evil, which is not expected at the beginning of the map. The Shadow Man is asking the crew to help set him free, deceiving our characters into believing that he means to do good. Ultimately, in the end, he proves himself to be nothing of the sort. So the title Shadows of Evil fits the map to a T. But given that the map is an Of the Dead map by definition, let's break down our crew and the characters who portray them. The story goes that the Shadow Man is able to bring together these 4 characters by blackmailing them, letting them know that he knows their dirty secrets. Nero Blackstone is a magician who killed his wife in a staged accident while performing a trick to claim the insurance money. Jessica Rose is a burlesque dancer who was caught having an affair and killed her lover to hide the evidence. Jack Vincent is a crooked police officer who killed all of his criminal associates to make sure that they didn't rat him out. And Floyd Campbell is a boxer who, to impress his promoter, wore brass knuckles to ensure he won his fight, killing his opponent in the process. All 4 of these characters are very interesting in their own right, but the actors portraying these characters are what truly bring these characters to life. Heather Rose from Boogie Nights and Lost in Space plays Jessica Rose. Neil McDonough from Minority Report plays Jack Vincent. Ron Perlman from Hellboy and Sons of Anarchy plays Floyd Campbell. And Jeff freaking Goldblum from Jurassic Park, The Fly, Independence Day, The Grand Budapest Hotel, Thor Ragnarok, and many more plays Nero Blackstone. This cast is stacked with heavy hitters. Jason Blundell knows how to pick an all-star cast. He also knows how to innovate properly. In the past, Pack-a-Punch has never been as easy as accessing it right off rip. In Derice, you had to activate the teleporters. In Ascension, you had to use all of the lunar landers. In Transit, you had to build the turbine, place it at the power station, run all the way over to town, use a grenade to blow open the vault, and hope that a zombie didn't destroy your turbine, but it probably did, so now we have to run all the way back to spawn to get a new turbine, run all the way over to the power station, fight out the denizens, place down a turbine again, protect it from zombies, run all the way back to the town, enter the vault, go downstairs. Transit is a mess. Shadows of Evil is no different, but it does require a little more from you. In every district is a location relating to each of the 4 characters. The player would need to go to each of these locations and begin a ritual. The ritual only requires that you survive a short amount of time while a human is sacrificed. After the ritual is complete, the player will receive a gateworm. Collect all 4 gateworms and place them on the 4 podiums in the abandoned tram station to begin one final ritual that again only requires you to survive a short amount of time. And once this is complete, the player finally has access to Pack-a-Punch. This is one of the most complicated Pack-a-Punch quests ever put into zombies at this point. And for someone new to zombies, or someone who prefers a more casual experience, this quest could be a little much for some players, but more on that later. Shadows of Evil also introduced a new perk, Widow's Wine. Widow's Wine has 4 different abilities. Zombies that attack the player will be frozen with spiderwebs and take damage over time, either until they die or break free. The player's grenades are replaced with sticky spiderweb grenades that deal the same effect as if the zombie were to hit the player. The player can be hit as many times as the amount of grenades the player has, up to 4. The player's knife deals extra damage and has a chance to hold a zombie with the same sticky trap as mentioned twice before. Widow's Wine is considered to be one of the most powerful perks ever put into the game. When paired with Juggernog, the player can be hit up to 9 times before before going down. Shadows of Evil has so much to offer that I could spend nearly an hour just talking about its features, capabilities, and innovations. But allow me to just talk about one last feature the map offers, and it might just be its most important. Much like Mob of the Dead's Afterlife system, Shadows of Evil introduced us to the Beast Mode system. Beast Mode works in a very similar fashion to the Afterlife system. Around the map are these ritualistic flames. If interacted with, the player will then enter Beast Mode. In Beast Mode, the player can then interact with items, portals, secrets, activate perks, open doors, and much more. To gain access to every single point of interest on the map, such as the 4 locations relating to each of the 4 characters, requires Beast Mode. To turn on perks requires Beast Mode. To open portals to Pack-a-Punch requires Beast Mode. To gain access to the eggs required for the Apothecan's Sword requires Beast Mode. Beast Mode is mandatory to gain access to most of the map, and to set up some other parts of the Easter egg, or just simple Wonder Weapon parts. What separates Beast Mode from the Afterlife system, however, is the fact that Beast Mode does not replace Quick Revive. Quick Revive stays its own perk, and Beast Mode is instead used as a way to access inaccessible areas, open doors, etc. Beast Mode is proof that Jason Blundell can take even his own creations and innovate upon them, such as he did with taking the Afterlife system and making it work the same functionally, but completely different applicably. The story, the design, the layout, the theme, the characters, the Easter egg, the music, the creatures, the innovation, and everything else about this map make it objectively almost a perfect map. Whether your personal opinions about this map are negative or positive, objectively this map is almost flawless. So how come people didn't like it at launch? As mentioned at the beginning of the video, Shadows of Evil wasn't the only map to launch with Black Ops 3. The Giant was also made available for Season Pass owners. The Giant is an incredible map because Doris is an incredible map. Releasing 2 maps at launch is a great idea. You have more than enough content to last you until next quarter when the next DLC releases. You have options, and options are always good. However, what ultimately ended up happening was players were playing the Giant far more than they were playing Shadows of Evil. Shadows of Evil was an extremely bold, complicated new idea. It introduced many new features and systems, such as alternate ammo types, Margwas, parasites, and meatballs, a new complicated way to unlock Pack-a-Punch, and many other new features that felt overwhelming to new and seasoned players alike. Shadows of Evil was and still is a complicated map. Of course, if you played the map 5, 10, 20, 50, or 100 times, you would be well versed as to how to play the map, and where all the parts are, how to open Pack-a-Punch, and everything else the map has to offer. But imagine for a second that it's your first time playing Shadows of Evil. You have no idea where you are, what's going on, where to go, what to do, or what planet you're even on. Of course, that's the whole point, to explore and discover. But when the Giant is also available to play, an easier, simpler map that almost, if not all players are already familiar with, why wouldn't you just play that? And that is exactly what most players did. Sure, you could call it a skill issue, but that wasn't the problem. If given enough time to play and explore and learn the map, any player could get good enough to have Pack-a-Punch open in less than 10 minutes. The problem was that the Giant was made available alongside Shadows of Evil, and so most players just chose to play that map instead. The Giant is one of the best remastered maps ever made for Call of Duty Zombies, and so it launching alongside Shadows of Evil, the main new map for the game, actually hurt Shadows of Evil's success. To this day, Shadows of Evil is one of the most underrated maps ever made, and all of the blame is on the Giant. Looking back, most people can acknowledge that Shadows is a good map, a great map even, but at the time, a lot of people did not give the map the attention that it deserved. It seems like most people just found Shadows of Evil too difficult, and that's not to say that difficult maps never receive the attention they deserve because of their difficulty. Look at Mob of the Dead, Origins, or Gorod Krovi. All of these maps are not easy by any definition of the word, but all are acknowledged as being top-tier maps. Shadows of Evil can be grouped in with these maps as being difficult in its own right, but Shadows had even more weight to bear. Shadows launched on a brand new game that introduced many new features that were a little overwhelming to understand at first. The before-mentioned apps didn't have this issue, because Mob of the Dead and Origins were released as later DLCs, at a time when players already understood the game mechanics, the movement, and everything else gameplay related. Gorod Krovi also had this experience. Players had already been very familiar with the gameplay mechanics of Black Ops 3 for many months, but Shadows of Evil was the first map introducing players to Black Ops 3 Zombies, and as mentioned earlier, Shadows is not an easy map by any means. Imagine for a moment that Origins launched with Black Ops 3 instead. Origins is considered one of the most complicated maps to have ever been made, far more complicated than Shadows of Evil. If Origins had launched with Black Ops 3 alongside the Giant, I think Origins would probably be in the same situation I consider Shadows to be in. You would have this community of hardcore fans playing the map, learning it, understanding the robot cycle, and learning the staff builds and upgrades. But I believe that most of the community probably would have looked at Origins and said, "That is way too complicated for me. I'm just gonna play the Giant. Thanks." Maybe that wouldn't have been the case because it's freaking Origins, but I think that is still a valid point. Shadows of Evil suffered because the Giant launched alongside it. Now, looking back, I wouldn't have changed a thing, because launching the Giant with Shadows of Evil overall was a very wise decision. You are given the community options, which is always a positive. Two varying options that serve their purpose. One map to appease the hardcore community, and another map to appease the casual community, both of which are very important. The casual community being the folks that Treyarch and Activision want to appease the most. To me, Shadows of Evil is objectively one of the most unique and well-crafted maps ever made, but I still believe it to be quite underrated to this day. Most people talk about Der Eisendrache, Origins, and Kino der Toten. I even find that Die Rise is talked about more than Shadows of Evil, which blows my mind. The conversation about Die Rise, whether it be positive or negative, is still huge to this day, overshadowing the conversation of how absolutely underrated Shadows actually is. If you played Black Ops 3 at launch, and you recall playing Zombies, what map were you playing the most? I recall playing Black Ops 3 Zombies for the very first time. I remember starting up Shadows of Evil, being very confused and very overwhelmed. I played around a bit, died at like round 6, and switched to playing the Giant. That's not to say that everyone had the same experience as me, but some of my friends recall having very similar experiences. Years later, Shadows is regarded as one of the best maps ever made, finally receiving the recognition that it deserves. But at its birth, on November 6th, 2015, it had a rocky start. Personally, Shadows of Evil is my second favorite map of all time. However, I am very guilty of disregarding it at launch. When Der Eisendrache was released, it took the community by storm, and it was all everyone was playing. And as future DLCs released, everyone just forgot about Shadows of Evil. Then, like I say, years later, it finally received the praise it was deserving of. Shadows of Evil is objectively one of the greatest zombie maps ever made, but it still, to this day, is considered an underrated classic. And I hope that one day we will see another map with such a design, with such incredible ideas such as the Margwa mini-boss, or having to use a vehicle like the tram to discover Easter egg steps, or a cast so good as this one, considering that modern zombies have gotten rid of the cast in place of operators to sell skins. The truth is, I don't think we will ever see a zombie map as unique as Shadows of Evil ever again, and that breaks my heart. However, we do have Shadows as is, and as it is, it's a pretty dang good map. If you have never played Shadows of Evil before, or if you disregarded it as I had at launch, I encourage you to give it a shot. If you take the time to learn the map, to understand how it operates and how it plays, I hope that you will begin to feel the same way I feel about this classic, Shadows of Evil, the most unique zombie map ever made. Call of the Dead is an incredible zombie map. However, not everyone is of this opinion. From the fog and mini-boss to the atmosphere and map layout, Call of the Dead is one of those maps where you either love it or you hate it. The map has this way of gripping you by the throat, and either you like being choked or you don't. Pause. Call of the Dead is not an easy zombie map by any means, but the Easter egg isn't that bad. So why is it that this map is such a median for fans? Why is it that some people love this map while others hate it, and it feels like there is hardly any room in the middle for those who just think the map is okay? That is what I aim to discuss in this video. To explore the map, the story, the characters, the layout, and the setting, but also to try and understand the map's dilemma, to break down the reason as to why this map is such a divide in the community. Up until the release of Call of the Dead, the zombie mode had a formula. There was a system that made Call of Duty Zombies what it is, and why it was fun. You would load into the map, earn points to buy new weapons, and try to survive to the highest round you could. There had been additions to the mode that made the gameplay loop a little more interesting, such as perks or the Pack-a-Punch machine. However, the formula very much stayed the same across all of these maps. Even when a new game launched, Black Ops, the formula remained unchanged. Get points, get better weapons, get perks, upgrade your weapons, and survive. That was the formula. Call of the Dead did not uproot this formula, nor did it completely change it. The map remains the same in terms of the gameplay loop, as any zombie map should. It's what makes the zombie mode what it is. However, Call of the Dead completely changed how this formula was executed. When attempting to climb to high rounds, typically the player would get prepared by buying all of the perks they wanted, getting the weapons they needed, and upgrading them. They then would find a location they wanted to use as a training spot and proceed to kill zombies round over round. Call of the Dead allows you to do this, but not for very long. You see, Call of the Dead was the first zombie map to introduce a proper boss. In previous zombie maps, bosses would be considered the dog rounds from World at War maps and Kino der Toten from Black Ops, or the monkey rounds from Ascension, or the Pentagon Thief from 5. However, Call of the Dead gave us a true boss zombie. This boss zombie prevents the player from staying in a location for too long because he slowly follows you around the map. And if he gets to you, he can kill you almost instantly with a single hit if you do not have the perk Juggernog equipped. The boss zombie of Call of the Dead doesn't allow you to train in a location for very long, forcing you to run around the map to find a new location. This completely changes the concept of training that had been previously well known as a strategy in the zombies community. Because of this, Call of the Dead is one of the only zombie maps where round 100 is entirely unobtainable. The reasons for this are complicated, but it essentially comes down to Call of Duty games having an in-game timer, and when this timer maxes out, the game resets. The boss zombie that follows the player around causes the game to run longer, and therefore is the reason that Call of the Dead Round 100 is impossible. Now, I keep referring to this entity as just the boss zombie. He does have a name, however, George A. Romero, also known as the creator of the zombie. George invented the concept of the zombie with his 1968 film Night of the Living Dead. George Romero would go on to direct even more great films about his monster. Films such as The Crazies, Dawn of the Dead, Day of the Dead, Land of the Dead, Diary of the Dead, we don't talk about this one, and Survival of the Dead, we don't talk about this one either. George A. Romero was dubbed the grandfather of zombies, and is the reason we have Call of Duty Zombies at all. All of this is attributed to him. George unfortunately passed away in 2017 at the ripe age of 77. A custom mapper by the name of Cop for That added an Easter egg to his Call of the Dead custom map that honors George, thanking him for his creation. His creation is the reason why any of us have fond memories of past zombie maps, or why any of us have careers talking about these games at all. We can never give enough credit and praise for what he did for us, and his creation, the zombie. While we're on the topic, I wanted to talk about the cast for this map. Call of the Dead is an Of the Dead map. An Of the Dead map is a map that doesn't star the main cast of characters established as being a part of the main storyline of the game. There have been a total of 3 Of the Dead maps across all of Call of Duty Zombies games. However, Call of the Dead was the first. Technically, there have been 4, but I'm sure we'll talk about that map soon enough. This is another reason why Call of the Dead really shook up the established formula of what makes a zombie map. Richtofen, Dempsey, Takio, and Nikolai are not the playable characters on this map, which was a cool idea, and a welcomed change. It helped to keep the zombie mode fresh, and fresh is always good. The cast of Call of the Dead is incredible, and I don't just mean the actors themselves. I mean their background and the films they all have been in. Danny Trejo from such films as Spy Kids and Machete. Fun fact, director Robert Rodriguez has stated that Danny Trejo played the same character in both of these films, so that's pretty cool. Call of the Dead also stars Sarah Michelle Gellar from such projects as I Know What You Did Last Summer, Scooby-Doo, and Buffy the Vampire Slayer. We also have Michael Rooker from such projects as Slither, The Walking Dead, and Guardians of the Galaxy. And he even voiced Mike Harper from the Black Ops 2 campaign. Lastly, we have Robert Englund. Now, Robert Englund has acted in many films and television shows, but he is known for playing one character in particular, and is probably the reason he was hired for his role in Call of the Dead. Robert Englund played Freddy Krueger from A Nightmare on Elm Street. All 4 of these characters are the absolute perfect casting for these roles in this zombie map. The story of the zombie map is that director George A. Romero is making a zombie film in an old, abandoned Russian-German military facility, using these 4 actors to portray his characters. While shooting the film, real zombies began to invade the set and took off with George Romero, altering his mind into becoming one of them. The 4 actors play themselves, which is another really cool idea. Richtofen and the crew are on the map, locked behind a door within the lighthouse. They need the help of our 4 protagonists to bring them back the Vril device, which is the main quest of the map. The story of the Easter egg is quite simple, but it allows us to play as these 4 incredible actors, so there are no complaints from me. Moving away from the cast and the crew, I wanted to talk about one of the defining features in Call of the Dead, and how this feature functions on this map specifically: the fog. Call of the Dead has fog all around the map, a lot of fog. It rolls in as soon as the match starts, obstructing your view of pretty much the entire map. Zombie players hate fog on zombie maps. Transit is a prime example of this hatred towards fog on zombie maps. On Transit, however, the fog is permanent. It never leaves, always obstructing the view of what is directly in front of you, which is another huge problem with Transit's implementation of fog, its performance and its density. The fog never goes away on Transit. It was implemented due to the hardware limitations at the time, which is understandable, but it's also so thick. You are unable to see anything in front of you, even objects that are only a few feet away. Call of the Dead's fog is nowhere near as thick, allowing you to see quite a bit directly in front of you, and only existing as an addition to the map's tone and atmosphere. The fog on Call of the Dead is also not permanent. It rolls away for a few rounds and returns for a few rounds. It only exists to add an element of horror to the map, as well as fear for the player, thinking that the lack of visibility could cause the player to lose track of George, and end up going down. There is one other zombie map that does this also, the Darkest Shore from Call of Duty World War II. Now, I have not played this zombie map, so I do not have first-hand experience with the fog on this map. But I do know that it rolls in and rolls out, and completely obstructs any visibility you might have. From my understanding, it is far too thick, disallowing you from seeing almost anything at all. You can hardly see zombies rushing you, and could cause you to go down. It's almost impossible to navigate this map in the fog unless you know the map very well. All of these things are huge problems with the implementation of the fog on this map, all of which Call of the Dead manages to avoid by having the fog not be too dense, but dense enough to add to the atmosphere, and not detract from your ability to navigate the map, kill zombies, and survive. The tone is also amazing on this map. There is a strong element of horror constantly raising the hairs on your neck, especially when you hear George out in the fog calling for you and taunting you as he slowly makes his way through the fog to find you. George is another great addition to the tone specifically. His taunts are eerie and scary. Hearing his slow, thundering footsteps out in the fog is terrifying, and finally seeing his slight blue glow causes your stomach to turn, forcing you to move elsewhere on the map, and forces you to come up with an escape strategy. George's speed is perfect in my opinion. He's not too fast that he'll catch you in a matter of moments, but rather just slow enough to cause the fear in your mind to rise. George can get much faster though. Upon shooting him or getting too close to him, he will enter into a rage state, causing him to scream and chase after you. Running for long enough will cause him to eventually give up and slow down again, or running into ice water will have the same effect. Running into ice water can be equally dangerous, but more on that in a moment. If you decide to attempt to kill George, you'll be in for a long and tedious fight. George has 250,000 health, so I'm not joking when I say it'll be an extremely long battle. However, this fight is equally rewarding. Killing George will give you a death machine power-up. This is good to bunker down and eliminate a lot of zombies quickly, at least until about round 40, when the zombies become much stronger. However, that's not the only thing George will give you. He will also drop a perk power-up, rewarding the player with a random perk. It's recommended that the player have 4 perks before deciding to do this. You'll certainly need the perks to be able to fight him comfortably, but also, the perk power-up will add to the perks you already have, allowing you to get more than 4 perks, which is the normal perk limit, and would be very useful for a map as difficult as Call of the Dead can be. Call of the Dead would also introduce a new perk into the zombie mode, a perk that would stick with the franchise into modern zombie maps. Deadshot Daiquiri. I didn't say it was a good perk. Deadshot Daiquiri costs 1,500 points, but on the PC version of Call of Duty Black Ops, it only costs 1,000 points, to compensate for the lack of aim assist when using a mouse and keyboard. See, Deadshot Daiquiri's only primary function is to point your weapon directly at the zombie's critical hit location, which is their head. This is done using aim assist, which is why the PC version is discounted by 500 points. But the points don't matter because the perk is practically useless on PC anyway. Deadshot does reduce weapon sway by 35%, and completely removes weapon sway while aiming down your sights, which sounds like it could be a very useful perk in multiplayer, but not zombies. Considering that zombies will usually chase after you in hordes, there is no reason to be as accurate as the perk allows you to be, because stray bullets will just hit zombies behind the ones you're shooting. The perk can be a hindrance in some situations. If you wanted to shoot the zombie's legs to create a crawler, or just to get as many points out of a zombie before fully killing it, Deadshot would hinder you from doing this smoothly. Every time you aim down your sights, you'll be brought straight to the heads of the zombies. This might cause you to retract your aim and try again, but it would only have the same effect and do the same thing again. You could then drag your sights to the zombie's legs, but this is slow, and in a mode where quickly running zombies are chasing you, this is a bad situation to be in. And, on top of all of this, the perk is pretty much useless on PC. There is no aim assist on the PC ports of these games, at least when using a mouse and keyboard. And considering that the perk relies on aim assist for its primary function to work, it wouldn't work. You would have reduced weapon spread and weapon sway, but when you can be as precise as you need to be while using a mouse, there isn't a reason for either of those benefits. The perk could be quite useful when using one of Call of the Dead's wonder weapons, however, the Scavenger. The Scavenger is a bolt-action sniper rifle that fires special explosive rounds that detonate 3 seconds after being fired. The round will stick to whatever surface it was fired at, including zombies. The Scavenger's rounds will create a large explosion that deals an impressive 11,500 damage, issuing a one-hit kill against zombies for a good number of rounds. It's also an extremely useful tool for taking out George to get an additional free perk, allowing you to exceed the map's perk limit. Considering the very large damage as well as wide splash radius, PhD Flopper is heavily recommended as it will negate self-inflicted damage with the scavenger, making the weapon more suited at close range. There is one other wonder weapon on the map, the VR11. When a zombie is hit by one of the VR11's beams, it will turn into a normal human. The human will be chased around by zombies, and he will scream while he is alive. He will run away from the zombies, heading towards the closest body of water and freezing himself to death. Since he attracts zombies, he may be utilized similarly to a zombie blood, but the zombies will only chase him if he is the closest person to them. If the player is closer to the zombie than the human, the zombie will chase the player instead. Nonetheless, a couple of zombies can easily be killed, and the VR11's effectiveness still maintains. However, the VR11's usefulness does not end there. When upgraded through the Pack-a-Punch machine, it will become the VR11 Lazarus. Shooting George Romero with the VR11 Lazarus, while he is in a body of water, will cause him to disappear into the water. If a player shoots a zombie 3 times with the VR11 Lazarus, it will cause the zombie to explode, killing any zombies around it at any round. If you're in a co-op game of zombies, the player could also shoot another player with the VR11 or the VR11 Lazarus, giving them a red-tinted screen and having zombies ignore them, letting them revive other players without interference. The VR11 Lazarus adds a temporary insta-kill to this effect. The VR11 and the VR11 Lazarus can also be used to calm George if he is in an angered state. This calming effect only lasts about 15 seconds, so the player would need to vacate the area as quickly as possible, perhaps even using one of the zip lines found around the map. There are 2 zip lines on the map, one leading from the top of the lighthouse to the stern of the ship, and one from the bow of the ship to the spawn. Both of these feel like they're placed in fairly inconvenient locations. Why would anyone need to use either of these? Well, they're not on the map for traversal, necessarily. They're both used as escape routes. When at the top of the lighthouse, there is nowhere to go if you were to be overrun by zombies. If you had PhD Flopper as one of your 4 perks, you could just jump off the lighthouse to safety. But what if you didn't? This is why the zip lines are placed where they are. The lighthouse is impossible to escape from, so the zip line makes sense here. The zipline at the bow of the ship also makes sense, because there is nowhere to jump off of if you did have PhD Flopper anyway. The zipline would be your only escape. This isn't true. There is literally a flinger right there. Right there! I don't know what I was thinking when I wrote and recorded that line. Anyway, completely false information, fake news, moving on. Plus, it's fun to use, so that's a bonus. As for the Pack-a-Punch machine, there isn't a quest that needs to be completed to get access to it. It will simply spawn and despawn. There are several spawn locations around the map, and the lighthouse's light will point toward the location, guiding you to the Pack-a-Punch machine. This is such a cool mechanic, and I'd love to see something similar to it in future zombie maps. The problem is that the Pack-a-Punch machine will only spawn in water, which is also one of the map's downfalls. The water has a function. Whenever George is aggroed, you can lead him to the ice water and he will permanently calm down until he is aggroed again. However, besides this functionality, the water's only purpose is to slow you down and hinder your survival. This decision is one of the reasons why many people dislike this map, or at least why many people would not put Call of the Dead in their top 10 favorite zombie maps. I hate when zombie maps slow you down, or rather, put in roadblocks to slow you down. I am reminded of Shinonuma and the mud all around that map. The mud's purpose, and only purpose, is to slow you down and try to kill you. It's part of the reason I almost cannot stand playing that map. I am also reminded of Origins and the mud all around that map. Again, the mud's only purpose is to hinder you and to get you killed on an already difficult map. It's the exact reason why Origins is not my #1 zombie map of all time. It certainly could be. Everything about Origins I love. Absolutely everything. But the mud is incredibly annoying to maneuver through. I know some people will call it a skill issue, and you're right. If you can practice for long enough, the map can be learned, and the mud can be maneuvered through properly. But to me, all it does is prevent gamers of a more casual level from never wanting to play the map again, and that's absolutely what you do not want. But that's for another video. Call of the Dead suffers from the same problem. It does have the benefit of serving a purpose beyond hindering the player from succeeding, unlike the before mentioned maps. But beyond the purpose of slowing down George, it serves no other purpose. Another issue I have with Call of the Dead is its Easter egg. It is very simple. It is essentially a couple of fetch quests over and over again until the Easter egg is complete. However, I cannot discredit this Easter egg too much because it was also the first single-player Easter egg ever made. Ascension and Shangri-La require 4 players minimum. I think in Black Ops, Moon required 2 players. Call of the Dead had 2 separate quests for you to complete depending on if you were playing solo or co-op, which is a really cool idea. I also cannot discredit Call of the Dead's Easter egg too much because it is a product of its time. This was the second main quest Easter egg ever put into the zombie mode, and the idea that you are playing as 4 incredible actors instead of the Ultimus crew from the previous few maps is so cool. And the idea that you are helping the Ultimus crew who are trapped behind a door is a great idea. So much of this map comes together perfectly. Sure, there are some things I don't love about Call of the Dead. The water slowing you down, the wonder weapons mostly being underwhelming, the fact that George never stops following you, and I'd rather there be no fog and snow at all. However, overall I adore this map. The tone, story, acting, level design, and the Easter egg song easily make it a top 10 map for me. I can understand why some people might not have it in their top 10, but I will never be able to understand why some people just flat out hate this map. Unfortunately, we've never seen a zombie map quite like it over 12 years later. Maybe one day we'll get to play that Zombies Chronicles 2 we were promised so long ago. I know we'll eventually get to play Zombies Chronicles 2 via the custom maps being made for the PC version, thanks to Mr. T Lexify and all of the mappers, modders, and scripters he's working with. But at the end of the day, this is why I believe Call of the Dead to be an amazing zombie map.
COD Zombies has had a massive cheating problem over the past decade, from the use of illegal glitches to the use of God mode in splicing runs together. It's had its fair share of cheaters. However, what makes COD Zombies more unique from any other game is how difficult it is to cheat. There's so many factors against cheaters that it's nearly impossible to not get instantly caught, although some cheaters have been able to get away with it, some for months, years, or nearly a decade. Here is the history of some of COD Zombies' most notorious cheaters. First, let's start with the most notoriously cheated record, Syndicate's round 115 game on Black Ops 1 Kino der Toten. Most people who have been active in the community for recent years has heard about this cheated record, but if you've been out of the loop,
man.
Yes, I need somebody that's good. Cause don't get me wrong, if I just wanted to trick a man that's gonna give me some money, I definitely get offers.
Let's get the money out of it. I'm talking about like when you like, I need some dick tonight. Where are you going?
Nobody. I just stay
See,
to myself.
this a lie. See, you're not being honest.
Do you not understand? I get on the internet and I expose people's business and talk about them.
That's fine.
If I went and slept with the wrong person just because I'm horny, it's gonna be never.
But everybody has needs. Everybody got those people they came up with who you know gonna keep it hush hush.
No, she said she just ain't pulling up on anything hidden.
Yeah, and do you just
So you
feel
gotta-
like
so you gotta
every
go to
man
it.
is so
I don't have nobody
no
like that.
good? Every man is so not good that you can't find one that you could be in the process of building something with?
No. Not right
Damn.
now.
Adam.
So the roses.
Chicago really is the worst.
Adam,
place
that's
to
a
live.
lie.
Think
There's
about
more
that.
fucking going on in Chicago than anywhere. Maybe not somebody
Not with her.
she.
She's
It's
holding out.
it's a lot of fucking that's going on in Chicago, but it's more so like like how the dating scene and shit, nobody wants a relationship out there. And then I'll probably say like only like 2 or 3% of men that got money is really out there, and then the rest is like.
Why do we keep bringing it back to money? Black women love niggas that are broke. Like I grew up black.
Hey,
like
man, why you keep doing them like that?
I'm just telling the truth, bro. Listen, you will lose a good woman. Listen, you are a person. It don't matter because. Listen, the tricks buy the shoes.
Yeah, who bought those shoes? Those are like $2,000 heels, right?
Come on, man. I'm just asking for honesty in a moment like this. Like,
okay.
It ain't got
Is
nothing
it
to do with
okay
money.
for you to be wearing expensive heels in this building? Yes, it's fine. You can wear whatever the hell you want. Yeah.
Man.
Wow.
Wait, why?
You ain't see my other bag. I ain't gonna get robbed up in here, am I?
Hopefully not. No.
I've been leaving my Chanel bag out there, all of that. Like,
really?
Adam,
yes,
I'm telling you right now, there's an inauthentic nature to this whole situation. You see a woman, she looks good. I'll give her that. She's not fucking with nobody. She's a saint. She's a fucking nun right now. This is a lie. I am black. I know black women are horny. They always got somebody in the dugout ready to come up and bat that thing, knock that thing out the park. Like, you got to give the fans honesty because they're looking at you like she looking like a 10, and I know she getting it cracked.
If I bought my own shoes, right? Think about it like this. So if I go and sleep with a man that has no money,
you keep going back to money.
No, I'm saying if he has no money and he looks at me, all right, if I can afford me some $950 shoes, right? He gonna start making this fantasy. Oh, if I be with her, she gonna upgrade my life and all other stuff.
She's right.
And then if I leave
That's what I'm
him,
thinking.
he gonna almost try to kill me because he gonna feel like, oh, that's the life I could have had. Look at her on no jumper doing all this.
The idea that you want me to believe as a black man that the only thing black women are using to determine who they're gonna
how about this?
Screw is whether that guy has money. If we go to the county building right now and see all those people waiting in line for food stamps, all those women will say the same lie she just told you. But we know, based on them being in the county building, they are willing to take dick from dudes who got no money.
But she's got a few years before she's standing in that line.
No, she's never going to stand in that line. I'm just saying.
But Brandon, she's from Chicago. Did you hear that she said that there's an imminent threat of her getting smoked in every relationship?
No, Chicago's
in her defense,
what she implied.
I think that being from Chicago instills this deep-seated sense of like paranoia inside of you because everybody is just killing each other out there. I've had rappers come on the podcast and tell me that in Chicago, if you pull up on a girl to get some late night ass and you don't have multiple guns on you, that they're gonna laugh you out of the house. They're gonna mercilessly clown you and not give you any pussy because you don't have a strap.
What are you talking? What are you talking about?
I don't know if Long Beach is that fucked up.
Yeah, you gotta have that gun on the dresser.
Hey, what are you talking about, Adam? She just told us that no women in Chicago are even fucking. Like the population,
nobody's got a gun
in the decline.
I didn't say no women in Chicago. I'm saying me personally. I can't speak.
I heard so many women say that crap, bro. It's almost the words "I'm celibate." The word celibacy is taking on a whole new meaning. The new definition is something black women say when they fucking, but they don't want you to think they fucking.
No, it's like abstinence, not celibacy.
Well, celibacy.
I ain't say I ain't no saint. I ain't say I was no saint.
Well, abstinence and celibacy are the same thing, right?
No. Celibacy.
I'm trying to find what Adam and Lena got. I'll be watching that interview.
You need to find a man on your level, and then you need to build each other up together because that's what me and her did, and it's very rare. You don't see that a lot.
Yeah, that's what me and Jerm are doing. You feel me? We're getting out the dope house into the mansion, baby.
Was the number one reason?
My last man called me Diddy. He said he couldn't keep up.
Was the number one reason Lena fucked with you because you have money?
No, not at all.
Exactly. The reason why the black community is struggling is because black people worship money. So the women are like, if he don't got money, I'm not fucking with him. But here's the lie of it. If you ain't fucking with a dude unless he got money, why you got 3 kids by 3 broke dudes? And pregnant with a 4th one by a broke dude. They only want money once they didn't age
But they learn their lesson. They have kids with broke dudes when they're in high school, and then once they get their wits about them, then they decide, oh, okay, I only want to fuck guys that have money.
And then the dudes with money don't want them anymore.
Yeah,
Do you see the vicious cycle? You see the vicious cycle?
What black woman hurt your feelings? First of all, my baby daddy ain't broke.
I'm sorry, bro. Shots fired.
It's not about broke, because I would tolerate a man or deal with a man that has a job. Like, you have to have a job. I can't deal with no man. You can't even keep a job. Ask him how long he kept his job. A month, 2 months. No.
What's your name again?
I don't want you. if you ain't even had your job for like over 6 months, that's craziness.
What's your name again?
6 months.
Snuggie, let me tell you something. We asked you 3 questions about sex and relationships. The first thing that you brought up was money.
Yes, because that's
exactly
important to me.
I understand, but women will tell you if you actually talk to them.
Electrician or a plumber.
The inconsistency with the message is the problem because it's about money and all that, and
Not
then
that plumber.
Not
Mr.
that
Turtle Man.
oh yeah, go get Aaron. Isn't his name Aaron?
He became
Hey,
plumber.
Brady.
He ain't no plumber no more.
He became plumber.
Hey, Brady.
He's not a
Yes,
plumber
sir.
no more.
You know, females they be cheat. They cheat down. They don't cheat up, right?
Of course they do.
Niggas with money, they be corny. So they always cheating with the driver, the trainer, the work. The person. Like look at Remy Ma. They at the battle league, and then she got the nigga they
She
signed to
fucked
the battle
Easy
league.
the block captain. She left Papoose for Easy the block captain.
She cheated down,
Well, Steve Harvey, his girl, didn't she hit the driver or some shit?
No, it was supposed to be the pool boy.
Okay, the pool boy. All right.
That's
and then
no, that's allegedly.
allegedly. Okay.
You have to say allegedly.
Allegedly. Okay. All right. What Shawnee O'Neal? She fucking a crip. She got
exactly.
She got.
You're talking about
Munchie,
overly.
No.
Munchie, would a blood be level up and a
You're
crip
talking
level
about
down?
I'm just saying, like females,
Just had to ask.
they cheat down because like niggas with money, they just be that. They got the bread
You
and
talk.
the stability, but the niggas that got a little less than they got more. You know what I'm saying? They speed. They can have fun, enjoy themselves. They more down to earth or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
No, you're talking about super wealthy women that they're in positions of power, so they probably a little bit more masculine. So when you're dating a man that makes less than you, he's equivalent to being your
I'm talking about them
assistant.
Bro, this is a lie.
They dealing
He
with people that
equivalent
got
to
money.
being your assistant.
This is a lie. My wife is a nurse. Go to her job. Every nurse in there, they making $150,000 a year. A straight pookie with no money is coming up, picking them up in their own car. Ooh, bro, I hear all the gossip. These chicks are professionals. They always fuck down.
Do you not?
Because why? You know why? Let me explain to you. Because
she needs that dick on demand.
women
She needs
know
on demand.
that men who make money more than them, they can't control them. If they get pookie, guess what? They win every argument. Get your broke ass out of my house.
Yeah,
they don't got no challenge. There's no one who could actually check them. If they go with a man who actually has means and he's working and earning money, now they have to submit. And women in this day and age, they don't want to submit to anybody.
So why
I can't
are
say
you
that
mad at what I just said?
all
then?
of the-
I
I'm not
want
mad,
to submit.
all
trying
of
to
the
make a good
millionaire
podcast.
OnlyFans girls that I know, they all basically date guys that are like way below them.
Of
But granted,
course.
also because of the stigma of their job, they probably can't
Adam,
really date above themselves.
Let's
So.
just establish this. I was telling the truth. Snoogie was lying this whole time.
We still have
Hey,
no.
but you-
I guess.
We still don't know like what your dating
I'm
life
just
is like.
messing
You're
with
just
you.
claiming that you have nothing going on.
Yeah, she's hot.
Which is okay.
I have nothing going on. Okay, so I can tell you about my last situation if you really care about
How
it.
long?
When was it? 2 days
It
ago?
No, it wasn't 2 days ago.
I'm just messing with you.
Me and him stopped talking. It's probably been like I'll probably say about a good like 4 months.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, like I don't know.
What
We
was the
just
problem
couldn't-
with him?
I wanted to explore, and he wasn't with it. And he told me that he
You
feel
wanted
like
a
I'm into
three-screw?
some. He felt like I was into some Diddy shit, and he was like, I'm not with it.
Wait,
He's very
explore
He was
meaning with
intimidated.
girls or with other men?
I want what you and Lena have. That's what I want.
But-
Let's just say it like that, but without the OnlyFans and
But you wanted to be able to fuck other dudes
No.
or other girls?
No.
Or did you want to just have threesomes with this guy?
whatever you and Lena do. But
That's
What we
business.
do is kind of like
That's
extreme at
business.
this point.
Without the camera.
That's
Without the
business.
camera.
Okay.
So you
Whatever
wanted
y'all
to be
do
able to
without
have
the
another guy come through and fuck you in front of this dude?
No, not that.
That's a little
He's
extreme.
talking about three screws.
Just, but just with girls.
Yeah.
Oh, what the hell is he so
Yeah.
scared of?
He's, hey,
And
that-
then,
he-
as soon as you do that,
he's a mark. He's a mark.
But I'm saying y'all
He's a
do
mark.
more than just that. I'm just saying like he just wants to be. I just want to make love to you, and I'm just like that's so vanilla. Like I'm 26. I'm finna become a grown woman. I feel like I need to add some seasoning to this chicken. I can't just have salt and pepper on.
Wow, I'm so in awe and admiration of the fact that you're sexually exploitive like that. I didn't know you were about that life because it takes a confident woman to be able to want to introduce other women
It
into
do.
their
man, listen.
bedroom.
Nobody want another dude smashing his girl. Period. Like, yeah, you could do a little something, have a little fun. I don't know. I wouldn't know about that. But the thing is, you're in a relationship. It's not like a marriage. You're not engaged. Y'all still dating. Why would you let some dude come smash your girl when y'all just dating? That doesn't even make any sense.
I agree. That's a very strange decision. Like
Too soon.
we
That's
did
what
it
you
from a porn perspective, but for like a normal guy, it's like imagine trusting another guy enough to want to give him that much access to your girl. Like, that's a very tough decision to
But
make.
some regular men, they don't even want to share you with another woman. It's like real
I'm with
possessive.
that.
It's like, oh, I don't want to share you with nobody. Well, the type of men I talk to, they make so much that they do their own little thing on the side. They gonna cheat.
To me, if you're too insecure to let another girl hook up with your girl in front of you, like, what are you so worried about? She's gonna run off with a chick? Like, get out of here.
But there is a valid concern about introducing three screws into relationships, and that's like sometimes a girl winds up getting mad. It's a very risky thing.
Oh yeah, you got to know how to play the game. You can't be showing too much attention to the other one. You got to,
Bro, like
you got to be able to handle it.
It's gone cool and it's gone left. So if my girl was gonna be like, hey, I want to bring another girl in the bed, I might be a little bit nervous.
They need to be spreading me.
That is totally fair. Yeah, it's very fair to be nervous.
If your girl motivates you and she shows you like she's super cool and relaxed, I think that definitely improves your performance. But if in the back of your mind you're thinking like, my girl gonna be pissed off if this chick is moaning too hard, if I actually make this girl have an orgasm, like, you think about that in the back of your mind. So if the man is at ease knowing his girl's 100% down with the situation, the performance is good. If you have any doubts in your mind, it could be a weird situation.
But that's why you let your girl find her.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Again,
because they be down in her mind, like, you go double back and just do your thing with her one-on-one. You know what I'm saying? So you let your girl, like, go.
But it gets tricky too because, all right, picture this. You've been fucking the same girl for years. You're kind of bored with it. You have a threesome. You're super excited. You want to fuck the other girl more, and you come fast with the other girl. You're in trouble.
Bro,
that's very bad for your relationship. So you got to have enough self-control to not make that the case. But that's the story I've heard over and over and over from people who open up their relationship.
Like your first threesome, you excited. Like, you got to.
Which is fair. And it is totally fair to be excited, but a lot of times your girl won't understand.
That's how I could tell some niggas ain't had threesomes like that before.
You ain't never had a girl ask you afterwards, oh, whose pussy felt better? You let it.
Yeah, you lied.
Lie. Gotta lie.
Pussy be feeling the same low key.
No.
What? To me,
Brandon go tell the truth. Don't. You gotta lie to her. Be like, girl, you was running laps around her.
Yeah.
No,
But she was whooped.
I had a time where I was having a
That
threesome,
would not
and
be
the other, this the worst. When the other girl gives incredible head,
Oh yeah.
man, and your girl head might be good, but it don't got your toes curling.
Yeah.
Bro, you be trying to fight that urge to like express pleasure so hard. You be like, you trying to act like you're not feeling it. Dude, and don't come off the other girl give you head.
Yeah.
You having an argument the whole way home.
You got a threesome with your man before?
Huh?
You got a threesome with your man before?
I choose not to disclose that information at this time.
It's already out there. It's already out there.
At least I'm more honest than you. At least I'm more honest than you.
I'm being wholeheartedly honest. I'm gonna upload this. If I'm fucking you, if you fucking Snuggie, expose me right now. Clear it out. Clear it out.
Man, you done already gamed him up. Stop.
Clear it out. I'm definitely not scared.
You already gave him if I ever.
Give 50 memberships if you're fucking Snooki.
Bill Maher is in the chat like,
you can come up to No Jumper for an interview.
Jerry Seinfeld. Robert De Niro has entered the chat.
Hey, have you ever had a situation though with your girl like where you fucked somebody and she was like, you was doing it better than you was doing it to me?
I've had the situation where we were hooking up with a girl that was, 10 years younger than her, and in her perspective, like maybe more attractive than her, and she got a little insecure about it. Maybe I wasn't necessarily spreading the dick around evenly. So I've definitely had that happen.
Right.
But that honestly, that was a long time ago. She has not had any kind of concern at all. Now at this point, it's like the better of a time I'm having, it seems like she's just enjoying it. But that being said, I mean,
it's art to that shit.
We do a lot of shit.
I
gotta ride the wave.
She fucks dudes with dicks that are literally like twice as big as mine. And it's like, I don't even get mad at it because what the fuck do I care?
Yeah.
Because also a lot of these girls complain about the giant dicks behind the scenes too, and I hear them say that, and they're not trying to impress me, so I get it.
Well, I feel like for regular women, they don't really go for that. Like
The
you
huge
would
dick
walk
thing?
out. Yeah, I'll walk out of room. Like
You
if
would
it's too
walk
much,
out of
I would
room?
walk out.
Sure.
Yeah.
Hey,
I mean, they be flatter, but
You
I'll
would
walk
give it a
out.
try if you liked them.
I started hearing that when I was older about like females like intimidated by the big gird. You know what I'm saying?
They should be.
You can't take that every day. Like, well, I'm sure you've seen some women where they're into the large all the time, every day. No.
I've never really heard any of the girls say that they like to fuck, a giant 10-inch dick every day.
we all been on Pornhub. I seen the girls with the little tentacles, the big huge tentacles, and they do it all the time.
Asia.
And then they open it up, and you be like, "Wow, that's a gaping hole." Don't nobody want to take that all day, every day.
Yeah, it snaps right back. But yeah, it's definitely like, you know.
Well, yeah, it's not back if it's not like all the time. But a coochie is like a rubber band.
It's a muscle.
Right. But if you keep stretching that rubber band over and over and over, eventually that rubber band is going to get a little worn out.
It's going to snap, player.
I've been banging a chick from behind, staring down at her butthole, just thinking like, damn, that thing's definitely had a ton of dicks in it.
Man.
It looks all crazy and shit.
She on lip service, Gigi. She just started her own podcast. I guess she openly talked about like, you know,
Loose Cannon's wife? Former wife?
No, Gigi on lip service. I think she said that I guess P Valley was inspired by her or whatever. She's on lip service, and she was basically.
Was she the light skinned one?
Yeah, well, all of them are light skinned. She's a little browner than them.
Okay.
But yeah, she just started her own podcast, and then she said that she was having so much sex with so many people that she had to go and surgically get her vagina tightened.
Whoa.
Yeah.
It's called the vaginal rejuvenation surgery.
Well, a lot of girls go in and get the lips chopped off too, which is insane.
I think she got hers done too.
Yeah.
Isn't it called the labia?
Yeah.
The vulva and the
Can
labia.
we be a little more scientific here? I mean, we're trying to appeal to a
You know
broader
what? I
audience.
hooked up with a girl last week on camera, and now that I think about it, I bet she had that because her shit was hella fucking clean lines.
What do you mean clean?
Like the lines of her labia just looked like not the way that God makes them.
Yeah.
Right.
A little too perfect.
A little
They
too
always
perfect.
have different characters to them.
I never think about that.
I'm not worried about the labia. That shit could look like.
I want to get some dick mods. Get like a little pocket on the side.
I was gonna
No,
say-
like a loop that you could put a hammer in. Okay.
Besides like dudes with huge dicks, I'm more worried about the vibrators these bitches be using. I swear to God,
Some
bro.
girl just said she zapped her coochie off and she went to the hospital
With the rose?
With the rose.
You ain't competing with the rose. I
Yeah.
promise you're not gonna hit it like the
You
rose
can't.
gang.
Because
Money
they
bag
go
rose?
hold longer. They probably want to give you some pussy, but they go a whole extra month not letting you fuck because they got the rose. That rose is something else.
Hey,
I feel like those break coochies.
use the rose after I fuck. I couldn't care less.
It do. It damn near break your coochie.
No, I'm not competing with
It's
the.
out of
There's a
commission.
strict no rose policy in this household. You feel
What's
me?
the difference?
I would be jealous.
It's a difference.
When you
jealous.
fucking her, you gonna know if she came or not. If she come, that means she enjoyed it.
No. It ain't no competing with that rose, bro.
There's no.
I'm not trying to compete with it.
I'm competing.
It's like
I'm
the
competing.
sensation.
We're all winners.
Okay, imagine. Let's take it back to when you was like a teenager, right? I'm pretty sure almost every man went through a phase where y'all like overly masturbated. Imagine how like sensitive you was. Not sensitive, but like it was so desensitized. Like probably by like the 5th or 6th time you probably done masturbate. You like, this ain't doing nothing for me. That's what it's like with the rose and then having sex.
Sometimes I masturbate even after sex, bro. Like
I didn't know
I
about
beat off it
masturbating
after I
5 times
sex.
in a row until I got much older. And I would never do that. I would fuck a girl 5 times in a night, but I ain't
Dude, your
masturbating
dick,
5 times in a night.
bro. It takes forever to get your dick desensitized from that, bro. Could you imagine when you were like in high school, niggas are doing a lot of masturbation.
No. Oh, fuck. Hold on. Okay, do I sound normal now? I have my mic and whatever on. I'm a little sick too. Y'all gonna have to deal with that. Yeah, today we are finally getting started on the tunnel. I've been dreading this shit, but it's gotta get done. Let me read some people off chat. Well, what's up, Newt Man? What's up, XX Def? What's up, Partially Russian? What's up, Solar? Astatistic? I don't know. Weird ass name. Convenient. Great Scott. DC Mike. Bro, I haven't seen you here in a moment. What's up? Arthur, what's up, man? I haven't seen you in a while. Roy Mold, what's up, man? Gary. Fuck, this guy, the chat looks good. Now that's what I call brain rot. Rex Trio. You been slaving at work? Yeah. Stay on that, bro. I've been working not too much, but I've been working a lot more recently. What's up, Brooklyn? Lobster. Dobby, I would love to have a child. Hear that, Dobby? Found you a girlfriend, bro. Duvinium 115, she wants your dick. Dirt. But yeah, we're just gonna be doing the tunnel today. We're getting started on it. See how much I can get done. I'm gonna be coughing a lot this stream. Hopefully the noise suppression like suppresses most of it, but yeah, sorry about that. I guess I could just start with trims on top. See what that's about. I'm probably gonna be making a lot of models for the tunnel. A lot of unique models anyways. Can we get a remaster of the Diaries remaster? It's been a long time since the remaster came out. Yeah, that's coming out tomorrow. I guess we could just start with this. Is there a face there? No. It'd probably be best to just make this out of edge decals and line decals. could make it a model. Make it out of multiple models and just make like a spline with this shape. Just make that all one model of multiple models. Whoa! Etchy with the 690.
Seems finished to me. Release it.
Good thing, man. Thank you so much for the 690. Thank you so much for that. Hey, chat. Yo, chat. Let's get some etchy love in the chat right now. I gotta see at least one person say his name, or else y'all bitches. Don't be bitches. Show that man some love in the chat. Come on. Thank you so much, Etchy, for the 690, man. I appreciate that, though. Oh man, there's so many ways I could do this. The best way, the best looking way would be to use mouse. Let me see. Column. What's wrong with the mic? Does it sound weird? It could be just my voice, because like I'm sick, but I haven't done anything to my mic. I think it's noise suppression. I haven't changed any of my settings. Here, let me try this. Y'all tell me which one sounds better, okay? Testing. 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 Testing.
zone.
Seriously though, Edward, where the hell are we now?
I had very bad dreams. Bad things happened to us. To me, you, Patio.
Let's just try not to think about all the terrible.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ascenderon has allowed us to check out the EXE Black Ops 6 video, so, I mean, boys, let's get into it. Let's see it. Call of Duty Black Ops 6, we start off with Citadel Daymore, then into the Tomb, and then obviously the Shattered Veil. Yeah, Citadel was a huge launch, bro. People were getting excited. How many players can play? 4 players. Come on.
I know what I have to do, but I don't know if I have the strength to do it.
I know, bro. See you later. See you later. They made 4 swords, not 5, brother. Oh my god. Yeah, man.
Yo, Brandon, open this door.
I'm gonna say, use your ad revenue to open this fucking door.
Alright, guys. Did you know that 90... Every donation gets us a door. Did you guys know that 95% of you are not subscribed?
I knew it.
Huh?
Aim the cannon, yo.
Shinji, trace that, soldier boy.
What's going on? Hey, bro, what's this?
Hey, bro, what's this?
Don't understand what's going on here.
And then once you're in the castle, you're like, what the frick is going on up here, bro? You gotta watch it at 10 minutes or off the Oh!
No way.
He's down! Got that
I'm down! Oh my god, you're bad.
Oh, what? Yeah, dude, I didn't play Citadel much co-op. Oh, yeah, you don't want to unlock that.
Hey, yo, what the fuck?
Yeah, you don't want to unlock. Oh, hell! And then this came back for every other map after this, bro. Yeah, bro, get that thing out of here.
Zombie, dude.
I didn't even notice that one time. Oh. Dude, yeah, you can't get them headshots.
This guy has a fucking helmet. What the hell?
Yeah.
Look at this one. I can't shoot him in the...
You gotta stop aiming for the head, man. And he drops this spam. They should have added more, like, armor drops like that. That would have been really cool.
Oh, shit! Oh, wait! Oh, wait! I got a sword! Fuck! What the hell?
Hey! Too bad this one's
trash.
Somebody had to do it. I am the chosen one.
What? What the fuck? Look at that!
Hey, there they go. They're slowly getting it. They're slowly getting it. bro thinks he's Tanjiro. Yeah, no. They're trying to use these swords. They're so trash. Keep fighting. So keep swinging. Fight back. Fight back.
Stop, let me go. Stop, let me go.
The block was like the best part of the sword, bro.
Wait, I put my sword in.
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
Yeah, get them motherfuckers.
Be advised, your teammate got their ass kicked.
say we just fucking exfil on 31, man. Like, we got pretty far, in my opinion.
For first game, that's pretty
to
good,
what,
man.
like, we discovered on
Yeah.
our own. But at this rate,
It's hard to
I
do
can't figure
after.
out my sword.
Exactly.
I don't know what these
That's pretty
chests
good,
are
though.
doing. Because we can't interact with them. Like, we did the thing we were supposed to with them.
Bro thinks it's Minecraft,
know.
man. Yeah, I know. They make the incantation chest Literally, bro. Literally. I know, bro. When you have to face the amalgam and have the zombie after, it's too much, bro. Stop screaming! Oh, they didn't make it. No. Oh, man, that's tough.
Not a big surprise.
Tell me they do another. Yes. I was about to say, they gotta get another one. Now they know what to do. I want to see them fight the boss.
Hi guys, Mr. Rockwaffles here. This
Yeah, I
is your
knew it.
moment to
He was
disguise
gonna come in
yourself
eventually.
more Easter egg.
No, copyright
Yo,
strike.
Vince, crank that Sojo boy.
Yeah. You.
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 No, 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 no. Money.
I better see it. Boss fight second attempt. I believe. Oh, they're doing the profit sharing method. Yeah, this is what I think, bro. They're making bank. They're making bank out here. Wakey, 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 wakey. See, they're getting better. You out here at round 5? You hitting them crits? I mean, come on.
Hi, sir. What would you
Oh,
like?
wait. He's doing the thing. He's like, green. Give me green. Give me green.
Give him green.
See, I love the side Easter eggs on Citadel. They're great.
You give me a tip.
They gotta add more
There's
funky
multiple
ones
blues.
like
Goddamn.
this. That's why I love this map.
One more blue. Another blue.
Another blue. Another green.
I was saying I'm stuck with this blue.
Bro thinks he's walking.
Damn, they're showering you with money like C4.
Oh?
I just slow your
Got them points? Oh, yeah, he took that tip right out
Yo,
of it.
I hate to be that guy,
I
but
was gonna be on Kitchen Nightmare
either
fight.
They're dead. Don't matter.
Ridiculous. I can't pick up any points because you're stealing all.
Yeah, you can't do it so fast after a while. They just keep coming. They keep coming.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, and then only one of them gets a PhD. He stole it from him. Oh. That's my map. That's my map right there.
Bro, why are you throwing?
Holy shit! Alright,
Oh, and there we go.
What the fuck is this?
Oh, he's getting. Oh, see, he did the puzzle. There we go. No, they're getting the bosses now. I believe it. Second attempt. Yeah. That's good. I wish they were still more powerful. They should feel like this, bro.
Aha!
But they
Die,
don't.
bastard!
Oh my god.
Oh fuck! I have to shoot this out of the air with the dual wield. Oh fuck!
Oh yeah. He's got him upgraded too. It's so cool. Yeah, he not shooting that. He's gotta buy something,
See, that
bro.
didn't
off
work
the
when I
wall.
did it last time.
See it? You see?
Oh,
I got it.
oh, he actually got it. Dang, with that.
It's a circle with a cross underneath. So a circle and a cross.
Yeah.
So the female
They be
symbol.
spitting random symbols.
Oh yeah.
Now,
Three circles triangle for me. Alright.
That should be it.
And reset.
you should. It's a pitchfork.
Yeah, dude. This step was
I got it.
not it.
Next one.
Thank goodness there was a skip for
It's
this,
going
but
to
I think it
be-
got
last one
patched
will
after a
be
while.
3 circles in
Oh,
triangle.
I saw his chest
So
piece
like
there
circle,
too.
circle, circle.
Bro
Yeah,
could've- bro
3
could've
small
got that
circles.
chest
Yeah,
piece
3 small
going.
circles.
Okay, I mean, I did all 6 of them,
Yeah, this
and you're
puzzle
going
is
based
kinda
off the
tough.
Roman numerals, right? Like
Yeah,
1
yeah,
is the
yeah.
females. Okay, well, it did not work.
Yeah, classic.
Wait.
Classic.
God,
Every
Wait a
every
minute.
zombie's
Pretty
map
Roman
comes to
numerals
this
wrong.
point.
I got the 4 and
If
the
it's a
6
strong
Oh my
zombie's map.
fucking god! 1, 2,
He forgot one. Oh, then now you gotta do traps. Yeah, this one on co-op would have been easy.
3.
Yeah, he's got them all. Yeah,
What's the next one? The symbols, Mason. What do they mean?
Whoa. Yeah, dude. I love the trap. It just
Let
works.
me look up the next step. Please keep that thing.
Look up the next step. emoting. Yes.
What do we have to do?
Oh, and now they gotta do the elemental orb, right? Yeah, they're on the orb set. Dang, they're going to boss. Yeah, get those incantations. Boom. There we go, Raven done. Yeah, this one easy.
My bitch just fucking cast the damn building.
Just freaking throw it out, bro.
Holy shit, what did you do?
Yeah, the fire one's cracked, but then the lightning one's even easier. Oh, he made it out. There we go. Oh, boss fight time.
Prepared for what comes next. I doubt it will be pleasant.
They're gonna be swinging. This is exactly what I've been waiting for. They're gonna be swinging. Here we go. Yeah. Oh, take out that guardian. I want to see them. They're gonna go from this to Sentinel Artifact to the T-Rex. Oh, bro, he's got some fast offense. Oh no, Phoenix up isn't too bad.
We're going nowhere.
We're going nowhere.
Fuck you, kid.
Was that our physical? No. See, also, like, when this map first came out...
for 3 minutes. I got you for 3 minutes. Eat time.
They should be able to do this. I believe. I like it good. Yeah, dude. Gotta aim for them crits on the foot. See? Oh, they're getting it. And they're locked in. You know.
Playing with your ass.
You know they're locked in.
Oh no.
Doing it, yeah. Dude, none of them brought the Soleil sword, huh? Bro, that was the meta. Too bad, man. That sword makes this boss so easy.
Oh fuck, I got insta.
Heroes never die.
Oh, one of their teammates had Phoenix. There we go, third phase. Uh-oh. He's got his Phoenix up, though. Oh.
Sweet spot, slow faster.
Yeah,
No, bro, it's black and white.
he's using, what is it, the invulnerable gun. Oh, they got it. No, they got it. Oh, yeah, spam that, brothers. Spam that, brothers. Hey, I knew it. Second attempt. For Citadel, that's pretty impressive. These are some BO3 players, for real, for real. Police! Police!
Craft, we need to know, what do we do with the amulet?
I don't know, brother.
Take it to the excavation site. Hold up. Wait a minute.
I know, because everybody was thinking it was Origins. Now when you look back at it and it's so sad. Dude, they should have just done Origins. The tomb was literally what killed so much of the hype for Black Ops 6. Ascendron, that was an incredible video. That was an incredible video. Well, now we gotta go to the tomb. So, yeah, we're going to the excavation site, but not like how we wanted it. Wow. Let's see here. What the?
Frank, what are you doing?
Dude, that image was everywhere during BO4. It was crazy. Switching up. Switching up and get up. Oh my god. High precision. Whoop, whoop. Up. Whoop, whoop.
Right here.
Where's the Dark Matter video? Nah, man. I didn't make a Dark Matter video.
It's right there.
It's right there, man. It's right there. I know, bro.
financially recover from that.
Yeah, the prices are so expensive.
Looking for booty.
And they're so optimistic. Dude, and they slow you down and everything. Honestly, bro, I feel like they could get pretty far for their first attempt. At least Ice Staff on first attempt. Second attempt, easy boss fight. But they might not even beat it.
I don't know about you
like the
guys,
Sentinel is
but
pretty hard
something
to
looks a
pull
little suspicious.
Looks like Revelation.
ほう向かってくるのか逃げずにこのディオに近づいてくるのか
Keep vermin back in
近づかなき
terminus
ゃ
and
て
liberty.
めえをぶちのめせないんでなほうほう
Dude, is he gonna get left?
近づくが
He's
よ
gonna have Bert. Yep. Wow. There we go. That's not Dark Matter 9. Better skins, better wins. That's what they say. That's what they say, bro. And then you just respawn. Yeah, that was OG zombies, you would just die right then and there, bro.
Be advised, your teammates got their asses kicked.
Oh god, I'm cooked.
That's because
Oh, are they already
Vince,
doing the
the
trials?
fucking
Oh, no,
village
doing the
idiot,
SAM trial.
decided to fucking activate a SAM trial on a
Let's go gambling. Hey, man, this is what it is. Let's go gambling. Yeah, here it is. Fire sale time. You're gonna get absolutely nothing good. Oh, he actually got the fire sale.
Oh god, I just got shocked, guys.
Freaking ice snap, man. Fire sale ice snap. I ain't seen it.
Just fucked in the wall.
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
like
yeah, dude. You used to get
you're not
pulled into the wall.
I'm like stuck in the wall, so I can just kill them.
No, but he's gonna die. Yeah, he's gotta still die out.
Hey, yo, can you pick me up?
Thank goodness they fixed that. Oh, shit. I mean, most people only played this map, I feel like, when this came out.
If we pick you up, the question is, well, actually, wait, can we?
Fuck you, I can't.
Oh, can you pick me up?
I don't know what's going on.
That's crazy, man. The
Well,
stock women
it
had
was
that.
nice knowing you guys.
Dude, it's literally just Citadel Bay more all over again, bro.
Literally, yeah, because that was a glitchy.
Round one at the evac point. Let's move it.
For real, bro. Are they excellent already? Oh, see, that's what I'm saying, bro. First attempt, they did the ice snap. Like, that's the thing. Doing the egg without knowing what to do with the upgrade was kind of the toughest part. But did they actually make it?
Fuck.
Yeah, he got
Did
the
my
ice
boy
snap,
Weaver
too.
transition?
What?
Heavy weapons.
I didn't even see that. Did he? Oh, they probably merged the assets on each of the characters. Okay, Easter egg 100%. Yeah. Double points, profit sharing. That's how I know they tried hard.
Did you forget about me?
That's how I know. They got the Milo guys pulled up, getting the ice staff and everything. Come on now. Let's see it. Yeah. That's how I know they're doing it. They got the monocle and everything. I mean, it's literally just shoot Roman numerals. You're doing the symbols. It's not that bad. I mean, Citadel is way worse. I don't see you here. I mean, yeah, like once you get upgraded ice staff though, the rest is pretty. Are you able to get one ice staff on this map? I can't even remember. I mean, yeah, getting the original ice staff was pretty easy. Just gotta freaking protect that sucker. This lockdown though can be ruthless. You gotta be careful. Oh, got a health bar. Literally, dude, it's the fact you have to use like kill streaks and everything just shows how crazy.
Oh, we're so sorry to hear about your brother that passed away. He gets 5 big balls.
Boom, boom, boom. No, that's fine. I know, bro. Relax. Speed, relax.
Beautiful as the day I lost you.
Let's do this.
Oh, and he's got no. Did he already do the Easter egg? I thought the green part of it. Dumbest step above BO3 right there. I know. W Felix. Get that man out of here. Okay, 100% they're doing the egg here. Yeah, if they're doing the upgrade now, then that'll be it. Congrats, you can remember 3 symbols. Yeah, they really dumped it down after Citadel, didn't they? We love the tube. We love the tube. Wait, does that guy have a Black Ops 4 hat on? I never noticed that. What the heck? Man, I'm dead. Yeah, and then the rest of the Easter egg is easy. Like, it's getting the staff that's the toughest part on this map, bro. Vermin statue done. Yep.
What was this step again?
And for this challenge, purple energy is going to fly into various parasites that are flying around you. And once they have the purple energy in them, you need to kill them. And then when their balls drop...
Most said when their balls drop? Why do you say balls, bro? You should have said orbs. Oh.
Balls.
Three. It's wild, like the Doppelgas trial and the amalgam one is so easy comparatively make it on the boss fight. That's my guess here. They're gonna fail right on this boss.
Say goodnight, motherfuckers.
Okay, there we go. Boss fight time. Let's go. I mean, they got good weapons though. He's got the
so
GPMG.
this isn't our first attempt at this boss fight.
That's what I
forgot
thought.
to record
That's
the
what I
photo
thought.
on our first attempt. However, our first attempt went a little something like.
Hey! Yeah, dude, I didn't beat it my first attempt either. Same thing with the Turbine boss fight. It was too difficult.
Lord have mercy.
Bro, I don't think Ascenderon's made a Turbine Easter egg worth it.
Oh my wait,
lasers. I got you. No, bomb it. Oh, yeah, it can't be up at the top of the war like that. They did more than half the health though. That's pretty impressive.
Is there like a spot where we can like crush? Oh my god, wait, it's right here.
There you go, bro. Bam, that ice back. You can even throw right underneath it.
Oh,
Okay,
shit,
the fact
even
they
with
got the
our fucking
GPMG,
full auto guns,
they
that
know what
took
they were
like
doing.
forever.
Yeah. Gold, triple tap. They got this. Furniture boss fight. Yes. We love the shooting furniture. That's literally all you can do with this boss fight. Just shoot a stationary object.
Oh, that was scary.
Yes.
That was scary. That was scary, bro.
Yeah, the last
I
part of this
crawled
boss
under
is
that
really
beam just to
tough
get that
fight.
max
You
ammo.
gotta take out all
Holy
the,
shit.
You are a trooper.
all the other things. Oh, they have the hand cannon. They're doing the glitch trap. Oh, this should be
have this
easy
ice
then.
trap. We are thriving.
Yeah, I was just doing sweet cheese.
They're holding strong.
I'm shooting that Malcolm one.
There we go. Oh, they almost got it? Yeah. And then the fact you have to pop the crowd. There we go.
Wait, what the fuck is that? The artifact.
There we
the
go.
artifact is in... Wait.
Oh, there's shoot artifact.
What the fuck is that?
Oh, shoot it.
Oh shit.
There we go. Okay, they got it.
Oh fuck. Hello? Again?
No. Oh, did he get glitched?
I'm
No,
sorry.
he got his ice
one
back.
HP.
Okay, he got back. Oh my gosh, this is what I need, a co-op with all the amalgam. No.
Oh my fucking god, bro. Fucking lose my mind.
Bro, they gotta pop healing aura, bro.
What? Is it because we still gotta kill the amalgam?
No, listen, you
yeah,
guys are
you
not
gotta-
paying attention. There are fucking zombies with sentinel artifacts on them, and you have to kill them. There's one on me right now.
Okay, sick.
Classic.
Alright.
Good job, man.
Yeah.
There we go.
I have to reload. Okay, well, one more. There's another one behind us.
Dude, 29.
They're both down. They're both down. They're both down. No.
You're the last one. Complete the mission.
Get him. Dude. Oh, this is a wild attempt.
Get this shit off me!
I would have been shocked if they even did it on their second attempt, bro. Even on the second attempt. It's tough, this boss. It's probably even tougher than, like, the T-Rex in Shattervale. Oh. Oh. No! Yeah, bro, come back into reality, bro.
So trusted you.
Yeah, come on, bro. Attempt 3. Jeez.
Ooh, piece of kid.
Let's get it. Yeah, dude, this is what I'm saying. Like, it's not easy to do this boss. I think Treyarch definitely nerfed it.
Can
They
I
made
get
it a little
fucking
easier.
plates? Hello?
This thing is getting hurt and it's nowhere near ready.
But yeah, using the
Fucking
GPMG.
parasite.
Oh my god.
Nice purple.
Oh, hell no!
Yeah, I wonder what the completion rate of this Easter egg was. It must be less than 5%.
Oh,
Like,
yeah,
if
good start
Terminus
for
of
me.
Liberty Falls was above
Lost my
10, or
Perkaholic, went down
below 10.
again, wasted like 5 million points.
Yeah, it's chalk.
Oh, you gotta use your
I
dash.
just got it.
It's 10
Yeah.
seconds apart.
That's what I mean. The tube is annoying, bro.
Dude, that was less than 10 seconds.
Annoying map.
Fucking swear to God. You know
I'm
how long
curious
10
how
seconds
long
is?
Shattered is gonna take.
A long fucking time.
Yo, he's got a good. You got great clothes. Mo thinks he's
Lord,
rich
forgive
off.
me for what I'm about to do.
Which is?
Bust. Are you serious?
It's over here. Keep going.
I am the milkman. My milk is delicious.
Nothing bad ever happens to the Kennedys.
What I'm saying. It's like, this map is like Origins as a survival map. But somehow it's... Oh no, don't tell me they lag out here. Oh, brother. Dude! The tube was bad.
What the fuck? I can't fucking believe what just happened.
Did you just like lag out?
So
My
bad.
game just crashed.
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you.
Welcome back. Good thing that you can at least join back, man. That was the nice part about this.
Dude, what the fuck? I'm bugged out.
What do you mean?
I can't eat the shot and I can't sprint, but I can walk.
Bro's gotta leave the game or something.
Close air support.
I love this chopper. You can use it in the spawn. Oh, that's crazy.
Nope.
Fix it?
What the fuck, man?
Yeah, two.
After you exited the chopper in it doesn't work?
Nope.
No, he can twirl his
It is
gun
what it is
though.
then.
No. Oh, they're doing it. Oh, they're actually doing it. Oh my gosh.
In the way of me and my virginity. Fight me with all you got.
Come on, Felix.
Fuck me!
Yeah, it's crazy how like a literal piece of furniture was one of the hardest boss fights. I couldn't have guessed that. Would not have been able to predict that myself. Especially on co-op, this must have been tough. Like I think a lot of people were struggling with this boss.
Right in front of me.
Trey probably have the stats up, and you're like, well, nobody's finishing.
Oh, this
Oh no.
Back it up, back it up, back it up.
Hello, Bozo.
Not with that shotgun. Yeah, and the fact that he stuns you and all that. Exactly, bro. There we go. There we go. Yeah, you need a lot of gobble berries for this fight. At least on co-op. They even had the hand cannon strap, bro. He didn't use it though last round. Oh, big insta. Yeah, the hand cannon strap made this boss fight so unbelievable. There you go. He can pop his ether. Pop his ether, bro. Oh, he picking it up and shooting. Oh my gosh. Okay.
On break, motherfucker.
bro, I really need to max ammo so bad.
Dude, we have one more that we need to take down. Okay? Literally one more. And it's done.
They need to have the freaking gobble gun though. That makes
We gotta get on it with these ice stabs. We gotta know.
Why am I forgetting what that gobble is called?
Guys,
Idolize. That's it.
What?
they're targeting something.
Wait, yeah, what the fuck?
Yeah, you gotta shoot it, bro. Come on. Or else it wipes them all. Tell me they don't get white. Oh, they didn't get white.
How did we?
Oh,
I almost went down at the end. You see my health?
Yeah, no, that's
How was this
crazy.
run more successful than the other two?
Fuck me. Dude, because we were
Legit.
fucking locked in.
Dude, no, but like, I can't even fucking sprint.
Look, I'm just gonna say this. I'm gonna leave it on a note. All right, you can put this in the video or not. All right, straight up. Shout out to everyone who actually sat here and watched this bullshit. Shout out to everyone who's still hoping to God that Treyarch will make a good mount. And
I'm
honestly,
waiting. I'm waiting.
You guys are amazing. We love you, each and every one of you.
For real. Yeah, nothing like the zombies community on that regard. But ladies and gentlemen, finally we're ending it off with the Shattered Veil. Let's get it here. Send her on and Treyarch.
For you.
I know, bro. Treyarch tried, bro. Yeah, enticing Warzone, new weapons. Come on.
You might have Flap and the rich lady under your spell, but it's gonna take more than that to impress me.
Shattered Veil did bring back a lot of the OG zombies. I don't know about the casual though.
The Goon Squad!
Okay, bro.
What's up, guys? It's Quandale.
Don't care.
Oh shit, not good.
I'm dying.
Yeah, the toxic ones. Laugh at that up. Is that brother playing a Shifu?
What do we have here?
Hey, that's my boy. That's my boy. Finally came back. Only took almost a decade.
You son of a bitch. Please, don't kill me.
Bottom text. Nothing beats bottom text, man. I'll tell you that. Bro's got some hairy hands. Oh, I forgot, he is playing as a literal rat. The homie sheep.
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
Do we still even know what that is? We just know that it
little
teleports.
Bella. Gosh, you're cute.
I just died in your arms tonight. I know, bro. Yeah, get got. Get got. You ain't got those hands. You ain't got those hands.
What the fuck
Honestly,
are you?
the first playthrough of Shattered Veil, they're probably not going to do a lot.
It's me, Carl. Chill, chill.
This map is quite tough without a guide.
I'm horny as fuck.
They're too toxic. That's just the Twitter
Somebody call 911. They're about to fucking hit the second tower. Whoa.
Man, fuck this shit. I'm jerking off.
Hey, what about all those amalgams? You know, we had them way back in Terminus, so they come
What
into
about
the new map. And Treyarch replied with a simple nope.
What the fuck is that, Kyle? I know, and that's what I'm saying, bro. They were like, that's a... Bro, it's in the exfil, it's in the Easter egg.
This is your
I'm
no-nonsense
telling
guide
you.
to the Shattered Veil Easter egg in Black Ops
Venom
6.
relax.
There are chapters in the description so you can click through to the parts of the video that
Venom
you need.
relax.
We'll start with a loadout recommendations. Weapon, I think an AR.
No, Venom, relax! Oh, Venom. Bro.
You know what time it is.
Okay, they could get pretty far here. Maybe the boss, we'll see. Yeah, nothing beats boss thing. Yeah, brother! Okay, yeah, they got good intel now. Got news.
What the hell was that? Hey, up there!
3 zombies right there. Get that boy out of here.
Release me!
Oh!
Now you fucked
What kind of name is Z-Dab? 11 Dab, bro. What the frick kind of name? He needs that arm, though.
You know how long I've been waiting for this?
Oh yeah, it's all coming together.
Shout out to Mark 2. That boy Crook.
Hey, yo, what the fuck?
Abe, please start moving. Abe, please stop looking on Instagram Reels and keep moving. He's being
I'm skadooshing it. I'm skadooshing
Hey, he's doing that, bro. He disconnected. Oh my god. There we go. Hey, he missed, bro. Okay.
Nice man.
He actually got it.
Okay.
Wait.
Easy.
Oh my god, stop, bro, I'm stuck.
Help! Look at him go. What is that? Gotta shoot that sucker. Gotta grab them plant seeds. 3, 4.
I'm assuming we have to plant it in these things.
It's the thing with the aether rocks in it, yes. But you got it, don't do it now.
Oh, fuck.
Don't do it now. Famous love. I love defense.
Let's go gambling.
Yes, sir. He's gonna get the Wonder Rock, eh? I know, you always get the Mark 2, bro. They're like, bro, we ain't out in the Abomination or the Amount. Yeah, this step is literally so good. Watching speedrunners doing it was wildly impressive, bro. How fast they got with it. Bro thinks he's playing freaking Breath of the Wild, though. They're trying to frag speed. He's playing with a redstone up in here.
But whatever.
You hit yours?
I know, this Simon Says stuff is so annoying.
Hold on a second. It's
so
fucking Simon
easy.
Says. Back
Yeah,
up.
it's so dumb.
Stop touching it.
No, I didn't.
Okay.
Just it's that, and then this twice. Right.
Hold on. It did twice.
Oh, he gotta click it again. Oh my gosh. Huh? What is bro thinking?
It's not working.
It's because it was this one once, and then this was.
But then you gotta redo it all again.
A few moments later.
Bro waiting the whole eternity out here.
Brother, this guy's.
Okay. What the fuck?
It's literally the easiest Simon Says in all of Call of
So
Duty.
you see that how it click it twice? So
Yes. Yes.
Okay, then hit it twice.
I did.
It's literally the same lantern. No way. He's got it now. There
Oh my
it
fucking
is.
god! Like I did it right the first time. Right the first time.
Nah, he didn't do it right the first time.
Women.
This is a joke.
Nah, I'm with my.
Oh, bro, that's funny.
You serve zero purpose.
Literally.
You should kill yourself.
Who is this guy? Literally, who is this guy?
God, it's so good.
My brother drinking? What's going on in chat?
Finally, I can wet my
My brother comes out. You wet your what? You wet your what? I know. Love defense. That is shattered.
What are you looking at?
Well, I guess you just have to be prepared to die.
I gotta be prepared to die. Dude, that's what I mean. That's Shattered Veil.
One.
Yo, bust it down, Vince. You got the high ground.
Bust down, Tatiana. Oh shit.
Hello, Bozo.
Yeah. I mean, that on co-op must be
with
easy.
your ass, nigga. Huh? Today your ass is gonna
They ain't
die,
gonna make it
bitch.
on the first
Say
boss.
goodnight.
I don't believe it. No, they got idolized and everything.
Shit. You idiots gave us the Sentinel artifact, didn't you?
Man, shut the fuck.
Long country. I really hope DLC4 has as good of a cutscene as this. That would be really nice.
Oh shit!
I love the smirk right off the big thing. Yeah. I mean, what is gonna top this boss fight in DLC4? Legit, I have no clue. Later, brother. The freaking extreme star. Like, how did they survive that, bro? How was Rick off of the ball here?
Small! It's funny to me!
Here we go!
Hey, disconnected.
No way! No! Oh, I don't think he can come back.
Fucking game.
Super That about T-Rex, man.
What the fuck was that?
Yeah, he can't spawn in, bro. Look at that.
Good night, girl. I'll see you tomorrow.
Oh, and they're using the poo-poo marquee.
I need my bullets!
I don't need it.
I don't need it. When you run into it and die.
Hey, motherfucker!
There's no shot. They made. Oh, that's too unfortunate. They lost someone. Look at that Bert. Bro, hit that. Yeah, that's what I thought, to be honest. That's too bad, though. That's not even fair. They lost some. Whoa! How's this allowed on YouTube.com, bro? What the frick? Bro, is this playing as an anime character? Who the frick is that? Look at the ring up mark. Holy shit!
Prepare for trouble.
Make it double.
Wait, they got two abominations.
Some more bullshit.
Literally, how is that? Is that even possible? No fucking way.
Come on.
Bro, he's literally like 1 inch too tall.
Ah, shit. Here we go again.
Yeah, that's too bad. They probably would have had that boss fight if they had it.
Trash.
You guys wanna do the same
That's too bad.
shit. You don't got to say less than me, bro.
No, can you guys hear me?
No!
Oh,
no,
headshots?
bro.
Alright, yeah, that's cake, bro.
Critical kills,
Bro,
bro.
why are you about to die?
Hey, disconnected.
Oh my gosh. We need to invest in y'all getting some better internet.
My fucking DC again. After using this fucking Wonder Bar, I'm gonna lose my shit. Another fucking Reagan Mark 1. Awesome.
The fact that you can get the Mark 1 is such a troll, bro.
Let's go gambling!
How many of those y'all got? Sheesh. Yeah. Thank God they found the free Wonder Waffle.
Are you
and
fucking serious?
And you can hold a ray gun, yeah. That's so dumb that you can do that.
I am sending you somewhere safe.
Oh, they got two sheep?
Where you cannot.
Oh, he's in third person.
This
I forgot
comes
to do
next.
that.
So I'm sitting there, barbecue.
Don't care.
don't care. Still dancing. Yo, get out of there, bro.
Coming for that ass, boy.
No, he's got it now. Oh my god.
He's just hot like
that T-Rex got that hot. You really have to have that augment with the one that he has. That's able to like slide you. Yeah. I can't imagine how tough this would be on co-op. My goodness. It's a lot of damage you gotta do. Oh, they got chopper gunners again. Yeah, you're able to do so much damage here.
I'm dying.
Oh, they got it. Oh, they got it, bro. Thought for a second it would have died right there.
I fucking hated Jurassic Park anyway. Fuck Jurassic Park.
Yo, whoa, what's going on, man?
Shit.
Hey guys, it wasn't that bad.
That was that was so poorly balanced.
Dude, I think that was easier though than the tomb fight. Let's be real. Yeah, they made up and then they start fighting 2 seconds later. Yeah, show that part. Bro, I always think
Thank you, Major.
Though. I just yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. Yeah, they made up.
Fair enough. We're not friends.
Richtofen is like,
we never will
is
be.
What it is, brother.
But we are running out of time.
What do you mean by that?
I know what Sam really intends to do with the
What do
Sentinel
you mean by that,
artifact.
Richtofen?
She said she wants to bring back Maxis. No. Sam wants to be Maxis. To reconstitute and inhabit her body. She would have full control
AI
of the
takeover.
Dark Ether.
Blundell predicted it in the BO3 campaign.
She can still be stopped, but our window isn't long.
You got a plan?
It's crazy how they immediately trust him after like 2 seconds.
Always.
I got a new map now. Yeah, bro thinks he's Severus Snape. Shut him, my boy. Yeah, and then it's like, what the frick is gonna happen here? 3 towers. This map's gonna have so many zip lines. I can already tell you. GG's though,
Wait,
Center
did
on.
I actually make another 15-minute video?
He did, bro. This video is almost at 45 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure you guys go and check out the homie Ascenderon. These are some incredible videos. And I'll see y'all, ladies and gentlemen, in that next one. This is 1 hour of useless COD Zombies information by the legend Jolts. Check out my mans. He did an absolutely amazing job. We have been watching every single one of these. So, ladies and gentlemen, strap in for a full hour. Let me know what you know and what you don't. I'm probably not going to know anything.
In Black Ops 2 Origins, you can prone in front of the pack-a-punch machine and get a free 25 points. This is the only pack.
I did know this. Yes, that's crazy.
Doesn't hurt Leroy. The Draken is not.
I actually knew that simply because the ballistic knife is just a melee weapon, right? That's it.
Available in the Zombies Chronicles
Melee doesn't hit
remaster
him.
of Nocturne and Totem. The
That's so
mannequins'
weird.
heads on Alpha Omega will turn to look at you no matter where you are. So this ends up
Horrifying.
making some really creepy-looking mannequins in the map. On Tag Your Totem, you can buy the shield through the floor. And the Zombies Chronicles remaster.
Okay, I only knew that from speedrunning, but I low-key forgot that.
For Verrucht. If you shoot the fountain with the Wonder
spew
Waff,
blood.
it will
Yeah.
vomit blood. Dr.
Yeah.
Maxis has a peanut allergy in some universes. Speaking of Maxis, although a different one, in the Demachina intro cinematic, Samantha Maxis goes in a phone booth to call Weaver, and the number she calls is 62947.
Maxis.
Or Maxis on a keypad.
Yes.
This sign on Firebase Z isn't attached to anything. There's also a sign on Buried that, again, isn't attached to anything.
Why do they do that? And also, Livingston Mine, that's a reference to Kevin Livingston, which is a developer at Treyarch who made part of Buried.
George
It's pretty
Romero
cool.
has 250,000 health per player that's in the game from the start. This means that if you load in with 4 players, George Romero will have 1 million health.
Yeah.
The Pack-a-Punch
And maybe 2 million if you loaded in with 8 players. I don't know.
machine on Blood of the Dead can be seen teleporting from the Golden Gate Bridge to the roof. Modern War Zombies had character bios to help people get to know the Ultimates crew just a little bit better.
Yeah.
No one thought this at the time, but there was a pretty big Easter egg in here that would have spoiled the end of Black Ops 1 Zombies.
Yeah, and you grab all the uppercase letters in the description and make it in. I know only so far,
Take
man.
the first letter in each sentence. You
Sheesh.
will get the message.
Okay.
The Doctor wants the ultimate power bastard.
I'm pretty happy with
There was supposed
this.
to be an XR2 Walleye on the Giant.
I
We
know, I
this
miss
because
this
Mark
so
Lamia
much.
ended up doing some sort of press conference or meeting or something like that and revealed this image of the XR2
It literally looks like Ascension Zombie Chronicles Remaster, but they just, I know, and then Call the Dead, and then they never brought it back. Like, what the heck?
Walleye, seemingly where the
So
KRM
bizarre.
Walleye is on the Giant.
Such a weird
Now, in
image
my
for
opinion,
BO3.
This would have been really cool, as the XR2 was a lot of fun to use in the multiplayer.
XR2 is sick. Also, it is on some BO3 mods if you want to try it.
And I feel like it would have worked like the ABR from BO4 Zombies does. In
Yeah.
Tagger Toten, there's a wall that you can crouch out of to bypass the door and spawn.
Speedrunners
You will
have
hit a
taught me
death
this.
barrier if this door is closed, though.
Yeah.
You can mantle on this ledge in specific on Mob of the Dead.
I figured that out like last year, which is crazy.
Shadows of Evil, for some reason, if you knife a tram in a certain spot,
You get a hit
you will
marker.
get a hit marker.
Yeah,
for
figured
it.
that out
In
last
the
year,
gameplay
too.
trailer for Revelation, you can see the rocket shield from Shadows of Evil and Horizon Jack being used in the map.
But they only have the GK shield.
However, in the final version
Yeah,
of the
it's
map,
so
the only
weird.
shield that's available is the Dragon Shield from Garage.
They do that all the time, though. I think there's another DE trailer where they did that, too.
Voyage of Despair is the only Zombies map to have 2 Bowie knife locations.
That's so weird.
Additionally, Voyage
Shows how big the map was.
is also the only map to have a Bowie knife upgrade. In Shadows of Evil, there's a
Interesting. I thought Dead of the Night had one. Oh, no, I guess it gives you a whole new
brick that will
weapon.
raise into the air when you interact with it. This brick reveals a cipher. In the
Shadows,
earlier
man.
Zombies games, a map's game over music used to hint at the next map that would release.
Bring us back to this, please. That was so cool.
For example, here's the game over song for Kino.
I know, it's teasing, what, Ascension, or is it teasing 5?
Chino Numa.
Oh, yeah, this one's teasing Derice, so you can hear it.
And my personal favorite, Die Rise.
Yeah, because you hear the clanks of the prison in Mob. That is so sick.
Catalyst
So
and
cool.
Blight Fathers do not show up in theater mode. Buried is the
Weird.
only map pre-BO4 that allows you to get both the Ray Gun Mark 1 and 2 at the same time.
Wow, yeah, that's really rare knowledge. A lot of people don't know that.
You need a fire sale to do this, but honestly, it's worth it.
It's possible.
If you type the word joke into Rushmore, he will tell you some pretty funny jokes. Vanguard Zombies connected the Darky
I love how you say Vanguard Zombies after that, bro.
storyline to the Chaos story from BO4. There's another reason to hate this game. From its
No, and that was cap, bro. That was the most forced lore inclusion I've ever seen in my whole life.
conception in Black Ops 2 Zombies until they removed it, there's been 16 Zombies maps in total to have a zombie shield. Those being Transit,
so
Mob of the Dead,
insane.
Origins, all of Black Ops 3 minus the Giant, and all of Black Ops 4 Zombies. That
Wow.
means that Die Rise, Buried, and the Giant are the only Zombies maps from Black Ops 2 to Black Ops 4 to not have a zombie shield. When
And funnily enough, I think casuals like those maps.
Black
so-
Ops 3 launched, the Gobblegum machine was only available at one machine at a time,
Which was
and it would
so
randomly
bad.
move at the beginning of a round.
Oh,
when-
screw this. Thank God they got rid of this.
When you bought it.
Also, Red Gobblegum in there too. They never talked to us about what the effect would be. I made a video talking about this. We think that the effect would have canceled out your effect. This might have been like the teddy bear Gobblegum where it would have swapped. So that's why they got rid of the Red Gobblegum. Pretty fun
Furthermore,
fact
to
there.
get a Gobblegum, you had to spend 500 points for your first hit of the round.
Yeah.
Thankfully, Treyarch got rid of both of these because, honestly, these
Now it's free, and they did that after just keeping an update in for the rest of the game, which is sick, to be
changes
honest.
are what made Gobblegum so much fun to use.
I agree.
In the Legion boss fight for Cold War Zombies, the announcer will say that there is 9 minutes until the missile launch. But if you look at the timer on the screen, you actually have 10 minutes until the missile launches. This is because it was 9 minutes on release, but they changed it to 10 minutes to make it easier for people to beat it, and I guess they just forgot to change the voice.
This boss is so mid. Honestly, it's basically the same thing with the Red Worm boss. I do not like time boss fights. They are not fun.
When doing the second puzzle for the Fire Staff upgrade, the first number will always either be 5 or 11, and the final number will always be 4.
Yeah.
You can throw a grenade at this globe in the church
Cause a disco party.
to start the disco Easter egg.
Yes.
If you listen closely, you'll hear that this is the same exact song used for the coffin dance Easter egg on D Machina. On Blood of the Dead, if you crouch in this spot, you can see both the stairs and the ground disappear, and you can
I mean, that's just the game not breaking. That's like the only one I don't know so far.
see all the way down to the water. On
That's
Origins,
just the game
if you're in
being
Zombie
busted.
Blood in the Crazy Place, the game will actually give you some hints for the Easter egg.
Yeah, I've only ever seen that this year.
Shadows of
which
Evil
is so
trailer, you can see
interesting.
the VMP on the wall in the Footlight District. But in the final release of the map,
It's
it is the Vesper.
Yeah.
Forsaken's ending cutscene has some pretty cute Easter eggs in it. When the crew is being arrested, you can hear the song We'll Meet Again playing in the background. This shows that the operators will meet the director again, but it's also the Treyarch devs telling us that...
So it's interesting now because we know that these operators now are zombies from the most recent Modern Warfare 3 Zombies cutscene. They are controlled by Samantha in the Dark Ether right
we
now.
will meet again. A la, we are not canceled.
So maybe they might be bosses that we fight in COD 2024. That's very
the
interesting.
Story or
yeah,
this
we don't
game
know
mode.
yet.
We will meet again in
That's
COD
cool.
2024. Additionally, at the end of the cutscene, it plays a different song. When Peck goes to rent a boat, you can actually hear the song Richtofen Again from Blood of the Dead soundtrack playing in the background.
And what's crazy also is for COD 2024, we have supposedly 2 round-based maps as leaked. One based off of the island where Peck is pointing to at the end of this cutscene, and then another based off of like a city. And because the jet gun is also apparently in the files of this game, people are thinking that the city map is something based with Transit or maybe even Shadows of Evil, and then the second map is the island map from this cutscene.
This one is pretty
cool.
self-explanatory.
Yeah,
but
there's the island right there.
it's a pretty cool Easter egg nonetheless.
Sick.
In the OG Ether storyline, Samantha Maxis is German in Black Ops 1, American in Black Ops 2, and then German again in Black Ops 4.
Yeah, they were struggling with the Samantha Maxis and the voice actor back then, bro.
2 weeks in March 2019, Treyarch added an Easter egg that allowed you to get a free Leprechaun-themed homunculus.
Yeah, timed Easter eggs started being a thing in BO4, and yeah, this was only available for St. Patrick's Day.
Both the Ice Trap and the Tundra Gun can make the Napalm Zombies drop dynamite parts on Tag or Totem.
Yeah.
In the Chaos Story trailer for Black Ops 4, Bruno can be seen using Molotovs
And the Brecci, bro, and the Molotovs look so good in this game, bro.
205 Brecci, neither of which are available in BO4 Zombies.
So
the
bad.
Tigers on 9 can still one-hit you. Kevin Sherwood originally made the song that plays in the Hit Your Mark step on Ancient Evil when he first started making music all the way back in 1998. Here's exactly...
That is literally sick, Kevin. Shout out to you. W human being.
Exactly what he has
Love
to say
my
if you
boy
want more
Kevin
information
Sherwood.
about this. In the
Hope
first
he's doing
strike
well.
poster for BO1 Zombies, there is a bald man who we didn't know who he was for the longest
For like
time.
10 years.
It turns out that
It's
bald man
Gersh.
is none other than Gersh.
Yeah.
Every Black Ops 3 map outside of Zombies Chronicles has the Origins loading music when you're loading into the map. Now, this wasn't always the case. This was a glitch that was introduced whenever Zombies Chronicles came out, and they just never fixed it. In
Shout
Shadows
out
of
to
Evil, it is
Treyarch.
possible to open Pack-a-Punch while never opening the spawn door.
Yeah, this is actually the strat now to get the fastest round 100 on Shadows too, which is pretty crazy.
You cannot finish Easter eggs that require you to interact with something while in Idolize. This is why Idolize is a great gobblegum for Garad Crovey, but a bad
Great for this boss fight step too.
gobblegum for a map like Revelations.
Yeah.
The highest round ever achieved at the time of me recording this is round 11,482, once again by Krups.
My legend on World at War Shinonuma. Yeah, and no other Zombies map will be able to get higher than World at War Shinonuma. It's just the way it is.
For some reason on Black Ops 3, the diamond camo on certain guns will flicker. Now it almost resembles was Morse code, but it was confirmed by data miners and people that know Morse code in general that this is not Morse code, and it is just...
It's funny because they added that in later on in BO4 as a Morse code Easter egg on some random, like, fisherman bundle. So weird.
Random flickering. If you like COD Zombies, then chances are you've heard of the ADFGX cipher.
Oh, goodness.
Well, that cipher was solved, and it's pretty crazy what we found out.
I think it was called the cipher was literally just the giant is in France, I think.
Message translates to urgent. The giant is in France. But what makes this even crazier is someone by the name of Ben Down, and yes, I know his name is funny, uploaded a YouTube video 2 weeks before Mob of the Dead even came out saying this.
This was back when Treyarch actually had people leaking stuff on the inside, and it was getting so exclusive during BO2. I remember being a part of the community during this. I wasn't actually a Zombies YouTuber, but seeing this, it was so weird.
Greece is in France. Or more specifically, the giant is in France.
Yeah.
Literally. This video is for the future. Goodbye.
Now,
that video is almost 10 years old now, which is insane. Oh my
mind-blowing, if
gosh.
I'm being honest. And as far as I can tell, he has never officially worked for Treyarch before, so I don't know how he knew this.
People had insider sources.
There are 2 Zombies maps where the base Wonder Weapon is better than any of the elemental upgrades for it. Those being the D-Shockwave on D-Machina and the Cerberus on Malware.
Shout out to Cold
on
War.
Ascension, Takio says that he has a Facebook page.
Damn, I keep forgetting to update my Facebook page.
Gotta delete that, Takio.
BO4 Zombies, you can switch your weapons just by spamming your shield button. Keynote or Totem was
good game, by the way.
Supposed to be in World of War, but they scrapped it to finish it and release it on Black Ops 1. Below the map in Shadows of Evil, you can find the ports for 2 different apothecary circles. In the church on Dreisendracht, there is
that was for the upgrade quest.
Newspaper on the table that says there is a huge parade in London. If you get the upgraded plunger and kill 5 zombies with the upgraded plunger next to the newspaper, the headline will
This is some sort of joke where Jason Blundell must have thought it was so hilarious. You take out zombies with a plunger, they get sent to London because it's so caca, ha. Very funny.
Reports of the
they did this back
in
Shadows too.
Officials not confirmed.
And we were thinking it was going to be a zombies map. It technically, I guess, was in BO4 with Dead of the Night, but...
If you get another 5 or so upgraded plunger kills in front of this newspaper, the headline will change one final time to Zombie Attack in the Heart of London. This is implying that we were actually sending the zombies from Dreisendracht to London with our plunger. That's a really cool Easter egg that
it's really cool, but it gives you nothing for it, which is a little bit dumb.
Nobody talks about. When Pack-a-Punching as Richtofen on Blood of the Dead, you can see what is the funniest typo in subtitles history.
I know. Why? They still haven't fixed it either. It's so bad.
Nukes go off in the Alpha Omega boss fight. They don't actually go off in the map. In Tag or Totem, you can use Ethereal Razor on the Sealed Duality after the boss fight to send the orb effect on it flying somewhere in the map. Since this...
Why? That's so bizarre.
This was the first DLC perk, and it seemingly was the first step of a new Easter egg. Everyone thought that this was for the super Easter egg for Black Ops 4 Zombies, but no. This was instead just a glitch. There are 2 out-of-the-map monsters.
That would have been sick for a super egg.
In COD Zombies. The first one is on Zetsubo no Shima, which you can see from Lab B.
Oh, I know. This one was so wild back in the day. The Zetsubo one is so better. The Orda is so mid.
The Dark Ether, after round 40, you can see the Orda outside of the map.
Yeah, it's so mid. Who cares?
And finally, at the end of the Call of the Dead intro, Michael Rooker shoots 5 shots out of a double-barrel shotgun.
3 bullets out of one.
Don't know how that's possible, but he did it. If you're enjoying this video so far, make sure you drop a like. If we get 5,000 likes on this video, I will give you all another hour of useless COD Zombies information.
I'm shocked you have found all this. Honestly, some of this isn't even that useful, you know? Some of it's actually like, dang, it's pretty useful.
Click that like button.
Let's go.
In Shadows of Evil, you can find the map layout for Origins near the Rift Portal in the Waterfront District.
I know, it's so weird.
On Revelations, if you cook a nade while you're traveling with a launch pad, you will take no damage.
Oh, I didn't know that.
In the spawn room in Blood of the Dead, you can interact with a Walmart, with a Walmart.
With a Walmart.
You can interact with a walnut to teleport it. On Mob of the Dead, if you crawl...
Yeah, we thought that was for some sort of major egg. Again, there's so many just random little eggs that do nothing.
To a prisoner's body, you'll see a smiley face. The ray gun in Black Ops 3 has no walking animation. In Zombies in Spaceland,
Why is that on BO3 of all games? It shows you that like by then the ray gun was practically mid, bro.
there's an Easter egg that gives all the zombies in the map astronaut helmets.
On
The only problem with
6001.
this Easter egg only activates on round 6001, which
Yeah,
is
nice
obviously
try.
impossible to achieve in the normal game of Zombies. And the Zombies
Takes like
Chronicles
10 hours to get to 100 on that map, bro.
remaster of Ascension, you can see the Shadow Man in a window
there he
outside of
is.
Pack-a-Punch. In Tag or Totem, you can do an underhand throw with the snowballs if you're holding your shield out. The Gobblegums in
wild.
Black Ops 3 Zombies are actually categorized by color.
Yeah.
Every single blue Gobblegum in the game
Blues
is
per round.
round-based. So for
Yeah.
example, it only lasts for like 3, 4, 5 rounds. The green Gobblegums are time-based.
Time-based.
The orange Gobblegums activate immediately
death.
or automatically
Yeah.
under
Yeah, usually it's on death or automatically.
certain circumstances, like going down with self-medication. And the purple Gobblegums are player
Whenever you
active.
activate it, yeah.
These are most of the power-up Gobblegums, crawl space,
So sick. Like a lot of people didn't know that until like recently, which I
killing
find so
time,
wild.
and so on. Speaking of which, there are multiple Gobblegums in this game that have guns on them that are unobtainable in the game. For
Yep.
example, you can see the AK-47 on Disorderly Combat
Can't
and the
get it.
Spaz 12 on Respin Cycle.
Yep,
In
true.
Firebase Z, they want you to think that the bunny Easter egg takes place outside, but you can actually shoot the ceiling with your gun. In most zombie games, you can get
That's such a
two of the
random
same
one.
weapon by putting the first one in the Pack-a-Punch machine, grabbing the second one off the wall.
Oh, I literally just saw Noble Swag do this. That's so funny.
And then pick back up the one from the Pack-a-Punch before it disappears. The MTAR is not on Origins, and that is because when you Pack-a-Punch it, it comes with a new tube on the D-pad. The problem here is that the revive ability on the upgraded staff uses the
Oh.
same button. So if you had both
You
the
wouldn't be able
MTAR
to do
and an
it.
upgraded staff in your game, one of them wouldn't work. On Blood of the Dead, if you shoot
Interesting.
the hands that poke out of the catwalk, you will get a
Get
free
10
10 points. Additionally, if you throw the Hell's Retriever at the Warden before the boss fight, you will get 10 points for that as well. In Tag
What? So bizarre.
Tiger Totem's outro cutscene, you can hear Nikolai say this.
Monty told us the truth. Our journey is the very reason this madness exists.
The only problem with this is, since we broke the Psycho after Zetsubo, Garad Krovi and Revelations never happened. So no, Nikolai, Monty didn't tell us anything. A lot of people don't know this.
Yeah, it's interesting because it's like he got that information outside of their experience from GK and Rev, which
But
is
you
weird.
can actually stop certain power-ups from spawning in the map. For example, fire sales will never spawn in your game
Yes.
until you move the mystery box for
That's
the first
correct.
time. Another cool
Yeah, you can't get death machines if you don't buy Quick Revive.
one is, at least on solo for BO3, death machines will never
Yeah.
spawn as long as you don't have the power on or buy Quick Revive. Now, the only map that this is really helpful on is Shadows of Evil, since there's no main power switch like there is on maps like Horizon Drac
That's
and Garage
true,
You've
that's
been
so
doing the Horizon
true.
Drac Easter egg wrong this entire time. When you teleport back in time for the second time to grab the Keeper Stone, you don't interact with the Cronorium to open the crate. Instead, you're placing in the key card that you picked up in the safe after the first
Oh, weird. I thought it was with the Cronorium.
time you went back in time. Fire sale stack
Oh, that
on
is
Mob of the
weird.
Dead. On Dead of the Night, there is an Easter egg step where you have to become a ghost. The sound effect used for this ghost is the same one used for Afterlife in Mob of the Dead.
Yeah, I love this step in Death of Night. It's really good. Death of Night was really supposed to be like the Mob of the Dead and Shadows of Evil of BO4, man.
Finally know that Ether and Chaos are indeed connected.
Oh, yeah.
For 5, you can see a magazine on this chair. The cover image for this magazine is a picture of Ascension, the next Zombies map to release. In Origins, there is a poster that you can shoot down that'll reveal a cipher.
I love the ciphers and all this like hidden stuff in BO1, 2, and 3, man.
The trees on Dead
They
of
did
the Night
such a good
look
job of that.
laughably bad.
Yeah,
or
they're
at
terrible.
least so we think. Because here's the weird thing about these.
Bro, there was a glitch where you could see your other split screen players' POV on the trees in this map. Like, that's how busted it is.
When you aim at said trees,
Yeah,
they'll
bro.
begin to glow
And they get
they'll stay
glowy.
glowing
It's
until you
so
stop aiming at them.
bizarre.
Now, if you ask me, this almost has to be an Easter egg of some kind. But as far as I can tell, we found
No, it's 100% a glitch. They made this map in 10 seconds, man.
no Easter eggs involving these trees. So if you know why these trees do this, please leave a comment
Dead
down
of the Night has so many bizarre, unsolved things still.
below because
I don't know if
really
they'll
wanna know
ever be
why this
solved.
happened. There was an Easter egg on Horizon Drac that was just found in 2023. When you start a game of COD Zombies, there is a timer going on in the background. Well, if you look at this exact spot when you hit the 1 minute mark in your game, you'll spawn an orb that'll fly around the map. This orb is actually Dempsey 1.0, and we know this because when you start doing the Samantha Says step, this orb will disappear. In Blood of the Dead, there are multiple different...
That was so wild, like that we found a floating pixel almost 10 years later on DE.
Small side quests you can do to reveal a bunch of the weasel's drawings around the map. These quests can range from meleeing a box with Electric Cherry to using most of the specialists on random items around the map. These drawings look really cool, and I wish that they had more use in the map besides just existing. In Mob of the Dead, there's a...
I know, like, it would have been sick if you could have, like, combined them all together and built, like, a cartoon Richtofen that follows you around. Kind of like the Civil Protector in Shadow. Something sick
cool
like that, you
that's
know?
hidden in the game files. The weapon is none other than Richtofen's head.
Oh,
this
I
is
know.
Very weird and very...
This was solved only, like, 4 or 5 years ago, and considering this game came out in, like, 2012, this was supposed to be the meat item in Mob of the Dead Grief. That would have been so sick. Why they cut it, I don't know.
Random, and
it
I
looks
really,
so cool.
really wish that this was in the actual map.
Yeah,
Back
I
when
agree.
BO4 first launched, when you opened a door or ended the round, similar to how it does on Black Ops 3, it would display on the screen you earning XP for it. This was taken out the game shortly after launch, and I don't
Yeah, it's because they built the game off of BO3. That's why, because BO3 had that.
know why. In the Blackout beta, you could fight the Blightfather in the map. This means that Blackout players got to fight the new zombie boss before Zombies players did. Do you know what this...
Why? That is so true, but also I think they still kept that in Blackout afterwards.
weapon is in Revelations? If you said the Vesper, you would be correct. Now, do you know what this weapon is?
The HVK.
On Revelations. If you said the Vesper, you would be wrong. This is in fact the HVK.
I know, it's
For
so
some
bizarre.
weird reason, the HVK
They
wall
effed up
buy on
the
this
wall
map
buy.
has the Vesper's chalk outline.
Yeah.
In Black Ops 3, there is a lot of places that you can jump onto and you will be able to see your character's body. My favorite time to do this is jumping on the hatch in Garage Krovi while I'm doing the egg lockdown.
That's
Contrary
true.
to popular belief, Black Ops 4 Zombies actually does have perk jingles. Well, kind of. They're not perk jingles per se.
They're hard to hear as well.
They're more
Yeah, it's
medicine
not really that
commercials than
good.
anything.
Makes your hair full and thick.
Say, that's quite a trick.
Makes you muscle and strong.
More right than wrong.
Your math scores will soar.
Brains
You never have time to hear this as well in BO4 because you have 900 zombies at the speed of light chasing behind you too.
Straighten your tie.
My, oh my.
Will improve your IQ.
Better than 102?
You'll be a real man.
She's talking about me, man.
Be more popular at parties.
More unstupid smarties.
It sounds like a Shadows of Evil jingle. What the heck?
Wonderful Wonder Fizz soda. Wonder Fizz may cause anal fissure and sexual side effects in men.
It's crazy because I've only ever heard of this in videos, not even in games. That's how rare it is to hear this.
Wonder Fizz. And if you're over 50, please consult your physician before enjoying.
That is just so wild. Like, this is a whole song, bro. Wow.
You can see the M1911 in the mystery box on Mob of the Dead.
But you can't get it.
Actually get it though.
Yeah.
On my last useless information video, fellow YouTuber Lucario commented a bunch of useless
Shout out
facts
Lucario.
about transit. Not even I knew like
No, this
90%
Lucario
so
is the
thank
king
him.
of
I'm
transit.
gonna dedicate this next part of the video to
W. Lucario.
The jet gun has an ammo counter if you teleport while holding it out. The claymores can open the
Only on PC though, I think. I don't think that counts on console. I could be wrong though.
EMPs will destroy both claymores and monkey bombs.
Such a
The
cool
jet gun
animation.
can pull drops toward the player.
Yeah.
There can only be 2 denizens in the map at any given time.
Yeah.
When you first pick up the zombie shield, you lock the car door for some reason. The turbine has such a big AoE that it can actually turn on the Pack-a-Punch machine from the 74 U-Wall by above ground.
Yeah, it's actually better to place your turbine above the power room than down there because it makes it so that zombies will hit it less.
A
It's really
nighttime
good.
skybox under
Yeah.
the map. And finally, Stullinger is wearing a brand name of shoes. If you look at the bottom of his soles, you can see the brand name Skickers on them.
It's so weird also that he like is moving here. Like what the heck? It's so bizarre.
Once again, thank you so much,
Why does he have
Lucario,
this
for
model in
commenting
the
all
map?
that useless
But
information
yeah, shout out
about transit.
Lucario.
And with that, let's get back to my useless information. The Seal of Duality on Tiger Toten is just a reskin of the Scepter of Ra's level 3 ability. The Gauss
Oh, I didn't
knuckles
even
cost
realize
6,000
that.
points on Black
That's
Ops 2,
so true.
but they cost 5,000 points on Black Ops 4. Do you know
They're
where this sound is
they're
from?
just not that useful in BO4 though. Oh, I know, bro. I've heard this before.
This audio is from when you interact with Rick Toffin's book in Shinonuma.
Yeah.
With saying that, though, they did reuse this exact same audio cue for when you interact with the Kronorium in the first Revelations
I forgot about
in the
that.
intro cutscene for Ancient Evil, Diego's mouth is off sync with what he's actually saying.
Know thyself. I hope you know what you're doing, Scarlet.
I feel like they retconned this probably because they knew when they were releasing this that Ancient Evil was going to be the last Chaos map and there wasn't going to be any continuation. It's pretty sad.
The punch card machine in Blood of the Dead can be seen in the intro cutscene for Revelations.
Wow, look at that.
Additionally, the Wolfbill paintings are there as well. In Mob of the Dead, if you AFK when you first spawn in,
you'll hear
you will
the
get
moon.
a special game over screen.
Yeah, Samantha's lullaby. Such a random Easter egg. Mob has so many strange ones like this too. It's cool though. Like, I wonder if they've added this to any other zombies map. I don't think they have. Only Mob has this. Like, and the camera doesn't ever move like that too.
Right before a cutscene to have them explode during the cutscene.
So
you can see the Mob of the Dead plane in multiple zombie maps. On the Giant, you can see it on top of
There's
Teleporter
Icarus.
C. And on Shadows of Evil, you can see it going over the main part of the map after unlocking Pack-a-Punch. I can't believe I'm including this in the video.
You can also see it in Zetsubo too.
And I'm not going to show it for obvious reasons, but in the Ancient Evil ending cutscene, Treyarch actually modeled Medusa's,
There ain't no way.
Next one, there's a weird glitch that occurs on Blood of the Dead, where a zombie can get stuck behind a wall outside of the
I feel like nobody should know that one. That is truly useless.
In Black Ops 3, the Thunder Gun doesn't have an animation if you pull it out with no ammo in the
Yeah,
clip.
it's very glitchy.
On Shadows of Evil, there is a sign that flashes AIM in Morse code. We all thought for the longest time this had something to do with an Easter egg.
Oh, weird.
As of June 2023, we still have yet to find anything. And finally, you can interact with the Beast Mode pedestal from farther away if you're crouching. In Origins, if two people stand on both sides of this pillar in the spawn room and shoot each other, you can do this insane jitter fire glitch. It'll jitter fire just about any gun in this map. Pistols work, shotguns work, and my favorite is doing this with the ray guns or the staffs.
Bro, look at the war machine.
I feel like this was pretty well known back in the day, but not many people
I've
talk
never
about it
seen this
anymore. So if
ever.
you remember this?
Wow.
In
No, that's
BO3 Moon,
crazy.
if you crouch here in Tunnel 11 and look behind the stairs, you'll see parts of the map will disappear. In most zombie games, you'll melee faster if the gun you're holding is out of ammo. In Blood of the Dead, if you spam your shield button while holding a gun with the gold camo on it, when you pull back out your gun, the gold will be really shiny. I actually
Functional video game.
quite like this. On Buried, you can fly your friends with the paralyzer.
Best glitch ever.
Nocturne and Totem, the power-ups don't have a logo and instead just show a timer counting down.
Yeah,
in Mortal
it's
War
so
and BO1
interesting.
Zombies, the dogs have a special attack animation if you are prone. For some reason,
Whoa, I've never seen that.
Treyarch removed this attack for Black Ops 2, and we have yet to see it return. But speaking of dogs, although a completely different one, if you use Turned on a Plague Hound in Cold War Zombies, you can walk up to the dog and pet him.
I mean, same thing with MW3, baby.
Speaking of the Plague Hounds, when Cold War Zombies first launched, they had a pretty annoying bug where they could change their lunge trajectory mid-attack. So for example, they could lunge
gosh, look at him.
This was a really annoying bug, and to make it even worse, this was in the game for pretty much Cold War's entire life cycle, because they didn't patch this bug out until the time Forsaken released, a full year later. That's insane. How did this go a full year without being patched? Oh.
I mean, yeah, Vanguard.
The Carrier from Exo Zombies and Dead of the Night from BO4 are the only zombie maps to have two different spawn rooms.
Yeah, they should add another one. I like
Speaking
this.
of Varrock, in Black Ops 3 Varrock, you can use Anywhere But Here to teleport to the other spawn room. In the game files for
Pretty
Die
cool.
Rise, Who's Who is called Chugabud. Getting revived with near-death
We gonna make it better in Die Rise Remaster, baby.
experience will rearrange your perk order. On Origins, you can get the G-Strike grenades by using PhD Flopper if you pull your shield out right before
I
you
know,
hit the
that is
ground.
so
Now, I
bizarre.
guess technically this could be helpful, but why do this when you could just do the same thing with your staff? When Kino der Toten first came out, you could originally reload the Thunder Gun whenever you wanted to.
I
Obviously, nowadays, you can't reload it unless it's
I
out of
missed that. That was OG BO1.
ammo in its clip.
So
On the back of
weird.
BO2's disc cover art, the transit bus is facing the opposite direction from the way it should be.
Oh,
In
what the
Shadows
heck?
of Evil, if you exit beast mode while holding the meat wagons, you'll get this weird spark on your gun. This
Bro, it looks like the new Modern Warfare 3 zombie glitch with like the dark ether
spark
contracts.
is the zap effect from the beast
That's
mode.
so weird.
I don't know why this
Looks the
happens.
exact
As far as
same.
I know, it only happens
Just
with the meat
effects
wagons.
bugs.
But if you know of any other guns that do this, let me know in the comments. On the Beast from Beyond, any zombies that walk past this lamp in the theater will reveal their body paint. It's a cool little detail. When you prone under perks in Doris, you will get a free 25 points.
This is such a scam, bro. What are you gonna do with 25 points in zombies?
This is the only map to have this all the way until Origins came out in
Wow.
Black Ops 2.
Yeah.
Since Origins, it's been in every single zombies game. But with that being said, there are 4 perk machines in BO3 that you cannot prone in front of to get free points.
Which
3 of
ones?
those perks being Mule Kick on Zetsubo, Mule Kick on Shangri-La, and the perk that spawns in the power room on Shang as well. Now you can't prone to get points
Freaking water on Shang, man.
on any of these because they are all in water and you can't prone in water for some
Yeah.
reason. The 4th perk that you cannot prone under to get free points is the 2nd perk that spawns in Area 51 on Chronicles Moon.
Oh, because it counts as the same perk. That's so interesting.
So you can prone in front of Speed Cola at the beginning of the game,
I didn't
but when
know
you go
that.
back and it's Jug, you won't get points for it.
Weird.
As many people know, Ultimate Dempsey breaks the 4th wall a lot in COD Zombies.
Oh, yeah.
But on Alpha Omega, there's actually another character who breaks the 4th wall.
You answered the call of duty, wink wink, and you paid the price!
That's just Treyarch being Treyarch, bro.
The Wii version of Kino
The
Nocturne, there
Og
was an
and
Og
Kino.
wall by in front of the turret.
Oh my
I really
gosh.
wish this was in other versions of BO1 because the Og is one of my favorite guns to use in BO1.
It's so sick, yeah.
If it was more available, I feel like I'd play this game more. The Ragnarok DG4s on Horizon Drac last twice as long on last gen than they do
This was wild when we saw this on Lucario's channel. This was so bizarre.
on current gen. Give it up for last gen Horizon Drac,
I
everybody.
know.
When Ancient Evil first came out, you could originally place the Pegasus strike while you were moving. But for some reason, a couple months after release, they changed it to where you have to stand still when you're placing it.
Probably some sort of glitch.
On the Darkest Shores Easter egg, there is a step where you have to escort a boss around the map to grab different perks. Well,
Such a bad step.
but when you first start the step, he will slowly walk around the map. But after you grab stamina, he will jog around the map. You gotta love little details like
That
this.
is pretty
Even
cool,
if
though.
it's on the abomination of a map that is the
This
Darkest
map is terrible. This is one of the worst Easter eggs ever made, though.
Shore. Alright, I got a crazy Easter egg that I guarantee nobody watching this video knows. Did you know about the purple meatballs and purple keeper Easter egg on Shadows of
What the? Bro.
Evil? These are secret enemies
Bro, I knew most of these, but now that we're coming up halfway, I'm like, man.
that you will only see after doing a very specific couple of things. First off, when unlocking Pack-a-Punch, you have to place the gate worms down in the order from the left one first, and then place the rest counterclockwise from there. After you unlock Pack-a-Punch, you need to do the rest of the Easter egg up until the Shadow Man boss fight. You again have to interact with the gate worms in the same order that you did when unlocking Pack-a-Punch, and after you do that and fail to trap the Shadow Man a time or two, purple meatballs and purple keepers will start spawning.
What the heck? Maybe it's because of the next step where they have like the purple sort of like trip mine Apothkin symbols on the ground that just damage you.
I have no clue why these are even a thing, let alone why they have such a specific trigger.
That's so
if you have
bizarre.
any
It's the
theories
same shade of pink purple though, you
as to
know?
why these are in the game, or even if you flat out know, leave a comment down below.
That's so
when
weird.
BO3 Zombies launched, some things looked a little bit different. When BO3 launched, originally the shield icon looked like this. But when
True, the shield icon has gone through a ton of changes
Horizon
over
Track
on
came out, they
BO3.
changed it to have a health
Yeah.
bar and look like this. Additionally, the Annihilator on the Giant used to be orange on the HUD, but was later changed to this lightish blue
I kind of like the orange better, to be
color.
honest.
And finally, the Ray Guns tube was white on release, but they later changed it to how it looks today.
I do like the blue now.
Speaking of the Ray Gun, the tube is normally blue on Black Ops 2, but in Buried and Origins, it's green.
Yes,
on Tagger
sir.
Toten, you can use the level 2 sword to jump this
So
cliff, and you can
cool,
also
yeah.
use it to dash up the ice
You go up the ice slide with the what the?
slide.
Bro,
Before Zombies Chronicles even released,
I
the
didn't know
Zombies
that.
YouTubers were flown out to Treyarch to get early footage.
Hey, that was me. That was Mr. Dolly JD. Yep, the classic.
Oh god, no. You're not supposed to see that. You were not supposed to see that. Why did that just happen?
I feel so bad for John because you have to realize that we were only only allowed to post one map at a time while we went to an event to play every single map for 2 days, bro. It was one of the greatest events I've ever been to. Shout out to the Chronicles event, man.
One of the YouTubers flown out was Codename Pizza, who at that time was doing a myth-busting series. When he was flown to Treyarch to get early Chronicles footage, he used this as a time to record early myth-busting episodes for every single Chronicles map. Well, during this, Pizza found out it was possible to stop the rockets from blowing up the Earth on Moon. Now, this is pretty cool, but I have an even crazier...
We did this at Treyarch, man. We were busting the game at the dang studio.
...clip to show you. He also found out that you could actually freeze the robots on Origins. This looks absolutely insane, just seeing the robot stand...
I kind of wish they kept this in. This is so cool.
...above you. But the reason I keep talking in past tense here is because Treyarch hated Codename Pizza and Killing Time, because when they saw him do this at Treyarch, they made sure to patch both of these out before releasing Zombie Chronicles.
No, that would have been so cool.
So this footage that you're seeing right here is the only footage of this that exists.
Wow.
You know, when you look at it, it kind of makes sense why they didn't bring back Killing Time in BO4. If you enter Garak Krovi's boss fight without Quick Revive...
Bring back Killing Time. Killing Time is dope.
Nikolai will instantly kill you. Even before the dragon spawns, which he shouldn't be able to do normally. He will...
Yeah, this is a bug. It's still around, which is so
just
bad.
Insta-kill you. If you're enjoying the video so far, make sure you drop a like.
Joel,
1,000
incredible
likes and I'll
video.
make another useless information video.
I gotta
while
see
I got
this,
you
man.
here, I released a video beating the Voyage of Despair Easter egg with a one-hit down. And with
that is absolutely insane, Joel. You're a legend.
Modern Warfare 3 releasing, I feel like it got a little lost in the YouTube algorithm, so I'll put a card on the screen right now and a link at the end of the video so you can go watch it.
I saw the one where you did blood one hit as well. What the frick, dog?
It's a really good video, so even if you don't like Voyage, you'll still be entertained by it. So go watch it. All right. Back to the video. On Alpha Omega, you can't enter codes into Rushmore while he's talking. On Blood of the Dead, if you try to buy the gondola with no points, your character will start talking and you won't stop saying gondola quotes until you either get a kill or step off the gondola.
At last, a moment alone to think.
That's weird. What the heck?
Prisoned against mine will. Betrayed by mine alternate self. The chronorium. The blood. Bad idea! Existential dread!
Never heard of these quotes. What the heck?
Don't shake the gondola! Are you insane? Oh.
That must just be a glitch, man. There's no way this was actually intended.
On BO2 Origins, the Iron Fist melee animation will override the staff melee, but on Black Ops 3, the opposite is true.
I wish they kept it as BO2. It's so much better in BO2.
In the BO3 multiplayer map, Combine, you can find the zap guns from Moon in this house. It's really crazy looking back at it, because Combine was a beta map for BO3. So Treyarch from before even BO3 came out were hinting at a Zombies Chronicles.
Which
There's
is
another multiplayer map for
crazy.
BO3 with a Zombies Easter egg as well. As in the DLC 1 map, Splash, you can find the premise
You can see the premise.
Really don't know why they're on this.
I didn't even notice that. And then this map got remastered into Water Park Zombies. I think the premise statues are also in Water Park Zombies. That's pretty crazy.
Map doesn't fit it at all, but whatever. There's also a few maps in BO4's multiplayer that have some really cool Easter eggs as well. So first off, there's a map called Remnant, which is basically a COD Zombies museum. In this map, you can find the bus from Transit, the dentist chair from Baroque, the Titanic from Voyage, the MPD from Moon, the box from Shadows of Evil, along with a lot more cool Easter eggs. There's also some really cool Chaos lore in this map as well, if you care about that. But my all-time favorite Zombies multiplayer map is Der Schatten. This map is based off the town on the ground, way out in the distance of Der Eisendrache.
And I've actually been to this town IRL, and it's so cool because literally what you're seeing in game is very similar to how it is. It's think of it like a Harry Potter type snowy village in the middle of frickin' nowhere. That is what it was like in Austria when I was there.
This is such a cool map that I highly recommend that you explore one day because there are a lot of cool Easter eggs in this map, including hearing premise dialogue near the tram.
Richtofen, what'd you say to piss him off? Dempsey, pay attention! We need you alive!
I didn't even know this. What the heck?
Whatever may come next. At least we have made it this far.
And the actual castle from Der Eisendrache in the distance.
Wow.
A much less detailed version of the castle, but a castle.
And so what's crazy is around the castle, yeah, there are mountains, and you see these mountains. I remember when I was at Der Eisendrache, there would be people flying on top of the mountains, like doing all the paragliding stuff. It was so insane. These kids would be up there, bro. They would be like 15 years old, man.
So nonetheless,
Insane.
a lot of people know how you can completely ruin everyone's game on Transit, but did you know you can also do the same on Beasts from Beyond? On this map, there is a side quest to unlock Double Pack-a-Punch. To do this quest, you have to grab a brute head and place it on the cardboard cutout. Well, it turns out that you can actually take this head wherever you want, and you can hide it from everyone else, completely ruining the match in the process. Greg Houston, the lead writer for COD Zombies,
Beast from
said that
Beyond
Alpha
trolling.
Omega had over 5,000 voice lines recorded for it.
Wow.
Take on an experience like Blood of the Dead. Like
I feel so bad because this map should have been so good. It just should not have been Alpha Omega, bruh. Because they did so good on the story.
You're generally talking about how many lines of script.
From 2,500 is probably an average. For Alpha Omega, it's actually about 5,500 lines.
Wow.
So when you've got premise,
Now, I probably haven't even heard of like 1,000 of them, let alone 500, bro.
Ultimus running around together in the same map, any combination of different foursomes, you know, it's fun to see how they react to each other and how they reconcile their various differences.
On BO4 Zombies, the Chaos and Ether stories had separate Bowie knives. Here's the Ether one, and here's the Chaos one.
Oh, I
There is a lot
forgot
of
about that. Yeah, the Chaos one looks a little bit more like fancy.
cool cut announcer lines in COD Zombies. So first off, on Mob of the Dead, there's cut announcer lines for every mobster except Al.
Carpenter, double points, insta-kill,
What?
max ammo,
I didn't even know this.
kaboom, fire sale.
Carpenter, double points.
He sounds sick.
Insta-kill, max ammo.
They should have had a freaking Easter egg to change it, bro.
Kaboom, fire sale.
Carpenter, double points, insta-kill, max ammo.
Rest in peace, Ray Liotta. You'll never get any more of those ever again.
Kaboom, fire sale.
And also, in Revelations, there's cut announcer lines for both the Shadow Man and Dr. Monty.
Carpenter, double points.
Monty sounds sick, man. They should have really... Why did these get cut, man?
Insta-kill, kaboom, fire sale, minigun, bonus points.
Makes you wonder if they'll add this in operator bundles, you know?
Carpenter, double points, insta-kill, max ammo,
I like Monty's, I think, more than the Mob of the Dead
minigun,
crews.
bonus points.
It just sounds
Last
more
time I did
ominous.
a 15 minutes video, I went over every single Zombies map and gave you the translation in English for all of them, and you all really enjoyed that. So I thought I'd try something similar and tell you when every single perk in Zombies history was introduced. So first off, obviously, Juggernaut, Speed
Right at the
Cola,
beginning.
Quick Revive,
Yep.
and Double Tap
The
1
OG4.
were all introduced in Baruch.
Yep.
Keener Gototen introduced us to the new version of Quick Revive that
That's
allows
true.
you to revive yourself on solo.
Yep.
Ascension gave us
Stamina
two
up
new
and
perks, the
PhD.
first being Stamina Up, and the second
The
being...
only Zombies map, I think, ever to this day that has introduced 2 new perks at once outside of BO4 with, like, the whole system, which I honestly think we should go back to this, man. Bring a Zombies map with 2 new perks, man. And these perks
Call
are
of the Dead
sick.
brought us one of the best celebrity crews in Zombies history,
And
as well
Deadshot
as one of the
Daiquiri.
worst perks in Zombies history,
Yeah.
that being Deadshot Daiquiri. And contrary to what some
Mule
BO1
Kick.
fans will tell you, Mule Kick was not introduced in Kino. In fact, it was
was
first
Moon.
added to Moon
Yeah.
and was later added to every other Zombies map. Transit gave us Tombstone and Double Tap 2. No more of that Double Tap 1 garbage. Die Rise gave us
Who's
Chuggerbud, and Mob of the Dead gave us Electric Cherry.
Yeah.
And real quick, fun fact about Electric Cherry. It's actually a
And then the next new perk wasn't until freaking BO3 after Vulturade.
play on words.
Which
if
was
you
Widow's
phonetically
Wine.
remove the E, you will get Electric Chair. Or Electric Chair,
Oh, what the
being a
heck?
play on the electric chairs on the Golden Gate Bridge.
Bruh.
And the final perk introduced in BO2 was on Buried, and that map introduced Vulturade. This perk needs to come back.
For
I'm not
real,
talking about
Jolts.
just certain parts of it or nothing, no. The
Bring the
perk
whole
needs to
thing.
come back.
That's what I'm saying, Jolts. You are a man of your word,
The perk
bro.
icon, the perk effects, the
It
perk
is
machine, the perk
goated.
jingle, everything about it is just perfect.
I
And
know,
that's a fitting
bro.
transition for the next
Please.
perk introduced, which is on Shadows of Evil, that being Widow's Wine. Now,
BL3 should have had like 5 more new perks after this.
even though this is one of my favorite perks in Zombies, it really sucks this is the only perk introduced in BO3.
I
But Jason
know.
Blundell heard our complaints about this in BO3 and didn't leave us hanging in BO4 because Black Ops 4 launched with 17 new
Boo. They should have just done it like normally. Spread it out rather than add 20 new ones and we're all just like, what the heck?
perks.
You know?
On launch for BO4, we got Bandolier.
I think that's why people are just confused. They're like, what the heck even is this? I haven't seen half of these perks.
Bandit, Deadshot Dealer, being a rework of Deadshot Daiquiri, Death Perception, Dying Wish, Electric Burst, which, you guessed it, is a rework for Cherry, PhD Slider, Secret Sauce, Stone Cold Stronghold, Time Slip, Victorious Tortoise, and
Like, so many, and all these new ones are meta. And it's like, you had to learn it to play the game.
Here's Whale.
Crazy.
That was a lot.
That is
but
a
that's
lot.
not it for BO4. As with the
An
DLC
Ethereal Razor, then Bloodwolf Bite, bro.
season,
Yeah,
we
Blaze
got 4 more
Phase,
perks. Dead of the Night
Zombie
gave
Shell.
us Ethereal Razor. Ancient Evil
Yeah.
released with Zombshell. The worst perk of all time was released with Alpha Omega.
I mean, hey, it's pretty busted on some glitches.
Blaze Phase came with Tagger Totem. And finally, in Cold War Zombies, they added Elemental Pop with D Machine and the new Tombstone Soda with Firebase Seed.
And it's crazy, because since Elemental Pop, I don't think we've gotten a new perk.
They added the new Mule Kick with Mauer, the
That
new
was our
Death
last
Perception
newest
around
perk.
a month
It's
later.
been 4
and
years
finally,
now.
they released a new version of PhD Slider in Forsaken.
Yep.
And that is the history of COD Zombies perks.
We need a new perk, man. Elemental Pop being the last new perk is egregious.
You enjoyed it. On Mob of the Dead, you can collect the jobs through the locked cells with the House
That's pretty
Retriever,
goated.
but for some reason they patched it on Blood of the Dead. Before Zetsubo no Shima came out, then Zombies director Jason Blundell did an interview with Mr. Waffle Waffles, and in this interview, he legitimately blinked a message in Morse code. His message translates to,
Just the way he's looking at the camera, you can tell, man.
quote, "Do not put the 115. Contact doctor. I don't wanna. Trust me, Sam. I
don't wanna.
the doctor." I know this sounds absolutely insane to
God.
the average person, but weird
It
things like
is.
this is what made the Zombies community so much fun to be
I
for the
know,
longest time.
man.
And if I'm gonna be honest, I miss these days. I do.
For
And
real,
Moon
me too.
Optimus Richtofen says this.
Oh, Dempsey, I think I can see your house from here. It's on fire.
And on Classified, when traveling to Groom Lake for the first time, Richtofen will reference that quote.
Oh, I can't even see Dempsey's house.
I didn't even know
In
that. That's
Revelations,
cool.
when going from Mob of the Dead to Origins, there's a small section of the map that reminds a lot of people of Buried, but there's still a lot of people that want to say that this isn't Buried. Well, if we know
I kind of think it is, man.
no clip inside of this zombie spawn, we can find a sign that says Living Stone.
Whoa, that's sick. I didn't even know that. Wow, and that was on Buried at the beginning of the video.
If you know Buried, then you should know that this is the same sign that's in the
Wow.
spawn room of Buried. So yes, this
That
is
is
Buried.
so cool.
Sometimes when using the fishing net on Blood of the Dead, it can have a drop in it. And finally, in Gerard Kirby's outro cutscene, when it first launched, there was a pretty funny glitch that would happen. Before Optimus Nikolai shoots Primus, when he would raise his MR6 at him, for a few frames it would change to the KN-44 for some reason.
Wait,
this was
what?
later fixed, but it's still pretty funny. Doris is the first Zombies map where
Why
you
would that happen? That's so weird.
had to interact with 3 different items around the map to activate the Easter egg song. On Black Ops 2, if you throw a Semtex at the teddy bear and then hit the mystery box, the teddy bear will stay there. The
So
VR-11
weird.
can calm down George. Bots can do Easter
Only
egg
temporarily, though, for George.
steps in Black Ops 4. Zetsubo no Shima is the only Easter egg that requires you to use a specific consumable to beat it.
Yeah.
In Classified, if you try to use the elevator while standing in the doorway, it'll say that the elevator is blocked.
I mean, on BO1 it says that, too.
On Water War Doris, if you shoot yourself with the Wonder Walk, you will actually take away your Juggernaut, and you will go back to a 2-hit down. On
Love
Blood of the
that.
Dead, the hands that poke out of the catwalk can bypass Victorious Tortoise. Speed
It's just so dumb.
Cola helps you
Why?
repair barriers faster. In Origins, you can enter Thor from below where you grab the first lightning part. Why is this useless, you ask? Well, because this happens almost every single time that you do it. There is a total of 10 jump pads in the biodome on Moon. In Shadows of Evil, if you shoot this picture and interact...
By the way, that is Peter Livingston, by the way, so it's pretty interesting. And yeah, this was the guy that told all the zombie YouTubers, he's like, you have to kneel to us to make it black and white. We want you to kneel to us, guys.
Back with where it was,
Yeah.
you can play the game in
And there's a
Noir mode.
cipher there.
Now, unfortunately, this Noir mode effect will be on for the rest of your game, but with saying that, there are a couple ways to, temporarily at least, turn off Noir mode. One is by going into Beast mode, and the second is by standing inside an Apothicon servant shot. In most Ether maps,
Makes you think it's part of the impossible Easter egg, man.
the time on the clocks in the map are always set to either 115 or 935. Of course, being little Easter eggs for element 115 and group 935. You can use Electric Cherry or an explosive weapon to launch a rhino's body. In the BO1
That's
main
wild.
menu, if you click zombies and then look at the TVs to the right of you, you can see a picture of 5. More specifically, though, you can see a picture of Quick Revive on 5. If you know anything about 5, then
That's
you know
not
that
in the
that's
right
not
spot.
where Quick Revive is.
Yep.
That's where Speed Cola is.
Honestly, it makes sense for Quick Revive to have been there, but then they were like, where are we going to put Speed Cola?
Is in the final version of the map. In Blood of the Dead, when you die, you can hear the warden laughing and the game over music.
So annoying. PTSD to whenever I failed the egg. Literally, oh
if you beat
gosh,
the
I don't even want to
Easter egg,
think
though,
about
the
it.
warden's laugh will not be in the game over music.
Yeah. That's true. I didn't even realize that. Wow. Yeah, they actually
In
care
BO4
about
zombies, when you activate Zombie Shell on a horde of zombies, it'll take
Just
off the
breaks the
zombie's
entire
legs
game.
for some reason.
Yeah.
In World at War loading screens, Treyarch refers to the mystery box as a treasure chest.
That's so
Kinda weird
bizarre.
when you look back at it. Buried is really glitchy on PC. For example, if you turn your FOV above 100, then the map will sometimes straight up disappear.
Same thing with Moon. If you turn up the frames, yeah, it'll just break
And
the game.
if your FPS is too high, then you can't
Yeah.
fly with the paralyzer.
So
In
weird.
Shangri-La, the monkeys throw grenades back at you.
So
In Horizon Track,
dumb.
there is a raven next to Mule Kick that you can shoot and kill. We all thought that this had something to do with an Easter egg, but as of July 31st, we
Nothing.
still have yet to find anything
Nah, it's
pertaining to this
nothing.
raven. But hey, at least we have a new pig, am I right? In Garage Krovi, there are music sheets that you can find around the map for the Easter egg song Revelations.
They teased Rev so hard on GK, it's
from,
insane, man.
well, Revelations. There's actually 2 different versions of this song. There's the version that we found before Revelations even came out.
I think this was data mine, man. Yeah, they had a lot of stuff come out about Rev on this map. Like, they teased it at the ending cutscene, the music, so much, bro.
And then there's the version that's in the actual map.
I like the music in the map way better. Yeah, Revelations really did. Like, this music sounds like you're in, like, a theme park walking around. You know? It has that type of grandiose.
On Origins,
to
this
it.
drop is called. But on Black Ops 4, the exact same drop is called. Bonus points. In
Yeah,
the
so
trailer for
bizarre.
Burger Town or Infection, the Magnetron is called the MWG. In Shadows of
Just delete it from existence.
Evil, you can throw a Widow's Wine grenade at a meatball, and it will fly somewhere. It's pretty funny, actually. During the COD XP event in 2016,
I was
Jason
there.
Blundell poked fun at Infinite Warfare Zombies for having a tutorial mode, even going as far as to say this. What makes this really
So funny because he literally added one in BO4.
funny is in the very next Treyarch game, there was
Yeah.
indeed a tutorial
Lol.
mode. Better yet, there were 2. In the
Yeah.
D-Machina Easter egg, you have to input a password into the computer. That password is AHV, and what that password stands for is Angelica Hannibal Vogel. If this still don't ring a bell, which it probably don't, this is Valentina's real name. She in fact was the daughter
Yeah,
of
see, Cold War did a pretty good job setting up the story.
Dr. Vogel.
It wasn't
In
that
Blood
bad.
of the
The
Dead,
intel was
if
there.
you wanted to, you could get the Wraithfires back for the Easter egg. When you get off the bird step, you can do the first half of the Hell's Redeemer quest to get rid of the Tomahawk. In Zetsubo no Shima, you can play Samantha's Lullaby by filling up
On
these
the
pots with certain
bulbs.
amounts of water.
Yeah, the bulb Easter egg. This is so cool. I love the way this sounds too. It's just like such like a watery sound. Dun, 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 dun. So sick. One of my favorite music side eggs for sure. And it's just on these little bulbs. It sounds like he's playing it in
previous
water,
video, I
you
said
know?
this.
Such a weird
The trees on Dead of the Night look
noise.
laughably bad. Or at
Yes.
least so we think. Because here's the weird thing about these trees. When you aim at said trees, they'll begin to glow and they'll
The
stay
fact that
glowing
you can
until
see
you
your
stop
other
aiming
person's
at them.
POV
Now, if you ask
in
me,
this on
almost
split
has
screen
to be an Easter egg of
is
some kind.
just
But as far as I can tell, we
absurd.
found no Easter eggs involving these trees.
Yeah.
So if you know why these trees do this, please leave a comment down below because
Yeah,
I really want to know
I don't
why
know
this
why.
happens. This is in fact just a glitch, but the reason I'm bringing
Yeah.
this up is because you all told me in the comments when you look at
Yeah,
this
this is what I was talking about. You can see this game is so bad. You see the other person's POV on the trees. How did Treyarch mess this up so bad?
trees in split screen,
Oh
you can
my
actually see the other
gosh.
person's screen.
What
The Mozu used to cost 1,250 points on release, but now it costs 1,300 points. Speaking of the Mozu on launch, the operator mod on it, the Skull Splitter, used to be insanely busted.
Yeah.
You could easily kill any Easter egg boss with the Mozu in like one clip. But unfortunately, Treyarch patched this, and
Look
now
at
the
that. He
Mozu
took out the
is
elephant.
worthless.
Let's go,
In
Ben.
Ascension, you can interact with the red phones around the map, and you can hear the 5 crew on the other side.
This would be so cool to do in a map like MW3 now, where people are actually playing like all the way across the map.
There are a lot of
been
cool Easter eggs
sick.
in Nuketown Zombies. Just to name a few for you real quick. On round 5, you can hear the bus's horn from Transit. If you melee the bunker door, you can hear Marlton from Victus speaking.
What an interminable wait.
And on
Keep them locked in there.
round 25, the zombies' eyes will turn blue. This is because Nuketown actually takes place at the same exact time as Moon. To confirm this, on top of the blue eyes, you can hear dialogue from Moon in between rounds.
Login. Kitty. Password is a liar. I'm not.
I mean, the lore tie-ins with Moon is what made this map for me. Like Nuketown,
But that's why no one would guess it.
it's just so middle
And
of
on
the road,
BO3
you know.
Moon, if you go to Area 51 after you complete the Easter egg, you can see a mushroom cloud. You guessed it,
That
this
is pretty
the
cool.
same mushroom cloud as the one on Nuketown Zombies.
Wow,
There's one more
that is
cool
sick.
Easter egg on Nuketown that I just learned about while getting this footage. On Alpha Omega, as you probably know, the houses are labeled A through F. And
Yeah.
we know this because of the mailboxes in front of each house. Well, on Nuketown Zombies, these mailboxes are a lot cooler. The 2 mailboxes in front of the houses read Mason and Woods.
They should have kept that in, man, and kept each of the houses instead of A through F like an actual campaign character's name, like Woods, Mason, Reznov. Bro, that would have been sick. That would have been
Yes,
so cool.
referring to Black Ops 1's campaign. Now, I don't know the reasoning behind it, so if you know why, please let me know down below in the comments.
Yeah, I don't
Actually,
know
I
either.
lied. There is one more cool Easter egg on Nuketown. Well, it's not really an Easter egg, but in the game over screen, you can see that the bunker door is open. Jimmy Zielinski really did like trolling the community, didn't he?
There were so many videos of people showing how to open it, and they were all fake,
When
too.
Treyarch first uploaded the Origins intro all the way back in 2013, they made a pretty funny typo. In this trailer, they introduced us to Primus. They showed us Tank Dempsey, they showed us Takio Masaki,
I
and
remember
they showed us
this.
Dr. Edward Richtofen. But they showed us a 4th person who isn't in Primus. They showed us Nikolai Belinksy. Belinksy? Belinksy? I don't know. Either way,
Honestly, it's crazy because I didn't even realize it at
it's
first.
spelled wrong, and they swiftly took down the video and re-uploaded it with the Nikolai that we know and love today. In
Belinsky.
5, there is a blacked out portrait of someone who we didn't know who it was for a long time. Well, by doing a short side quest on Classified, you can make Ultimus Richtofen the blacked out portrait, and then the other portrait will be Primus Nikolai. This was actually foreshadowing of the ending of Classified, where instead of following Ultimus Richtofen, the Ultimus crew follows their new leader, Primus Nikolai.
This cutscene is so bad considering the Great War map didn't actually come out as well.
Firebase C,
That's
there
so
is an Easter
upsetting.
egg to get free jump pads. Why is this useless, you ask? Because you need to play Dance Dance Revolution 6 times on
I
each
know.
jump pad just to save 500 points.
It's so
Doing
bad.
so takes like 2 or 3 minutes to do, and if you mess up at any point doing this Easter egg, then you have to redo the entire Easter egg. And people wonder why I don't like this map. In the Garage
know,
Kirby
bro. Firebase Z is definitely the worst on Cold War.
trailer, Nikolai says this.
This should do job. Job of killing.
He says that when he's grabbing coagulant. Let's just read the description of coagulant real quick. Longer bleed out time. How does this do job?
Job of downing longer, bro.
Of killing Nikolai. In Buried, if you throw a time bomb in Leroy's cage and then shoot Leroy to lock him in the cage, you can actually teleport with the time bomb into Leroy's locked cage.
Oh,
this
yeah,
is your new
this
home until there's
glitch.
another crew that comes set the both of you free. In Blood of the Dead, you can shoot down the water tower. Whether you love or hate this map, you can't deny that things like this in Zombies are
This is the coolest part of Blood, I'll say. Even though the Hell's Redeemer on this map, or the Golden Spork, is pretty just useless because of the zombie mechanics.
extremely cool. The M1911 wasn't in Zombies Chronicles for around a month after it launched. All the maps that should have had the
People were pissed, and then they took out the M from M1911, and people were even more pissed.
1911 instead had the MR6 as your
Yeah.
starting weapon. Now, as per normal with COD Zombies fans, everyone acted like it was the end of the world, but in an
Exactly.
interview, Jason Blundell
He's
explained
like,
why it
I
wasn't in
got
the game.
you.
Simple story is, just wasn't ready in time. Every time we add something in, we have to test everything. And you have a period of submission
Shout out
that you've
to
got to kind of
Noah
get
J.
in, you've got to QA before that point. Yes, we knew we were making it. Yes, we wanted to get the zombie community for it, but it just wasn't ready in time. And you'd have to then face the
No, it's just like,
all your release schedules,
Uh-huh.
and it wasn't
Okay.
that significant a thing that would delay everything to get.
Yeah. Some BS, bro.
There's more walleyes that were changed after release. In Shinonuma, the HVK used to be on the wall in the fishing hut, but it got replaced after release with the MP40 walleye. And one more
Honestly,
that
so
I know
much
of,
better.
in the speed cola room for Kino, the wall weapon here used to be the Kuda, but it also got replaced with the MP40.
Again, way better.
In Exo Zombies Outbreak, there is a second Easter egg ending to the map. On the final step, if you melee 50 zombies to collect the key cards instead of just killing them with your guns, you can actually successfully exfil and win. And people think Cold War was the first to do exfils.
Bro, that's what I was saying, man.
If you pull out your specialist, put it away, and then pull it right back out, you can run around the map with your specialist and it'll never go away. Why is this useless, you ask? Well, because you can't kill any zombies with it. It's just an aesthetic thing. I
mean, why?
Just find it cool to run around
BO4,
Dead of the Night or 9 with the hammer. Speaking of Dead of the Night, when you shoot the flames for the fire core trap with the Max Wonder weapon, they turn blue. This is, of course, for the main Easter egg. But when you shoot the flames with the single upgraded Wonder weapon, the Chaos Theory, the flames will turn green. Now, I don't know much about game design, and I might be wrong about this. But as far as I know, this isn't as simple as recoloring an old asset. Instead, this is an entirely new one. So it almost has to be in the game for some.
Again, it's another unsolved Dead of the Night Easter egg that will probably never get solved, or probably wasn't even finished.
Some reason, besides just giving you no trap damage.
Yeah, exactly.
I will now go over every single map in Zombies history and give you the translations for them, unless they're in English, obviously. Nocturne Toten translates
Night
from
of the
German
Undead.
into Night of the Undead.
Yes,
Baroque
sir.
translates to crazy or insane or asylum, which makes a lot of sense because, well, you know. Shinonuma translates from
Swamp of the
Japanese to
Undead.
Swamp of Death.
Yep.
Derice translates to the Giant. Kino do Toten translates to
Theater of
Cinema
the Dead.
or Theater of the Dead. And that's the last one until BO3, surprisingly.
Yeah, which is
Drag
crazy.
translates to the Iron Dragon. Zetsubo no Shima translates to
They
the
should bring this back. I like when the maps are not in English because it kind of like makes it like, ooh, what's a Der Eisendrache? Ooh, what's a Zetsubo no Shima? You
Island
know?
of Despair. Garad Krobi translates to
City of Blood, baby.
which is such a cool name.
Yeah.
For the finale of the Ether storyline, Tagger Toten. It's actually the polar
Day of
opposite
the
of
Dead.
Nog. It translates to Day of the Dead. It comes full circle. D Machina translates to The Machine, and Maurer Toten
This ain't doing nothing for me. That's what it's like with the roles.
No. All these dudes up here who should be giving that dude game. He ain't in the game, so all y'all could collectively give bro some insight. But instead of doing that,
Four
nah,
extras for
let's
sure.
let
Give me
bro,
more insight.
instead of Lush, his real dad, fucking giving him
Four
game,
extras
he's
should be giving
fucking
him some
glazing
insight,
his ass, and he's up here tripping.
No, but here, I will say this, all right? So,
and that's just a joke about the dad thing.
I know.
Bro gonna start tripping.
Listen. Listen. Suspect, I have seen like
me attracted. I want the chick who just got, she might have a little pooch on her, booty might not be poking out, you know, massive. It's like the girls I've had like the best sex with were regular body chicks. Like,
I get so paranoid and turned off if a girl has like an extremely beautiful face. Like that girl Switcheroo from the Drewski show.
Really?
I just look at her. She's so pretty in the face that I just know she's got the worst personality ever. Just go to Google and search Switcheroo
That sound
Instagram.
like you ain't confident, bro.
So what? So you don't like
Call him
sex?
out, Munchie.
Not,
No, for real.
Ruby Rose?
Look at this. Click on yeah, like look at this. Look at like like this girl is so hot on the Drewski show that I just know her personality sucks.
She looked like
through these
Eritrean
photos.
or Ethiopian or something.
She's just too pretty, bro. I know that she's got a million dudes lined up trying to do whatever for her, and I just know that I'm not trying to deal with that bullshit.
She does look good.
I mean,
they allegedly said that she is dealing with Drewski, and that's how she ended up on the show.
Yeah, but then I think she came out and said that was all fake and that she didn't really have anything going with him.
have you ever had a really hot chick? Like, she strikes me as one of those super bomb. You actually go to fuck her and it's whack. You ever had a
But
chick
y'all
that's so hot and it's just terrible?
Y'all didn't give me a celebrity regular looking woman.
Taraji.
Okay.
Fine, but she's regular bad. Taraji is not overdone. She's not overpronounced.
Taraji got the best fuck face in America.
Man, I'm telling you. Yes.
Baby boy.
You see man. Look at Taraji, skinny, baby boy.
Can we bring her up on the screen?
On baby boy, skinny, flat-chested. Man, that is the most attractive sex scene. That girl was so fine.
You know what's fire about Adele,
He
though?
wasn't really eating her pussy.
Hey,
He
was. For sure.
Oh, my gosh.
Jealous.
She looks so
You
good.
know what's fire about Adele is that she fucks like British drill rappers, like proper road bands.
Well, I thought she was
like
fucking Skepta.
She was like fucking different.
Dude,
like,
she has to.
Skepta ain't been on the road
No, I think she
for
was
a
like
long
fucking
time.
like.
Isn't this lady like old as fuck?
She's fucking chips and gigs.
This
She
is your
old.
idea of a
you can
average.
find a Taraji
No,
P.
she's
Henson
not
at a
average.
grocery
There's
store.
You
nothing
put Taraji
average
up on the
about
screen
Shorty,
for you.
bro. There's nothing average about
Hey,
her.
listen,
A lot of
man.
these females be average though, but you know that like money bring them from like a.
Yo, no, don't click that. It says xvideos.com. Okay, please, yeah.
It's just a sex scene from a movie.
Okay,
Yeah,
well,
but-
as long as it's not on the screen.
No,
over here.
baby boy thing like you don't see no.
Wait, did she do porn?
No.
No.
Oh.
It's the sex scene in Baby
I think
Boy
you
that
see,
they
like,
did.
No, because I said she got the best fuck
Taraji,
face in America.
yeah.
I like the way she talks, sound, all that shit.
Man, she's
54.
smart.
That's a good one.
How the fuck are we gonna be talking about women and y'all bring up a chick who's been
'Cause she's-
post-menopausal?
Because she still looks
Bro,
good.
She's not bad.
If she gets a hit,
You're not naming
it's
a
almost the same.
regular, what you would perceive to be regular, using a celebrity lookalike.
Tracy Ellis Ross,
Bro.
natural, inner
Tracy,
50s,
oh,
still
yeah.
I
super
gotta
bad.
keep looking up people.
There's-
Y'all just know about all these.
I
old
keep
black
telling
girls,
you. I keep
Well,
telling
I'm
you.
asking you to name one.
He
I
doesn't
don't
know
know.
shit
Who's a
about black
regular
people.
looking
It
black?
doesn't have to be black. It could be a white
We
man.
don't care about everybody. Like, I'm
Okay,
still
she
pressing
could
at
be
him because he's
Mexican.
around black people all the time, and he knows very little about black people. Like,
I just don't
You don't
pay
make it
attention
good
to
looks
like movies and shit, so I don't really
Regulars
uh,
know.
depend on who you talking to though.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, that's why I'm trying to figure out what, because when he said regular, I'm like, what is regular?
My homie fucks Megan Good.
this is
Ooh, Megan
this
Good.
is hot regular.
Megan Good is.
Taraji is regular hot. Like, if I see a girl like that on the street, I'm gonna think I could get with her, but she is sexy. Like, even like Munchie said, when you watch that scene, bro, instant boner just looking at her moan. Like, come on, man, she was looking so
I ain't gonna
good,
lie.
That's why I said he had to really be eating her.
bro. That should look hot.
But he had to be doing it for real.
Yeah.
But those are the girls that really
Yeah,
drive you
like
crazy, man. Because every
Okay.
girl that guys are going crazy over, you finally see the girl and you're like, y'all tripping over her, but then it's just something about them. It's something about regular looking chicks that's just hot.
All right, I think that now would be a good time for us to dive into some important topics, and I think that since Brandon is here and we want to get him while he's still at the early part of his energy cycle, let's just lay it on the table. Brandon, you lit the No Jumper universe on fire because you and Almighty Suspect got into a situation on this podcast. Now, the initial thing that started it, people think, I saw Suspect talking about, Suspect basically feels as if you initiated by picking at him and telling him that he wasn't allowed to say the N-word. You were questioning his blackness. Not cool, man.
Right.
And he wasn't feeling it. And as a result, there was a situation. He offered to go outside with you for a fade. You said no. Then he realized you're a jiu-jitsu black belt, and you started sort of like demanding and saying that at some point in the future you really wanted to have a fade. Let's talk about this. I guess I caught some flack from Suspect because I said that Suspect started with the personal attacks, and he feels like by you questioning his blackness, you were actually the one who started with the personal attacks. Let's talk about it. Did you come in with the idea in your head that you were going to go to war with Almighty Suspect? And
Well,
also, why are these fries here? Should I open it up so everybody can look at it?
The thing is that
Wow, look at that sauce.
Thought you heard
Jesus
something,
Christ.
right?
here's the thing. There's no way I could have planned that because everything erupted off of something that he said while he was sitting on the couch.
So but before the camera even got turned on.
There's no way I could have known that I was gonna walk in and the dude was gonna say the N-word with a hard ER on the end.
Now, do you think that he was doing that intentionally, or did it just
No, I
come out
think
that way?
it's-
Because we saw a few other video clips of him that people managed to find in which he kind of said the N-word with the hard R without seemingly even trying to be saying it. Like maybe he just pronounces it that way sometimes. I don't know.
Yeah, but listen, man. Let me say this, Adam.
What's his race?
He's what? He's
all,
black.
All my suspect is black, a little bit more on the light skin
but
side
here-
of things.
okay, so
Lush, I got a question.
Yes.
The way you be glazing suspect, are you this nigga real dad?
That's fucked up, bro. That's because that's his
Nah,
partner, my
you
partner,
be like
fool.
a proud dad. You so cool, man. You,
Hey,
I
hold
be
on,
like,
so Brandon,
That's
so you
first of
still
all,
stand
Dan,
on that's what
that's
you
my
heard.
nephew.
no, I know what I heard because
Okay,
we
so
proved
you-
that with video of him doing it at other times.
Okay.
And I jokingly asked him, "Did you say the hard ER.
Right.
Now, he flew off the handle. I thought he was just slurring his words, right? But then we got the video of him saying it, and you know what? Maybe he just says it unconsciously. The point is, I didn't intentionally offend, bro. But the bigger point is, you guys are so irresponsible as the people he looks up to. I know he looks up to y'all by the sheer amount of times he's requested or sought validation from you guys. You guys never corrected that man and said, hey, bro, you pronouncing the hard ER, even if it's a mistake.
Also, I would not say, none of
I blame you.
One at a time.
How two white boys go correct him?
Yeah,
Well, they could have just made it about YouTube, like, hey, you can't say that on YouTube.
And I never heard him say it like that.
But you saw the video of him saying it, right?
After the fact. But also, that's none of my business. If he wants to pronounce it like that, go ahead.
Hey, he could get this demonetized. You could have just made it like a workplace thing.
I don't think that the algorithm can differentiate between the hard R and the soft
Oh,
A.
they definitely can.
Really?
They definitely can.
They ain't the ones to correct him.
But what about all these black men sitting up in here with him? The point is, I wasn't offended. I just asked him because I was kind of taken aback, but I thought it was kind of funny. But he's emotional.
Flacco not black, bro.
We not doing that.
You should have got up and slapped him.
Sure not black.
Getting up, fighting with he's black. He's a black man. He's just Liberian.
African.
He's Liberian. We're all African.
No,
but the thing,
No, it's
all of y'all.
It's a difference between.
Flacco's white man side, and you know what I'm saying he not gonna correct him.
I wouldn't say it's Flacco's white man side. I would say that. Just like what she said, I should have jumped up and slapped suspect. Listen, man, me jumping up and fighting suspect is not consistent with the goals that I've set for my life, okay?
And I respect that.
Sometimes you can't just give the message. Sometimes you got to be the message. I can't sit up and criticize Whack 100 for telling 16, whatever his name is, to crash out at the Marathon Burger, then be up here wrestling around on the ground with this. What's his name?
Rockstar?
Yeah, Rockstar. So what's his name?
Rockstar 2800.
Oh, 2800. And then I'm up here rolling around on the ground with suspect. Like, bro, come on, man. At what time is the black man going to represent himself the right way instead of doing shit that's ignorant that he knows he shouldn't be doing? Just because why? Because he knows no matter what he does, he could always blame Adam. Oh, Adam got y'all up there crashing out. He knows this audience, when you do something stupid, they're going to blame Adam. How does that help this young man who's a young man who needs to grow? How does that help him grow? I actually blame that shit on dudes like Whack 100, 4 Extras, all these dudes up here who should be giving that dude game. He ain't in a gang, so all y'all could collectively give bro some insight. But instead of doing that, let's let bro, instead of Lush, his real dad, fucking giving him game, he's fucking glazing his ass, and he's up here tripping.
No, but here, I will say this, all right? So,
and that's just a joke about the dad thing. I know. Bro gonna start tripping.
Listen. Suspect, I've seen like every one of his relatives back to his grandparents. There is not a single white relative in his family tree. So I think that's Yeah. I mean, like, he's probably one of the lightest people in his family that I've seen, and I've seen his grandparents on both sides.
Lush. I know that, but since time immemorial, black people have always made jokes about light-skinned people.
No, I know.
This dude is just making a big deal out of it because he feels insecure. We always tease. I got my sisters are light skinned.
No, I
we
get that.
always tease the light skinned nigga. It's just the way it is sometimes.
So with that being said, you can understand that sometimes they develop a chip on this shit.
And guess what? We always tease the super jet black nigga too.
Of course.
So stop, bro. I hate when black people act like they don't know about black culture. Bro been around too many white dudes. That's why when he was looking for validation, Josh, like Mikey, he sound like a black
Mikey
dude
is
who was
Mexican.
raised around white people, and he was
is,
seeking their validation.
You talking about sending a message when you supposed to get that message? What are you talking about?
What's the message?
You supposed to get that message, delivered it, ding dong,
And
at your front door.
And guess what? This mindset is exactly why Chicago's a shithole now. You got a bunch of people looking for entertainment value.
He called you a bus.
Listen, you know what's funny? Everybody wants you to do X, Y, and Z, but the only bodies that pile up are black male bodies. Nobody can tell me how to interact with another black man. Not a black woman, not a black white guy. Why? Because we're the ones that do the dying. You don't know what that feels like.
I really respect the fact that you did not accept his invitation to go fight outside, because I just feel like when you sit down and have a podcast conversation, that is just unnecessary. Now, I understand
he's
that
scared.
you think he's scared?
He's scared.
Oh, see, look, she still doesn't know about the twist that was uncovered in the course of that episode.
It doesn't matter.
She don't know.
The thing I'm telling you, Adam, is this. If you're big like me and you trained, If I beat up suspect, I don't win off of that. This audience is fickle. If I do win, oh, you way bigger than them. It's just a bunch of crap I got to deal with.
Nah, they would have been counting
I think it's way better.
Yeah.
They wouldn't have said that.
Yeah, but my thing is not to listen. I could joke with the guy and go at his ego. My job is not to humiliate that black man. I'm not trying to. It does me no good to do that. I got nephews and stuff that I look at that are around his age. I think he's 20 or 22 or something like that.
No.
How does he?
He's like 27.
Oh, he's an old ass.
Suspect is only 27.
Yeah.
Oh,
Damn,
well,
I thought he was older.
the whole thing is, man, I think this situation, the way it went, it will provide a better opportunity for bro to grow as a person, because I feel like I won that exchange without throwing a single punch. He still got ridiculed and humiliated online, and he was the aggressor. Me, I just kept my cool, and people respect that. And I think that it will teach him a valuable lesson, because I was just trying to show, look, man, well, I wasn't trying to show it, but what was shown was this. You're not going to be able to jump up and swing on everybody. So why even do it one time? If you can't do it 1,000 times, don't do it once. And I think that was the lesson that was learned by that guy. And he sounded like he took it pretty well.
So
Brandon, you were expecting him to just laugh that off, right?
Yes, I really was.
Because that was the way I read it the whole time, that it was right before the show started, like probably a matter of minutes before that,
Yes.
right? You sat down. You heard him say that or misheard him say that.
Yeah.
You feel me?
I didn't mishear him, but yeah.
Yeah, you're like, what the, bro, did you just call me the hard R?
He didn't even call me it.
Or
He said it about
did you
someone
just say the hard R, and you thought that, and you thought he was just going to be like, oh, what? Nah, man. And then, but instead he was like, the fuck you say?
And you could ask Josh,
Is that
Josh.
what happened, basically?
So
I mean, you don't see the beginning of the podcast, so it's
what it
like
sounds like,
somehow the conversation that you get, like we enter the conversation with this kind of already going on.
So he might have been a little extra out in how he got at you, but I think maybe also on your end you could have been a little more understanding that maybe that fool don't like to play like that.
I don't have to understand because I'm
like a public defender.
It sound
So
like
what?
you gave Sus a little taste of his own medicine, because we all know if he try to irritate somebody, Sus he don't just try to get under your skin. He trying to get in your bone marrow. That's what it says.
Did you, when he was insulting Jalise, right?
Did he ever get on you?
Yeah. I mean,
all the
honestly, the
time,
energy
we
he
go
had
at
for
it.
you was very similar to
But
the
look,
energy he had
but
for
when he
Jalise,
was-
so you can't say that he's picking and choosing.
But listen,
Yeah.
when he was insulting Jalise, right? I'm flipping this a different way. Did Jalise jump up and strike him?
No.
Did she challenge him to fight?
No.
Why can he dish it out, but he can't take without trying to resort to a fight?
I
And
thought
this
she
is
did
what I
try
thought
to
I was
You can't
dealing
fight a
with.
girl, right?
And
thought
this
she
is
did
no,
try
no.
to fight.
Why
She
she didn't
got
try to fight him?
No,
She did. She
That's a
definitely
girl.
That's what I'm saying. Everybody could take suspects ridicule and not jump on him immediately. But if you ridicule him a little bit, he wants to fight you.
Well, okay, in his words, from what I was watching him say, the moment where he decided that he wanted to fight you was because you said he ain't trying to fight. He ain't trying to fight.
Did you read the chat or something?
Oh, is that what she
When you
said?
say that, that's like saying, "Oh, he's a bitch."
No, I heard that, but where'd that come from? Like, who said? Like, you read that somewhere, right?
Where?
You was like, he don't want to fight. You was reading.
No, he was
No,
just
I
saying
said-
that. That was his.
No, someone said he wants to fight, and then I was like, he does. But I could tell. Adam,
So
listen.
you were
Okay, so
responding
you
to a
was
random comment.
challenging
him.
and
Have you ever
he
had
didn't
a-
even know that you were responding to a comment.
Have you ever had a situation where someone's insulted your manhood, and you really don't want to fight the guy, but you're like,
Every day.
dang, I gotta say, I know, but you might be younger,
know.
and you don't want to fight the guy, but you feel like if you don't fight him, you're gonna look like a punk. That's what we're dealing with. It happens in black communities all over the world, and people end up dying behind stuff like that. What I'm saying is this: I thought I was dealing with a professional host.
Anybody want a burger? Last
Nah,
call. Last call for burgers.
I thought when I walked in, I thought I was
If
dealing
you
with
want a burger,
a host,
get a burger.
a professional host from one of the largest podcasts on earth. I expected that type of cordial behavior. I could say damn near anything to Flacco. Flacco ain't jumping up challenging me to a fight. I could say anything to Joe Rogan, someone who's actually trained and could probably beat everybody's ass in here. He's not going to jump up and challenge me to a fight. Bro, little bro has to learn to be professional. And professional means sometimes you might get offended, but that doesn't mean you jump up and challenge the other host to a fight. And when you got people like Snoogie around, younger dudes will actually vouch. She ain't putting out anyway, so what she say don't even matter. You impress her, she ain't giving you no ass.
So you believe her
So
now?
you looking stupid. So bro just had to learn, and I hope he did learn. And I'm not even saying I taught him. I think the audience taught him, and I think you taught him. And guess what? When you suspended his ass from work, he learned a valuable lesson.
When did I do that?
He said he got suspended.
He did after the Kelpie beatdown.
He learned not to fight on camera.
I wouldn't have called it a suspension.
You suspended his ass.
We
You
were
fired him.
unsure if we wanted to continue continue having a working relationship as a result of that.
Hey, listen.
Even worse than the suspension.
What
Kelpie
is-
or this?
When he beat up Kelpie, yeah.
Oh.
Okay,
But that-
well, it's also I get what you saying, but also it's kind of like in this industry for some people, it's kind of like if somebody is like technically trying to hold you in public, that's almost career ending for some people.
Who fought somebody for trying to hold them in public on a podcast?
I mean,
If Shannon Sharp could get on, listen, if Shannon Sharp, an NFL great, could listen to Skip Bayless insult him and his football resume on national television and not jump up and throw a punch or challenge Skip Bayless to a fight, I think Almighty Suspect can take a little ribbing from somebody who's a host.
You just like
This is blowing shit out of proportion,
you
man.
ain't
Like,
trying to fight. You ain't trying to fight.
What I
You
can
can't
say is,
that.
you can't be disrespecting people. It was like a whole lot of disrespect. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
The B word came out and all that little shit. And then that's like, all right, you know what I'm saying?
Who started the B word there?
He did. He started
What?
calling you weird and a bitch over and over and
What?
over, which is
I don't know
basically
what
like
weird-
that's
weird
him
became-
basically making it clear, like I want
Yeah.
to smoke, even
Yeah.
before he stood up and said he wanted to fight or whatever. Like calling somebody in LA weird and a bitch.
Right.
That's basically you're laying
That's
it all out there.
right.
Yeah.
So, and what I'm saying is this: everybody, like if I jumped up and said, "Adam, you're a bitch. You're a bitch," are you gonna try to fight me?
No, I've already made my choice.
Yeah. Who the hell? That's what I'm saying, man. Like
Adam said he got them shooters outside.
the whole thing. Oh, sorry.
I agree with you. Everything, a learning
said he's a
experience. You learn
shooter?
some stuff, right? Because I had a moment. It went bad on camera because this nigga kept cussing me.
Oh, I remember this.
But
Oh, yeah.
but I learned from that though. Like I can't
Yeah.
be that petty. Like you know what I'm saying? I used to talk regular.
That's
Nigga, Fade ain't got nothing to do with nothing because we're like, where you from? You don't just be cussing it. And like, nigga, don't cuss me. I ain't no crip. But now I don't even care about that shit. Like, you know, well, on camera, you know what I'm saying? We potting, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it almost went bad. But I learned from that. And then my daughter, she watching that. I don't want her looking at that like, man,
listen.
You know what I'm saying?
When you're drunk, are you more quicker to like turn up?
Definitely.
Like
No, if somebody
as
call,
far as like
I'm gonna turn up. A nigga
you seem like a
sober.
nice drunk.
Nigga, on Inglewood Family, I'm gonna turn up sober or not.
Yeah.
If it's disrespect, cause I don't disrespect nobody.
You seem like a chill drunk, like when I've seen you, but I've never seen you in that.
But you didn't see that clip of him getting called cuz over and
I
over.
did. I did see that. Yeah.
What
That
I'm
didn't have nothing to do with
heard,
drunk though. That came from before cameras even started. I asked him like you ain't got a cousin. You know what I'm saying? And he said he wouldn't, and then they kept
He
doing
said
it.
you could blood him though all day.
Yeah,
From
but
my
that's-
research, you
that's
like the
cool, too.
King Von podcasting.
Oh no.
Oh, what? You
He
had
like-
20 minutes to research him, and that's the coincidence.
That's all I could get into.
Did you see the YouTube titles?
Yes, they was crazy.
They threw a party when they thought he died.
And then he walked. And then he walked in, so I was like, "Oh, okay." Like, I had to cut the research a little short. I was trying to dig in there.
I ain't tripping off no cuz shit though. That's from my. You know what I'm
You
saying?
gonna be fighting everybody. Like that's the thing. Like
But you from an all crip city, and that's all y'all hear.
Yeah.
If you could get the intermingling in LA and South Central, you ain't just pushing up on no blood like what up, cuz?
From Long Beach, people
What?
say cuz who
Nah,
don't even
nigga.
gangbang.
For sure.
In Long Beach, people say cuz that don't even gangbang.
That's
So-
what they do all across because they normalize it out here. They been hearing cuz and Gold Pound Gangsta Crip all the adolescent ears since we've been kids.
I bet you a truly successful person, they could be from any hood. They can hear the diss word. If they truly successful, they're not gonna say anything because they're not gonna let that get in the way of them making their money.
If
Like
they talking about real food, right?
I'm talking about just exactly. If they talking about real shit, my thing
Blood's
is
not
this:
the hottest song in the
as soon
city
as
right
I heard Josh say he's gonna cut the whole podcast off, all desire to fight was like, hell no, I ain't about to blow my opportunity to actually make a podcast. And then the audience, you're silly. You want to watch No Jumper, but then you want somebody to fight, and you won't even be able to see or get an episode that day. It doesn't make sense.
That is the weird thing about this platform that makes us different than Zeus is the fact that everybody wants to see people basically fight, but the rules are that you're not allowed to fight. So people basically have to come like right up to the limit of fight. That's like basically like the best case scenario for the viewers, but then we don't actually want people to fight, which is different than Zeus where it's like it's so obvious that they're supposed to fight. The security guards are here to kind of like let you fight for a little bit and then they break it up.
Right.
now. That's literally the whole point about it. Is just, you go somewhere, get faded, catch a fade, and eat, and then go home. And that's every
Barely
episode.
even eat.
Yeah.
Scotty
Maybe
said
eat.
they be
Maybe
they be
eat.
taking her plate.
You just go to locations, get drunk, and fight.
Do y'all think? Do you
Literally.
think at some point, like after the initial fame and the buzz around Zeus Network, do you think he might eventually at some point have a Diddy case? because it's a lot of allegations of him sleeping with a lot of the girls that's on there.
Look at that
And they
pivot.
also say that Natalie Nunn.
He pivoted.
You pimping them out?
Yeah.
I don't actually know the inner workings of that. I know he's been sued a few times, probably settled a few times, but I mean,
You could go
Well,
through
right
that
now
dealing with all the
he's
women.
being sued because it's a lot of people, or 3 other people are that's in social media that was like content creators that's basically saying that they was like the co-founders of the Zeus Network and they came up with the name. And they also had a lot of they did a whole lot of press, news, articles, and then when Zeus actually hit, because the owner Lemmy Plummer, since he was the one putting the money behind it, it's like, you know, technically his name is the only one that's on there, but
if you
the
putting the
content
money up, it's
creators-
yours. That's as far as I know, you know.
Well,
But
they've been marring controversy from the beginning as far as like who owns it.
yeah, they seem like they're all right with that.
It's
But anyway,
always
so what is the status of the shit with Suspect? Do you think you guys are ever actually gonna fight? Is this likely to happen, or you think Suspect's
You gonna
down?
set the fight up?
If you guys wanted to fight, I guess what
I have no
do
problem.
I have to do? I mean,
Listen, man.
a boxing match. I would
As
be in
far as
favor
a
of.
fight, I'm 100%
With the
down to
glove?
do that. We can put glove, whatever you want to do. Bro was talking about like he was kind of insinuating it was gonna be something more than that. But like I said, Adam, I mean, it's not. I don't think it would be very. I mean, listen, 100%. I have no problem fighting with this dude. I'm not afraid. I'm not worried about him at all. As a matter of fact, anybody you want to set that fight up with. But hey, if you set it up, I'll do it. If we can make some chili off of it, I'll do it.
Oh, y'all trying to? Oh, you talking about pay? I thought y'all.
No, you. I mean, if you just want to do it just on the strength of it, we could do that. But
So this ain't gonna be no Playboy Cardi and Kanye West situation where ain't nobody pulling up with no blicky icky icky, huh?
Cardi pulled up with a gun. Yeah.
hey, man, y'all bleed me. Wack was supposed to meet Rockstar in the front at 9 o'clock. The day I was here to fight for a fade, and they never showed up.
That day, last week.
No, it was a while back.
Man, Rockstar is already back at home.
Okay, but they said they're supposed to meet up for a fade. Nobody brought y'all wasn't bleeding people over that. But yeah, hey, listen, man. If you want to set that up, we can do it.
That's so weird though when fools are like,
unless you're the referee.
When fools are, yeah, I'll be the ref for sure. When fools
Yeah,
are like,
I
in
want to see
fucking-
the fight.
fools
That's
will
gonna be very traumatic for you.
Can I
I'm
walk
actually
through with the
miss
number?
suspect. Hey, let me ask you a question. This is you got to answer this truth.
Yes.
When suspect hit you,
Yes.
was you really hurt or did you just go down and keep the peace?
No. So listen, I was just very inexperienced. I hadn't fought for a long ass time. That was like the 3rd round, and I didn't have any heart because I didn't want to hit.
You wasn't. Yeah, you didn't really. It looked like that because you was talking when he hit you.
What did he say about heart?
I didn't have heart like that. I didn't have the heart to like. I wasn't like.
You didn't want to inflict damage upon him.
I didn't, but I'm not saying that I could have or not. But I'm just saying I didn't. I wasn't. But I did. After that, I was like, ooh, I'm down to fight somebody else that I don't like.
Because as soon as I got home, I was like, maybe Adam will set up the fight. So I started studying my opponent. And from the footage I saw, I was kind of like,
Game tape didn't impress
hey,
you?
bro, I mean, it didn't impress me. But the thing I'm saying is, like, we approach fighting in 2 different ways. Like, that's why I'm just like.
Explain. What's his fighting style versus yours?
Basically,
Right. Was he
he stood up
windmilling?
talking about this and that. My mind was like, just double leg this dude through the don't jumper table and get on top of him and beat the shit out of him. He's not even thinking like that. People in LA have these rules to fighting. You can't grab. You can't do this. You can't do that. They say there's no rules to a fight, and then
Supposed to
they
be from the shoulders, right?
No, listen. They say there's no rules to a fight, and then they start making all these rules. That's the way the West Coast is for some reason.
It's rules to fighting when y'all loved ones.
Yeah.
Yo, don't do them like that. You know what I'm saying?
Somebody could throw a brick
But we don't
at
know
you.
each other.
But I'm gonna say this, Lush. Just turn down the fight if you ain't gonna fight to the full capacity.
Yeah, but
Just don't get out there.
Just don't.
You're probably
don't,
right, Munchie,
Don't
but-
fight just to say I'm not turning nothing down.
No,
Because if
no.
you're not going all the way and you just let somebody put their hands on you, that's crazy.
Well,
bro.
so-
next time be like, I'm cool, but I got too much love for you. I ain't gonna.
general practice, I would say you're 100% right. But the situation was a little bit more complicated because I had said something about him that on some street shit you kind of have to answer for.
Nah, you're not sure. You're not. Hey, look, it's too many Bloods and Crips up here. I think you ain't turn down nothing. Just turn it down. Because if you ain't gonna go all like full speed to protect yourself, don't.
But they shot a fair one. That's good, right?
I drove
What's
to
fair
his.
about not going all? He said he was holding back.
Not that I didn't mean this. I don't want to say it like that because that's gonna make it seem like, oh, I could have done more, this or that. Like,
But you got punched. You could have got up and kept fighting, but you were kind of like, all right, fuck it. That was the third time you got knocked down.
You got knocked down 3
I got
times?
knocked down 3 times, and after the second time, I was over it. He's like, "Come on, fool!" This.
Why are you trying to beat up on his friend?
This fool says after the second time, he goes, "Come on, fool! I thought I was a habitual fade ducker. I thought I was a habitual fade ducker."
Do y'all be recording
Listen,
these
man,
fights?
I'm
Where can I
telling you.
find all these fights at?
Listen.
Where can I find
That
all these
one, people have only seen like a 5-second clip of the last
28
punch.
seconds.
No, that was less than. That's like
It was 28 seconds, bro.
Why you laughing?
Because I watched it so many times. It's
Y'all
28
making me
seconds.
feel like I don't do enough research.
You was
'cause
on the
I'm
ground
like, I
mumbling.
know y'all be getting down
You was
up
like,
here.
dude, see, that's how I knew you wasn't knocked
I
out.
wasn't unconscious at all. No, but that, I'm not gonna lie, that shit's smart.
Listen, man.
Can I just say this? Is
That
that
shit hurt.
I'm not a fighter.
someone like Brandon is kind of trapped between two worlds because he's associated with the gangbanging world and the actual combat sports world, and it's kind of weird because they're both honor cultures of a sort, but like most gang members have no technical background in terms of fighting, but there is very much this cultural norm that if you disrespect each other, you have to at the very least fight. And then meanwhile, in the combat sports world, it's a much more respectable culture, and obviously like a way higher percentage of those people are trained fighters, but there's way less actual violence between each other, in particular because there's so much acknowledgement of who's better and what the totem pole looks like, what the pecking order is. Is what I'm saying accurate?
Fighters don't fight often because fighters know how to damage each other.
Right.
We know how to hurt each other. So like I do jujitsu. You know how to break somebody's arm. You know how to choke somebody till they die, like in a few seconds. You know how to break somebody. What happened?
Can't you go to jail for fighting a regular person?
No, that's not a real
myth,
thing.
right?
That's a myth.
But also, it's like if you're at the jiu-jitsu class and you're a blue belt and there's a black belt standing across from you, unless there's like a gigantic size difference, you pretty much know that the black belt's going to win if you guys get into it.
Well, yeah, unless the blue belt is extremely talented.
Right.
But the whole thing is, even when gang members fight, it's with the understanding, like if they fight amongst their own gang, it's just a fair one, and people are gonna at some point break it up. Y'all just getting some shit off y'all chest. If it's two gang members who oppose each other, they'll fight just for their respect. If it goes beyond that, then it'll be gunplay. But I just look at it like people who can't really damage each other that much, like you're going in, best man wins. We're throwing punches. But if you like, no, I'm gonna take this dude's back, choke him unconscious, or transition to an armbar and snap his arm. You're not trying to engage in that kind of fight with somebody you call like he should have never fought you on the strength of y'all friendship.
Yeah.
Like me and my friends are big.
That's fucked up, dude.
And we don't fight each other. We've had guns on our hips out camping and stuff, and we've gotten in super heated arguments, and it never even the thought of fighting occurred. Because at a certain point, you have to understand this is my friend. I'm not doing that. This guy is just young. He's kind of a little bit reckless, and I blame you guys. You guys should be giving that dude game, especially you as his boss, because you need to make that guy more professional on a day-to-day basis.
Imagine me like instructing him on how to.
Man,
use
you
that
half
word.
white like him. Y'all got a connection.
Listen,
No, but
suspect.
It's not that. His reaction to that, I mean, like, but then again, like, you're also an elder, right? And you're more tapped into.
Damn, elder. Okay.
No, you're his elder.
How old do you think I am?
Like 32.
No, I'm 38.
Okay, so
32
yeah,
was my guess also, but
yeah.
38, okay.
So you're significantly older than him. By, you got 11 years on him. So I would think that maybe, I don't know, you were kind of stalling him out to a degree. I don't think you really were going as hard as
I think he thought I was smaller than I actually am because I had that big ass 5X t-shirt on. He was like, he's a little guy. And I was like, this dude don't realize I weigh like.
Then he's calling you fat.
No, at
Yeah,
first he was like, you're a little dude. He's short. Look at his legs. But I mean, I outweigh him significantly. Like,
yeah, no, for sure. But I think that he didn't need to react in as vitriolic of a manner as he did.
Yeah, it was silly.
And but also I think that it'd be cool maybe if you had some sensitivity towards that, considering
sensitivity.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wait. What?
Yeah. Because man, let me explain, bro.
Man.
What he?
Because you ain't got no fight
Lush.
on YouTube.
Lush.
No,
what he
because
said.
You're talking on
I
some
just
like.
searched it up.
Okay.
I was trying to find your face on this.
I doubt that.
He told me about.
I got a lot.
That's on
I,
YouTube.
I highly doubt that he's going to
Brandon?
take a
Brandon?
sensitive approach
Brandon?
to someone who challenged
Yeah.
him to a fight.
No. At that point, yeah, it's kind of, and this is, I feel like where Sus was wrong is he went way harder than he had to. But I think you, being the more mature person, could analyze it and been like, damn, bro might be sensitive about this. Maybe I'm just gonna like.
No, Sus flipped out because what he did is the equivalent of if I call another black person a nigga and then they like, why you calling me a nigga and trying to fight you? That's
weird,
not
right?
something that you would fight over. Like,
Yeah,
that's
it's weird.
stupid. And then me messing with a light skin. Bro, people tease Drake about being light skinned. Like, when you're light skinned, you
White
understand
boy.
you're going to get teased. Just like if I'm fat, That's like me trying to fight somebody for teasing me about being fat. Bro, you know light-skinned niggas get clown. You know super jet black dudes get clown. You know chicks with no hair gonna get clowned in the black community. Bro was just overreacting, and I think he was doing it a little
He
bit
should
for
have
the
been
cameras.
like, yeah, I did say that, and what?
I did say that.
That's what he should have said.
Oh, yeah, he should have said. That would have been
should've
like,
said it, right?
if bro would have said that.
What?
Suspect should have been like, yeah, I said that.
That's what he should have said.
He said, if I
said
did,
the hard
what-
R. Like,
He said, if I did what you want to do about, and that's where the idea of fighting came into the picture. He's the one who brought up fighting. And I was just like, I'm not going to do nothing about it because I didn't think it was that serious. So when Wack, with his lying ass, he was like, oh, man, you know, Wack, that's the problem with older black dudes. Bro, know his ass is wrong, but he tried to overtalk you, and he's wrong. Bro, remind me of my mom or my grandma. You're wrong, bro.
You just call him
He's
a
sassy as fuck. No. Bro's
You
being
just said he reminds
sassy.
you of
Listen,
his
he was
mama.
being
You said
sassy.
Wack is sassy?
Listen, man, he was being
Right,
sassy.
you just
Listen,
said
he
we
was
got
being
the content.
Listen,
We
he was
got
being
the content.
He was being no. I mean, even if man to man, he know he was being sassy as fuck because you were trying to explain to him the context that he was missing, and he's like, no, this and that, and I'm like, come on, man, represent us a little better. You wrong. You're at a different point in the timeline, and you think you understand everything. Bro probably watched a clip, or bro probably caught it on the back end. And you were right.
I felt like I was accurately
right.
describing that altercation, but I did see a lot of people in the chat who really felt like I was misrepresenting it, and suspect as well, probably.
When this man said, yeah, I didn't say it, but if you think I said it, what you gonna do about it? That is challenging someone to a fight. That is provocation.
Yeah.
He's the one who first brought that up.
But the Wack is always just gonna.
I could see Wack right now because you just called him a female. He finna go
Yeah, he's
off.
gonna be.
I didn't call him.
off.
I didn't call him a female. I said he was being sassy.
You said he like my mama.
And my granny.
We all got black women in our family.
You compare
and that's what they do.
You said Wack got your granny's heart.
Let me say this. It's unbecoming of Wack to do what he did. Let's put it there. It's unbecoming of him to do that. He knows what he's doing. He's trying to overtalk you because he's wrong.
I feel like if you gonna say it, you need to say it with your chest. Don't have say
I said sassy. I mean, dude, I didn't call him a woman.
I feel like
but all
for
right.
that moment.
Hey, whatever you want to put on it, but I just said sassy. I didn't call a man a woman, but I would say it's unbecoming of him.
That's equivalent though. Like sassy.
Sassy.
Nah, dudes can be sassy.
You know that's a feminine trait. You know what I'm saying?
That sounds like a gang
Yeah,
diss.
you acting like my mama and my granny up in here.
Yeah, I don't know. He about to put Kill Squad in the street on me.
That was a brick thing.
I'm just fucking around. It's,
all the kill squads have been sent into hiding for the time being until October, which, by the way, we just found out Brick's not going to trial until
Yeah,
October.
that's scandalous,
Oh wow.
bro. Yeah.
How long is he facing?
I don't know. Like a dime.
Dang.
No one cares.
How y'all know
You
that
gonna
song?
hold him down
I mean,
the whole time, or
Because I chat
or you just still
GBT
feel
the
it?
charges and what it's the typical sentence.
Hold him down the whole time. Is he his girlfriend?
Well, he did say he feels like the battered wife in the relationship. Like you gonna hold him down the whole time, or like
I love Brick. I'm not, hold him down. I don't know exactly what that consists of, but
yeah, like.
Wait, I thought that you felt like
don't-
you were battered in the Wack relationship, not Brick. I didn't realize that.
no. It was alleged that Wack was basically telling me that Brick has me in an abusive wife type position where he'll go talk shit on the internet. Then once he talks to me, he spins a completely different story. I fall for it because he's very charming. And then, soon after, somebody like Wack comes and gives me the re-education that I've
Let me been point out the hypocrisy.
hoodwinked.
Let me point out the hypocrisy. If Wack compares you to a battered wife, right? That's fine. But if I say Wack is sassy, oh my God.
Look.
Wack's gonna go crazy. Like,
Well,
it's
I
just
watched
pure
the
Negro
interview.
hypocrisy.
I suggested the battered wife thing, so I
Adam said it
created that
first.
metaphor.
Yeah,
Oh,
Adam
okay.
said it first.
Okay. But still.
Sassy does go a long way because remember AJ from Menace Material was saying that to Dejan. He could start calling him sassy.
So did I. The Sassy Auntie podcast. I said that.
So what?
He said it to his face on the podcast, and that was a very notable moment.
Hey man, all I'm doing is trying to stay consistent with. I'm the same with everybody. The whole thing, man. I don't care. We know what happened. You knows what happened. This guy suspect know what happened. To me, everything else is outside of like relevance.
No, I feel it. Can we go to the fan funding? I could shout out these messages right now. Let's see what they got to say.
And then after, can we get into the Kanye West and Playboy Cardi?
Yes, we could definitely talk
Hell
about
no.
the
Shorty
rest
gonna
of
let
the
me
Well,
topics.
I tried to transition into it. I didn't. You feel me?
That was
Yeah,
a
we
bad
saw that.
transition.
Yeah, you were trying to over transition. You were trying to transition too early.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Pause.
I didn't know it was more.
Okay, here we go. All right, shout out to our new members, Herberto Sandoval and Tristan Hale and K.260.
His name is Heriberto.
Okay, Heriberto. And then Ralph Amiri said, in the Jack Doherty interview, he casually admits to staging content like the mall pranks. What do you think the chances are that he staged this robbery as well? This man is a postmodern clout chaser. So for those who don't know what he's talking about, Jack Doherty is someone who's generally considered to be, possibly in FaZe Banks' words, the worst streamer of all time. We had him on the podcast. The video is available for members only, and we just started dropping the clips. But he's wearing some iced out chains. He tells us they're worth $300K, and then he basically got robbed for them on Rodeo. Now, the reason why I believe him is because of the fact that behind the scenes, and keep in mind, we were not going to post this. I told Remo, don't post it. This is like, it's such an obvious fake narrative that he's doing for attention, because keep in mind, this is the same person who like staged having his Christmas presents stolen from under the tree for viral content, right? The thing is, behind the scenes, Jack Doherty's hitting us up trying to figure out if we got connections in the streets who can help him to get his shit back. So I don't think he's just completely like lying to Remo. I think he actually did really get robbed. And for the record, I'm not in the habit of sending out messages to all the street dudes I know saying like, hey, do you know anybody who was jacking people's jewelry on Rodeo this afternoon? Like, that's just not really.
Getting your jewelry back, bro.
At
Yeah.
first, I thought it was the insurance.
Say New York.
company.
Yeah, if the homies got it, they got it. That shit gone. They already threw that on the
Your
scale.
shit downtown LA.
Yeah, they melted the gold already, bro.
Is there a chance that that's like another layer in the veil of deception? Let me holler at the media company that I was just at shortly before and try to let them think that I'm looking for it.
I mean, hey, it's possible, but also it's like, from my perspective with Jack, like, this is not the kind of attention that he needs, like the kind of attention that basically just makes you look like a goofy who's being taken advantage of out in public. Like, I wouldn't
He
fake
be
that.
flashing a whole
if
lot
I
of
were you.
cars because it's kind of like
Hey, Jack,
they could get down on you for that chain.
you
What
ain't
else
getting
can
your
they get
chain
down
back
on
out
you
here,
with?
bro. That shit on the scale already. They took that to the slots, and it's a wrap, bro. I
Damn.
don't know what you're talking about.
But okay, if you have a
$300,000
$300,000 chain out here, what do you do with it? How do you get rid of that?
Asians.
You sell it to one of the homies. You talking about? You said 1,000?
Who?
You said
300,000.
300.
Man, you can get rid of anything. I don't care what niggas talking about. They gonna melt it down, bro.
That shit ain't even worth.
You can't melt down diamonds, right?
You know those
No,
Asian
but-
people at the swap meet selling jewelry?
Yes.
But
That's
okay,
where you take it.
To Frank. shouts to Frank.
$300,000 worth of jewelry. Like, where are you gonna fence
You
that?
get rid of it.
Those
They gonna melt
have
it
to be
down.
some real big diamonds.
I guess.
In person, was they
But
some real big
so you
diamonds?
have to leave this. Really, the best thing to do is you leave the snake. Because my homie, R.I.P., he had jacked Aaron Carter's chain and he had snatched it off his neck.
At what point in Aaron Carter's life?
Like when he was joined up.
Oh,
Like
so
this
back
is
when he was a young
like 2001,
star. Okay,
2002
got
type
it.
Shit. Yeah, and he had snatched it right off his neck, and he got caught up selling it at a pawn shop out here.
You don't go to a pawn shop.
Yeah,
That's what I would
I'm saying.
assume would
You
He
happen.
got
need an
caught
ID
up.
for a pawn shop.
He got caught up.
Yeah, if
So,
you
but
bring
if he had gone out of
stolen
state, if he gone to Vegas and shit,
Bro, go to the Diamond District. Them Asians will melt that shit down in a few minutes.
They gonna give you way
They
less,
gonna
though.
give you way less than what it's worth.
Pawn shop gonna give you more
But
money,
I don't
gang.
care what it's worth. You could get it gone for sure.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
Kid Murray sent $5. Said somebody tell Mr. B team that Latoya looking right. But what that smell though? And respectfully, old man Adam, your name is on the slap.
Who was Latoya? He know one of my.
That's what he's
little
calling her, I think.
Oh.
What?
I would assume.
What, I stink or something?
But then he said, "What's the smell?" I don't know. I haven't really
No, he
smelled.
said tell Mr. B team that you looking right. And well, what smell like?
He's trying to. He's asking you what she smell like.
Oh.
Yeah,
I think you can only smell
Because
the
perhaps
hookah.
your sense of smell is heightened.
But then, Adam, your name is on the slap. What's that mean?
I don't really understand.
I don't
I
understand
don't
that.
know.
You didn't know.
Raheem the jeweler said, "Lush, if Adam got bit by a cobra in his crotch and there's no doctors around, would you provide oral extraction of the venom or let him check?"
I'd be like, hey, yo, Mikey, where you at?
Stop.
Yo, Lush, I'm sorry, but if a cobra bites my penis, then you're gonna have to suck.
I
the venom
believe
out.
you would do that.
Mikey's gonna have to suck.
The
it,
way
bro.
you be glazing people, I think you would do that. I had to save his life. I felt bad. Nah, I'm
But
fucking
do
with
they
you.
really
I would probably just like,
Stop.
you know what I
Just-
would do? I would have
thought that was
killed.
like a
You think
myth.
I'd let a snake get this close to the homie?
I'll
I would've
suck the
killed
venom
him.
out of any of your cocks.
Oh, thanks, bro.
Oh, wow.
That's on
Yeah,
bro.
bro.
He died.
Thank you, bro.
I'm out of here.
Yeah, and I'll jerk him up. I'll
You gotta come. You gotta come first.
You'll be we'll be
I gotta make you come in order to get everything out.
If
Yeah.
the friendship's real, you'll let me nut. Yeah.
Lil Mexican said, "Stop forcing Brandon on us. All he does is talk about race, or I'm gonna catch the back fade for Big Sus on B team. I'm gonna need that."
On B team?
That's what he said.
That's crazy.
Lil Mexican. Hey, maybe we should do a poll. Do you fuck with Brandon? Yes or no?
They probably don't. I don't care.
No, I think.
Does Brandon care if you fuck with him?
I would like to know because I
No.
feel like it'll probably shift as time goes by if you keep coming on.
Hey,
the
no,
phone.
you're a good conversationalist, but you got strong opinions. You're gonna piss people off, man.
Listen, man.
It is what it is, gang.
We podding today.
We potted.
We
Hey,
podding today. This ain't no fucking crash out
Yeah, he
and all
is
that.
good at getting the reaction.
We podding. I'm asking real questions.
got
I would
good
ask
shit.
you why you didn't go to the Beyonce concert last night.
Oh, I ain't spending my money on
I
that.
know it was $50 tickets.
Really?
I don't care.
Girl, and they let you walk
never
down to the
paid-
front.
I
'cause it was
never
empty.
paid for a concert a day in my life.
Listen, if you want to go see Taylor Swift, you got to pay like 10 bands. You want to
Bro.
go see Beyonce? They got $50 tickets. That's all I'm saying.
Listen, right, Taylor Swift way bigger than Beyonce. But look, last night after the SoFi Center, they had $50 tickets. The shit was empty, so people was walking all the way down to the front. I mean, and Beyonce gave them 4 hours. Like,
Was it really empty?
It was empty. It was like only half the.
That's hard to
I
believe.
should have snuck in.
No, because it's Monday. It's because it's a Monday.
But
But
isn't she doing like 7 shows?
she's doing
or
a bunch of
something?
shows.
Yeah, yeah.
But I think she did this for like people who maybe don't have the money or whatever. But I know people went and they was like, man, we just walk right down to the front. I'm like, look, I don't care if it's empty or not. I got to see Beyonce and sit right there. Do it. I'm putting y'all up on game.
I didn't even know she had a concert out here.
Well,
I dropped 50 on a.
Adam ain't doing his job.
It's like a country themed tour as well, right?
No, but she performed stuff off Renaissance stuff.
I was gonna get tickets and take Lena, but then I forgot. So.
Some of them. Y'all was too
I need
busy in
to
the
see- I'd rather
Bahamas or on some island.
Yeah.
I'd rather see Destiny's Child do that.
I'd rather see Destiny.
They said they're gonna do something.
Okay, Mina's reactions. Cloud Mania TV sent $10. Says Sharp will definitely be coming with the 5-hour 2-part stream about this. Y'all know he loves to whine. Free Break Baby. Sharp and his drunken debauchery never stops being funny. For sure, I agree with you that Sharp is a fucking dork. But we're gonna get heavily into the Sharp and urinal conversation at the end or after we do these donations.
Rent a Center 1,
Cameron
Sharp
Gray
0.
said she's regular AF. I hate this.
Wow.
Tell us you're gay without saying you're gay.
Gerald Brolovsky said, nah, Brandon definitely got cooked by a black woman.
That's okay.
Is he talking about her?
Yeah.
Nah,
Oh,
he was saying like.
No, he's talking about her.
In his past.
Oh.
No, he's talking about her.
It was Caucasian.
He's talking about her.
I don't think so.
He said I got cooked by her earlier.
Got it.
I'm very brown skin.
J Dem said, get the no fresh, no fit, jigglypuff in the middle out of here. Ain't nobody trying to hear that shit, Sharif. Why they call you Sharif?
We trying to
No,
get that shit,
see,
Sharif.
you're not black. They're
Cultural
talking about the
references.
dude off of Men's Society.
He was sitting on the
You know that shit get
He was a positive
get your
woke,
tropical
like
ass off the
pro-black
cooler.
dude. Yeah.
I gotta rewatch
You know that
that.
shit
It's
gets
been
to
a
play
long
in this guy? I fuck with Stacy. Stacy was way tighter.
Who's Stacy?
He was his homeboy.
The football player or whatever.
The player athlete nigga on minutes.
And then Kid Murray said, boy, always bringing up race. We get it. We get it. It's not a race battle. It's a battle of evil and good. Boy, haven't been doing the knowledge. Damn.
Peace to the
He got that
gods.
for you.
Peace to the gods of the earth. Word is bond.
And then Mina's reaction, Cloud Mania TV sent $20 in a row. High alert. Only broke guy here. Money when a woman starts talking about relationship. What women want, no security. Why does American society want black women to beg for security? I stopped dating in my race due to this. She don't fuck with black men.
$19. She said that with her chest.
She did say that was her chest.
She stopped dating out her race.
I think we
Well,
can.
it was.
I think we.
It was a well-known black soccer player. I guess somebody broke into his house or I think they was on vacation. I don't quote me on exactly where they was. But he literally hid while they kidnapped his wife and kid.
Yeah.
He hid.
But here's the thing.
He's still here, but his wife and kid is gone.
But here's the thing. She's.
Yeah.
Hey, Adam. See, the black woman on the comment, she equates security to money, right? But guess what? A dude can have money and do exactly what happened, what she was talking about. Your wife and kid get snatched and you scared because you like, look, I'm trying to live on and spend this money. We have to stop looking at money as that automatically guarantees security. You know what I mean? Oh, I already know, but I'm just saying it's good because it's something, it makes it like, it's a conversational starter. But what I'm saying is, it's a teachable moment. Black women have to stop looking at money as hear from a woman when I say, what you looking for? Compatibility, man. Because you could get a rich dude and hate him.
Okay, but if you're like the example that she gave earlier, if you're a dude and there's any kind of contentious, aggressive situation, and if you're not frontlining and basically like putting yourself in between the threat and your woman and your child, I mean, that's like, how could you ever hide? That's impossible
That's
for me to even
ridiculous.
wrap my head around. Yeah, you should be ready to die before your wife or your kid gets
If
put in a
not the
bad
wife,
situation.
At least the kid.
At least the kid.
That's
Yeah,
like
he was
that's
like the
basic
focus.
survival instinct 101. I can't even fathom that you wouldn't already.
Imagine 100 people with their kids on the other side of a silverback gorilla.
It changes the dynamic. Okay.
I'm doing anything for my daughters. I'm running towards danger.
But I don't know if I'm gonna fight a gorilla for my daughter.
Fight.
Shut up.
I mean, real talk. Like, what am I gonna do? Like, at a certain point, that's like, it's like the running into a burning building to save your kid thing. Like, would you
Sacrifice
do
your
it? Yes,
body
but
so she can get away?
if you knew you were 100% gonna die by running into that building, I mean, shit.
I'm gonna do it for my daughters.
But why is her
females?
dying a
I don't
better
know.
situation than both of you dying?
Huh?
Like, if you could choose between her dying in the burning building or you both die in the burning building, like, how is one not better than the other?
Nah, now you're moving the goalpost though.
But I'm saying, if you 100% know that
Or
you're
take
gonna
the fire
die.
though, and just say it's the animal. I'm gonna try to take the attention off my daughter. At least she can try to break or something.
Yeah, but you
Okay,
ain't gotta
so
be
then-
like Jack and fucking Titanic. There's no reason bro had to die.
So now,
There's enough room for both of them on the fucking
now I
raft.
kind of want to
That
ask
stupid
this
ass
question.
Chivalrous.
Okay,
Yeah.
Because Waka Flocka said that if he had to choose between his wife and his kid in a boat or like one of them drowning, which one would you save?
Your kid.
The kid.
He said wife
You
though.
would save your kid?
He
Yeah.
said wife, huh?
Do you have kids?
Yeah, Waka said his wife.
Do you have
What's
kids?
wrong with
Yes,
him?
I have
I think my girl would want
Your
me to
girl
as
will
well.
want you to save the kid.
Yeah.
Hold on. Walker said he